Hey everyone, welcome back. Before we begin on the stories, I wanted to say I'm going to daily upload all throughout the month, and then on the final day of that month, I'm going to do a massive compilation of a lot of those stories I did throughout the month. So, moving forward, this is what we're going to do on the last day of every month. And I do want to mention, there probably are some stories in here that maybe I should give a trigger warning for. I don't really know which stories exactly because this is a compilation. So you might just want to avoid this video altogether if something like that is going to trigger you or cause any kind of trauma. For everyone else, I hope you enjoy the video. And without further ado, let's begin. I want to start out by saying that I'm a 25-year-old male, average but broad build, and I'm somewhat taller at 6'1", so not what you'd usually consider an easy target or victim. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I love being in the middle of the woods, either with friends or alone. There's a certain peace I find when I'm sitting alone by a stream with nothing but nature all around me. I specifically love hiking, and I usually start hiking in the spring. My favorite spot to hike locally is in a small town in southwest Ohio. This is normally a very peaceful, quiet, and relaxing place. Usually you'll run into a couple of other hikers or families swimming in the creek nearby, or just a few animals along your trail. This day, however, well, it turned out to be entirely different. It started off like every other hiking trip. I grabbed my pocket knife and water bottle and headed toward my spot. Once I arrived, I picked my favorite trail and started down the loop. It was a windy day in mid-spring, and I had been hiking for about half an hour when I then heard what sounded like a woman screaming for help in the distance. I paused momentarily at the bottom of a small incline, listening closely when I heard the scream yet again. At this time, I ran up the incline to see if there was someone injured nearby who maybe needed help. But when I reached the top of the small hill, my stomach wrenched, and I got the feeling that I should just go on about my business. So following my instincts, I did just that. After that, I stopped a ways up ahead and listened again. I hadn't heard the noise in a while, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't hear it again. The wind blew once more, and the noise came back as the trees swayed back and forth. I decided that the noise was from the trees and just kept on my trail. As I tried to shake the eerie sick feeling in my stomach, I rounded a bend in the trail, and as I got to the clearing around the brush, I saw a man on his hands and knees on the ground with his face in the dirt. The man had a dog with him, and he was wearing a backpack. I figured that he had dropped something and was looking for it, so I just kept heading his way down the trail. As I drew closer, the man looked up at me and stood up from the ground. He was a larger guy, probably about 6'4" if I had to guess. Pretty stocky build. His face looked like that of a drug user. He blocked my path. I stopped about 10 feet from him, standing facing him, maintaining eye contact and distance. He had asked me if I ever smelled these flowers, as he pointed to them on the ground. I then said, "No, I haven't," as friendly as I could at the time. He then looked at me and said,
"Every spring, I have to get down on my hands and knees and smell these flowers. They're just nothing like you'll ever smell."
I kinda just gave a, that's cool. He paused for a few seconds, and I could tell he was sizing me up. After his pause, he said,
"Yeah, you should smell them sometime."
And he paused again, halfway motioning for me to get down and smell these flowers. "Fuck that," I said. "Yeah, maybe I will some other time." And he then gave me a look of subtle frustration, giving another long pause. I broke the silence by telling him that he has a really pretty dog.
"Yeah, she's a really good girl,"
he said. At which point then I decided I had enough of this interaction, and I said, "Alright, well, I'm gonna keep on my way then." The man paused again and he just told me to take care, and then turned to keep going down the opposite direction of me. I started walking again, and after about 5 seconds, I peered over my shoulder just to make sure that he wasn't following me. But he was gone. He had completely vanished from the trail in just a couple of seconds. You'd think I would be kind of relieved to be away from him, but not knowing where he was really put me on high alert. I decided to try and enjoy the rest of my hike and went down this trail that I had always seen but never explored. The trail then went about a quarter mile through a field with trees on each side of the trail. Then at a sign with a map, split off into 3 mini trails that all led to backpacker campsites. As I went down the trail, I stopped for a second to use the bathroom and then check over my shoulder again. Nothing. I made it to the sign at the split and my stomach wrenched again, telling me not to go down that trail anymore, to turn back. So I did. I turned back and I started back down the trail to the main loop. I pulled my knife from my pocket and had it ready in my hand. I was about halfway back to the main loop when I then saw the man yet again in the distance. He had doubled back and was now walking straight towards me again. I've went over this in my head 100 times, and it just didn't logically make sense for him to turn around because it was only about a quarter of the way through his end of the loop. I was about 3/4 of my way through the loop since we were heading opposite directions. He walked toward me, a lump forming in my throat and my stomach still turning. As he passed me, he had a look of annoyance on his face. He then saw my hand with my knife in it and just said once more,
"Take care,"
and just kept walking past me with his dog. Luckily, that was my last encounter with him and the noises I heard. I'm pretty positive there was no woman at all. I don't really know if he was truly a person or some kind of creature imitating a person, but I don't really care. I think those screams were actually a lure that luckily I didn't fall for. As for the rest of my trip, I hurried quickly out of those woods that day. I do still hike there, and I do still go on that trail, but I now won't do it without my pistol on my hip. I think he planned to trick me into smelling the flowers so he could avoid a fight and then hit me while I was down. God only knows what he would have done. I think because I was armed and I followed my instincts is why I came out of those woods that day. Maybe it doesn't sound so bad in this retelling of my story, but I know what I felt that day. No matter what your gender or size is, you can be a victim if you let yourself be. Always follow your instincts, always be aware of your surroundings, and always be prepared to protect yourself, especially if you're alone in the woods. I was helping my boyfriend move from Wisconsin to Colorado. I had driven out to Wisconsin and picked up some of his stuff, while he carried the rest of it in his own car. So we were driving separately. Somewhere in the middle of Nebraska, towards the end of the day, we found out that his car was having some issues that would need to be repaired before we could make the rest of the trip to Colorado. We decided to stay at the motel for the night and find somewhere to repair the car at in the morning. We took the car into the shop and it was actually able to be repaired before the end of the day. The shop called my boyfriend to let him know he could come pick it up, so I drove him out there. When we got to the shop, I realized that I'd left my phone at the motel. I wasn't too worried as even though I wasn't too familiar with the area, I figured I could follow my boyfriend as he drove back to the motel for the night. As I saw my boyfriend exit the shop in his car, other cars shortly followed behind him, so I lost track of him. I decided to try and find the way back to the motel on my own, to the best of my memory. It was pretty much just straight down the main road until you saw the sign for the motel on the left side. I kept driving down the main road until I realized I had never even seen the motel sign. I was lost and I really started to panic as I had no phone and I had no idea how to get back to the motel. I began to notice a white SUV that was following my car for about 5 minutes. He eventually pulled into the lane to the left of me. Sitting at a stoplight, I saw the man in the white SUV motion to roll down my window. Being confused and not really knowing how to react, I rolled it down.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
He said. Nothing," I replied, not really sure why he was asking this.
"Well, why don't you pull over and come talk to me for a second?"
After hearing this, I quickly shook my head and then rolled up the window. The last thing that I wanted was to be stranded in this town with some weird stranger following me. The light turned green, and that's when I saw my boyfriend's car then pull up right behind mine. I then pulled off into the closest parking lot, to which my boyfriend followed. Luckily, the SUV was nowhere in sight. He said he was trying to catch up and find my car once he didn't see me at the motel. I let him drive me back that night so we could return for my car in the morning. Thank goodness my boyfriend had found me at the right time, as I'm not really sure what would have happened that night if he hadn't have found me, and if that man in the SUV had followed me any further. This happened when I was about 11 years old while I was on a trip to another country during the summer. My mom and dad had separated when I was younger, so I came to visit my dad during the summer. It was very late and he wanted to take me and my cousin, who all call in for privacy reasons, out to a nearby town. Now, since my dad's car had an opening in the back, I asked in if she wanted to ride in the back with me. Since she was 2 years older than me, making her 13, which is still pretty young, she said sure. It was a bumpy road, so we kept moving around in the back, and it was really cold. Keep in mind that it was really dark outside, and the only thing lighting up the way were my dad's headlights. At some point, I'm guessing the convo died, and I turned around to see a tall man with a suit standing behind a tree facing the car. The thing is that the man had no face. Like, I'm being legit. I saw no face but a white circle for the head. I was so scared but turned back around, and I just shrugged it off as being the trees, or just my mind playing tricks on me. A few minutes later, I remember the man and I turn around again out of curiosity, just to hear a blood-curdling scream coming from my cousin as soon as I turned around. The second I turned around, my vision was covered with something white. When I heard the scream, I threw myself onto the car and so did my cousin, causing the car to shake a little. She then stares at me and she asks, "Did you see that?" I looked at her terrified and nodded. She started describing the figure that I saw earlier, and then I connected the dots. I realized that when I saw all white, it was most likely the figure's face up close to mine. The first time, I didn't really believe what I saw was real until my cousin told me she saw the same thing. We laid down there until we got to the town and then ran to tell my dad. He obviously tried to calm us down and just convince us it was nothing, but I was still really terrified. I'm 15 years old now, and I recently reached out to N to ask her exactly what she saw that night. And she explained it perfectly in the same exact way that I saw the man. Really tall with a suit and a tie, and no face. During the Christmas break of 2021, my family and I planned a trip to Florida. There was 9 people and 2 dogs, including my parents and grandparents from my mom and dad's side, as well as my aunt and uncle and my 2 cousins. We left from my house in Delaware at around 6 in the morning on Christmas Eve. Since my cousins have a Tesla, we had to stop quite a few times to supercharge their car. One particular time, we were in a small town in South Carolina, and it was around 8 p.m. Of course, since it was winter, the sun was already down, and we were charging in a darker area of the town. The charger was in front of a closed Dairy Queen, and some of the streetlights wouldn't work. Regardless of this, my family and I decided to get out of our cars and stretch a little bit. I walked to my cousin's Tesla, and I began talking to them, planning out where we would stop next for food and how far we were from our first destination of Savannah, Georgia. The dogs were in front of the cars playing fetch. My dad and uncle were playing with them while everyone else was in their respective cars. Everything was going fine until we all heard a really loud screeching noise coming from the woods right behind us. I originally thought it came from my earbuds as I was listening to music, but when I looked at my cousins, I just knew that it wasn't from my earbuds. The dog stopped playing and immediately ran to the fence that separated the parking lot and the woods and then started barking like crazy. Usually my cousin's dog is the calmer one between the two, but he was going absolutely insane, just barking and growling. My dad and uncle kept calling them, offering treats to distract them from the screeching, but they were just way too focused on whatever was in the woods. They couldn't leave the cars as both were charging and filling up gas, so one of my cousins and I decided to go grab them. I was in the middle of hooking up the leash when all of a sudden my dog pulled away from me, jumping on the fence and barking. I pulled her away from the fence, quickly pulling her towards me and hooking her to the leash. She wouldn't stop barking and growling, and her fur was sticking up, meaning that something was definitely in the forest. My cousin wanted to go explore, but my aunt stopped him, saying that whatever was out there was probably really dangerous. I decided to flash my flashlight in the woods so we could see if anything was in there without being close enough to get hurt. What my cousin and I saw next scared the absolute hell out of us. It was a tall figure standing behind one of the trees. It looked like a person, but the closer I edged towards it to get a better view, the more distorted it became. My father had already told me that it would take another 5 minutes to finish charging, and I was already hoping that those 5 minutes were over. I pretended like I didn't see anything, flashed the light around a couple more times, and calmly headed towards the cars again. My cousin then looked at me with really fearful eyes, and I knew that I wasn't making anything up. He was the type of person who didn't believe in the supernatural, and he was a very skeptical man. So seeing his scared face really scared me. My other cousin peeked out of the car, asking me in a scared voice if I saw anything. I didn't want to scare her, and I calmly replied that I didn't see anything, and it was probably just an animal, and she then calmed down. The dogs were still barking really loudly, and I managed to calm them down with treats and toys. And I went to my uncle and dad, who were now talking about our next stop. I quietly pulled them away from the car so that my younger cousin wouldn't hear, and I then told them about what my other cousin and I saw. Both of them immediately believed me and told us to go in the car and lock all the doors, and that they would come inside shortly. My cousin went to his car, and I went to mine, telling my grandmas and mom about what happened. A few minutes later, I saw my dad walking towards the car, looking a little stressed. He got in and, without a word, pulled out of the parking lot. I saw my uncle doing the same, and we slowly and quietly then left the parking lot. We had to drive in the woods for a while, and I could tell my dad was a little nervous. I looked down at my phone, and I then saw my cousin messaging me, asking if my father was acting weird. I told him that my father hadn't said a single word since we got in the car, and that he looked a little nervous. He quickly replied that his dad was acting the same exact way, and that every time someone asked him what happened, he wouldn't say a word. I was a little freaked out about this, but I told him to ignore it. He agreed, and he asked if their behavior had something to do with what him and I saw in the woods. Before I could reply, my dad then slammed on the gas, looking to his left. My mom yelped, asking him why he did that. Then finally, he spoke, but the words that came out of his mouth then sent chills down my spine. Something is following us. None of us could say a word, and I quickly wrote to my cousin about what my dad had then said. He said that once my dad sped up, his dad did too, then cursing and looking to his left. I slowly turned to the left as well, and a scream left my mouth. Beside our car in the woods, I could see something running. It looked like a humanoid, but it was running on all fours. My dad then looked at me, seeing why I was screaming. He then sped up even more, reaching the nearest exit that he could find. Pretty much immediately after he took it, the thing stopped running next to us. I looked down at my phone, and I saw a spam of messages from my cousin, telling me about what had just happened. My eyes widened as I looked back, and indeed, one of my cousin's tires were now flat. I told my dad, and he told me there was another gas station down the road, and we would fix the flat tire. We reached the station, and I went inside the 24/7 store with it to go to the bathroom. I decided to buy some snacks for my cousins, and I guess I was still in shock from what happened. The cashier asked me if I was okay, and for some reason, I decided to tell her everything that happened. As I told her what happened, my cousin came in next to me, and he told her what happened to his car. As we told her, I saw the color drain out of her face, and then she uttered something I'll never forget. "We don't have a station anywhere near that town." Years ago, when I was 18 years old, I joined the Marine Corps as an infantryman. After boot camp, I was sent to Camp Pendleton's ITB, Infantry Training Battalion. It was here that I met Aikens. Aikens was a big dude from Chicago. He was super motivated, and he always tried to take on leadership roles whenever he could. The first interaction that I had with him was during one of our classroom lessons. This other guy and I were bullshitting about something or other, and I don't really remember if the class was about to start or what. But Aikens was sitting right in front of us, one row down. He then turned around and told us, "Shut the fuck up." To which I then responded, "Fuck you, bitch." Now, I'm not the toughest dude around, but I'm not a small dude either. I'm 6'2" and I was 205 pounds, around 8% body fat, and I was really big into working out at the time. Although I may not be the most confrontational person, I can throw hands as well, if not better than most people. But Aikens, he was in an entirely different league. He was a couple inches shorter than me, but he was jacked as hell. And you could tell by his demeanor that he had gotten in fights more than a few times, and he probably won more often than not. I was pretty sure he would probably kick my ass if it came to it. I remember thinking, damn, I hope I don't have to throw hands with that dude later. Now, I realize why some of y'all are probably wondering why I would pop off to a guy that would probably lay me out. Well, honestly, it's one of those things in that kind of culture. If you let one of your peers say shit to you and you don't at least give it back, people will look at you and perceive it as weakness. Honestly, it's better to just fight the guy if it comes to it, even if you do get your ass beat. If your peers see you as a pussy, you're gonna get fucked with a lot. Lucky for me, nothing ever came of it. Aikens went on to become a machine gunner, and I went on to become a rifleman. Not really a surprise considering how big and in shape he was. He actually wanted to be a rifleman originally, but the machine gun instructor specifically pulled him because of not only how big he was, but also how motivated he was. After ITB, we ended up getting stationed at the same base in 29 Palms in the same battalion, which was 2-7. However, he got assigned to Easy Company, while I was assigned to Golf Company. Now, 2-7 had just gotten back from a deployment to the Middle East. Apparently one of the guys in Faqs Company offered himself over in Baghdad. On top of that, another dude apparently found out that his wife had been cheating on him while he was deployed, so when he got back home, he had killed her, cut her up, and then threw her down a mine shaft in the desert. For those of you who don't know, 29 Palms is in Southern California in the middle of the Mojave Desert, and there are several old mine shafts out there. Another guy whose wife had been cheating on him found out where the guy who was messing around with his wife lived, and he and a few other guys went to this dude's house and then abducted him. They then took him out into the middle of the desert and beat the ever-living shit out of him. The dude was able to crawl back to the highway and hitch a ride back and then press charges against them. Now, I'm not condoning violence or anything, but maybe if you're going to screw around with someone's spouse, maybe you should at least accept there is a chance that they aren't going to be very happy about it, and you may have some consequences, such as an ass kicking to deal with. Finally, there was this other dude who happened to be in my peer group. Peer group meaning those of us who were referred to as boots, which is Marine Corps slang for the new guys that haven't been deployed yet, who all got the fleet around the same time. This guy ended up crying from the hazing on our seniors and actually threatened to commit suicide. I remember being on phone watch in the battalion office and also being assigned to watch over this kid just to make sure that he didn't kill himself. Now, not all of this pertains directly to Aikens, but I figured it was important to give you all a general idea of the culture around there and sort of what goes on. I would see Aikens off and on again throughout the next several months as our battalion worked up towards our next deployment. From what I understand, he didn't get hazed too terribly bad, because most of his seniors were simply too scared of him. Plus, he was pretty squared away, and he didn't make as many of the boo mistakes as a lot of us did. At least, that was my understanding. I wasn't in the same platoon or even the same company as him, so I don't really know for sure. I heard that he actually slammed one of his seniors up against the wall and then threatened to beat his ass if he didn't fuck off. If most other boots had done this, they would have swiftly gotten their asses kicked by the seniors. Maybe he did later on, but I never really found out. Either way, Aikens ended up being made a team leader as a boot, which was a pretty big deal. He also was in a course with me later on that all lower enlisted have to go through. It mostly just talks about the fundamentals of leadership and ethics, and things like that. It can best be summed up as, hey guys, don't commit war crimes, lead by example. Sometimes a good leader knows how to follow, and cleaning your barracks room and keeping your uniform in order is the same thing as looking for IEDs in a war zone. All joking aside, there were some really good lessons in there. Aikens, of course, had a lot to talk about, and he contributed to a lot of the group discussions. He ended up being voted most inspirational in the group, and he got a special mention about it at the graduation. Aikens was probably on track to be a career Marine, and he would probably go on to serve a full 20 or more years, and maybe would have become a Marine Raider, Recon, Scout Sniper, or something like that. I don't really know if he had an interest in any of those things, but anyone who knew him knew that he was one of the few people who could definitely do it. He loved being a Marine, and especially loved being a grunt, which for those who don't know is someone in the infantry. Several months later, the battalion deployed again to the Middle East. On most deployments, a battalion would have its entire area of operations in one area. However, we had a platoon in Jordan, a company in Kuwait, and almost 3 companies in Iraq as a part of a special purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force, as it was called. My company was in Baghdad this time around, and Aikens' company was in TQ. Of course, when we all got back to the States and were assigned to our new barracks, there was a party nearly every night. We had our post-deployment leave, then we got to take it easy for a while, before we started our next workup for the next deployment. During that time, our battalion had the annual Marine Corps Ball in Las Vegas. Apparently later that night, Aikens had gotten into an altercation with a couple of locals over something. One of his friends who was there with him told us that Aikens had laid both of these dudes out, and actually even curb stomped them once they were on the ground. Apparently, both guys seemed to have some broken ribs, and possibly had some internal bleeding as well, as they were both hacking up blood when Aikens brought down his foot on them. Apparently, Aikens was no stranger to violence. Before the Marine Corps, his brother was injured in a drive-by shooting and later died in his arms. On the flip side of things, however, the guys in Easy Company that knew him best would say he was also the kind of guy who would give you the shirt off his back if he thought that you were cold. One night, Aikens was on the second deck hanging out with some of us. One of the machine gunners named Miller, who was also a former MMA fighter, and apparently done some semi-pro fighting, was getting a little pissed off at another machine gunner for some reason. It looked as though Miller was about to lay this guy out. But Aikens stepped in front of Miller, who was way bigger than he was, and was probably one of the only guys in the battalion who could have beat Aikens in a fight. He was able to talk Miller down, and things blew over after that. Later that night, a bunch of local sheriffs and CID vehicles rolled up, lights flashing, and cops started raiding some of the barracks rooms downstairs. Now, Easy Company was on the bottom deck of the barracks, and Goff was on the second deck, so we didn't know exactly what was going on or who they were after. A few of my friends and I decided to say screw this, they're gonna lock down the barracks and run our night. So we went down the stairs on the opposite side of the barracks CID was at, and then hopped in my truck and then went out to eat, then hang out at one of our married friends' houses, since married guys get houses away from the barracks. A few hours later, we went back to the barracks, and CID was still there. We asked one of the guys in the parking garage what the fuck was going on, and why CID was still there. He said that there was a drug bust or something. We then said fuck it, and we ended up crashing at our friend's house, since it was obvious that the barracks was probably going to be on lockdown for the rest of the night. The next day, everyone was called to the company office so we could listen to our first sergeant then tell us that a Marine in our battalion was apparently arrested last night for murdering someone out in town a few days ago. This wasn't exactly news to us, as we had heard a few days ago that some random person was murdered out in town, although we didn't really think much of it, even when CID showed up the night before. 29 Palms is a really crappy town full of crackheads in the middle of nowhere next to a military base, and stuff like this happening isn't exactly a big surprise. Our first sergeant then went on to tell us that the Marine who did it was probably a piece of shit that didn't keep his room clean or his uniform squared away. And that's why we need to get our shit together. Typical first sergeant bullshit. A few minutes later, our CO came out of his office and told us that Aikens from Easy Company had murdered 2 people out in town, and that the battalion was having a meeting in the base theater so the battalion commander could inform us about it. Not really sure why we all had to go to the base theater when our CO literally just told us. But whatever. Keep in mind, everyone in the battalion knew who Aikens was and how great of a Marine he was. Our CO went on to tell us something about how our need to think about our actions affect more than just us, and that now the battalion will be losing an extremely high caliber Marine, and now all of his experience and skill will be missing the next time we deploy. He may have mentioned something about the families of the 2 people he killed, but I don't think he did. Yeah, that's the Marine Corps for you sometimes. I know it's kind of messed up with everything being said to us, but I couldn't help but laugh to myself about how stupid our first sergeant must feel, saying the Marine who did it was probably a piece of shit that didn't keep his room clean, or have his uniform squared away, or some dumb shit like that, and it actually ended up being one of the best Marines in the battalion. So we went to the assembly, and the BC basically confirmed everything our CO had told us. Apparently, Aikens was in sort of a friends with benefits relationship with one of the bartenders out in town. A few nights earlier, Aikens was at this woman's house with her mom, and her 10-year-old daughter, and for whatever reason, Aikens shot the woman while they were both just laying in bed. When her mother came running to the room, he shot her in the leg, then in the head right in front of the 10-year-old, and then he fled the scene. Thankfully, he left the child alone. The daughter later ended up telling the police that Aikens was the man who killed her mom and grandmother. No one seemed to have a definite answer as to why he did it. Some guys said she gave him HIV, while others said she cheated on him while he was deployed. I honestly doubt it was because of cheating if it was just a friends with benefits relationship, but I don't really know, I guess. I'm really ashamed to admit that later when we were off for the day, I remember a bunch of us jokingly chanting, "Free my man Aikens," even though we all knew he was a murdering piece of shit. Some of the other guys though would say things like, "Well yeah, that's why you don't leave witnesses." That one I didn't find as funny. I guess because it was referring to the kid directly. A lot of Marines, especially the grunts, seem to have a fucked up sense of humor like that. Now, this next part is not me trying to justify what Aikens did or why we joked about it like assholes. I'm really just theorizing why these things seem to happen all the time, and why we end up trying to make a joke about it. I guess when you take a bunch of guys that are mostly teenagers or in their early 20s and not only expose them to a bunch of fucked up shit, but also control most aspects of their lives by treating them like livestock or children, and making them play a bunch of stupid fuck games on a regular basis, people are going to snap with serious consequences. Honestly, I really think that many of them may have just had the mindset that the world is a shitty place filled with shitty people who do really horrible things all the time, and that if something like this happened, at least it only happened to some crackhead slut in town. Now, I'm not saying it was right or that's who the woman was. It just seemed like that's how it was looked at. It's like we forgot how to empathize with our fellow human beings. Like if we try to paint them as something worthless or less than human, we can tell ourselves what we do or what happens to others isn't so bad. Like when we characterize the woman as a crackhead slut and not a daughter and a mother. Our friend that we admired killed some crackhead slut and not a human being who was someone's mother and someone's daughter. A few months later, we found out while he was locked up awaiting his trial, Aikens apparently raped his own cellmate. I don't know why he did that either. From what I heard, he just got fucked up while he was locked up. Maybe that had something to do with it, like maybe he was trying to establish dominance or something. I don't know, and I don't really care to. If that's not shocking enough, apparently when the BC went to do an exit interview with him, he found out that Aikens had apparently pled not guilty, and was so sure that he would get away with it, he was trying to talk with BC about getting back with Easy Company. A couple of years later, I got out and I was living with my now wife when she showed me an article her mom had sent her. Lo and behold, it was about Aikens. She and her mom were shocked to read the article. I told them that I knew him and he was hanging out with us and actually stopped a fight from happening a couple of hours before he was arrested. Later, I filled her in on the rest of what I knew about him. Aikens was found guilty of 2 counts of murder, and he was sentenced to 2 life terms without parole for the murders, as well as 2 consecutive terms of 25 years for using a firearm to commit the murders. The child appeared in court to testify against Aikens. That poor girl now has an emotional support dog because she was so traumatized by everything that happened. I don't know why, but typing that last sentence choked me up a little bit, and it still gets to me years later. Maybe it's because of the fact that an innocent child was so traumatized and scared from watching her mother and grandmother being murdered. And now she has this dog, whose sole purpose in life is to be there for her and to help her cope with everything she's been through. Dogs really are amazing animals. It's really no wonder why they are man's best friends. Be safe out there, everyone, and appreciate your friends and family around you. You never know what kind of evil person may one day take them away from you. Back in 2019, I was working for a private firm that did security. One of my tasks was to make sure that my designated areas was safe. One day I got a call that there was a man trying to break down the gate of a neighboring business with a brick. I responded, and I found the man. I knew the second that I saw him that this was going to be a really bad day. He had the crazy eyes. You know the kind I'm talking about. The kind of fella who never came back fully from Woodstock, if you catch my drift. When I arrived, he was incredibly hostile. He had already smashed a fully locked car gate down with a brick, so I knew whatever this lunatic was on, it wasn't going to be fun convincing him to piss off. He had his hands held behind his back, and I told him to take a step backwards, as I really didn't want to have to mace him. He seemed to disregard not just what I was saying, but me entirely. It was as if he didn't even realize that I was there. He just kept yelling something about how he needed to see the assholes inside who were trying to stop him from moving on with his life. I told him he wasn't going anywhere until I could see his hands. He looked at me full of rage, and he then dropped the brick that he had been holding behind his back on the floor. I called a team to bag me up, and together we successfully removed the man from the business. But he kept yelling and screaming that this was far from over, and he'd be back. I didn't see him again until a few months later on one of my days off. I was walking around a shopping mall, and the same man was walking around the aisle with a cart in front of him. He looked directly at me, and then said,
"Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?"
I looked at him and said, "Nope, must be someone else. You have a good day, though." I finished my shopping as quickly as I could, and then left before he could remember that just a few months before, I had been inches away from him caving my head in with the brick that he had been squirreling away behind his back. I really hope that I never have to see that sorry bastard again. Before I get started, I would like to give some information about me when this took place. My name is Eric, and I'm a 16-year-old male from Alabama. Around the time this story took place, I was 8 years old, and it was on Halloween night. We were going to my grandma's house, as she usually cooks dinner on special occasions or holidays such as Halloween and Thanksgiving. Now for the story. We were driving to my grandma's house, and we had pulled into the subdivision that she lived in at the time. This place was pretty far out there, and I live in Alabama, so places that aren't near a city can get kind of sketchy. We took a right, and me and my sister in the back saw these strange men in costumes. One had a Michael Myers mask on, and the other men had random horror masks on. The men had real knives in their hands, not the fake ones that you can get from Spirit Halloween. My dad, upon seeing the men, told my mom to reverse the red Mustang GT because the men started literally running the car at full speed. My mom revs up her engine, puts it in reverse, and she sees the men keep running at the car, holding the knives up in their hand. She then puts it into drive and floors the gas pedal, going directly towards the men. They jump to the side, and I look out the window beside me in hopes that I would see the attackers. All I saw was that damn Michael Myers mask. That man still horrifies me to this day. Thankfully, we got to my grandma's house safely, and we called the cops when we pulled in her driveway. They said they had already received multiple reports on these men, and that the authorities were being dispatched. We then hung up the phone, and we went inside to eat. We had a great meal, and we then said our goodbyes about an hour later. We started on the way back home, and we saw at least 7 police cars about a block away from where the men were chasing us. We went to go see if the men had been arrested, as we were really terrified, and we wanted to see them in handcuffs. The men indeed were detained, and they were put in handcuffs. The last thing I saw of that scene was the man in the Michael Myers mask. He was now unmasked, and his face looked terrible. It looked like he had done many drugs, and his eyes, they stared right at me with a malicious intent. 2 years later, I asked my mom if she remembered that night, and she told me that those men murdered a group of teenagers that same night. I'm just really glad we were in the car. God only knows what would have happened if we weren't. And for those men that chased us down that night, I hope you all have fun on your life sentences. Stay safe, everyone. People these days really are insane. Now, for a bit of context, my mom and I were supposed to go to Disney and Universal when I turned 16 for my birthday, but because of COVID, that never happened. Fast forward to last December. I'm 17 years old, and we were finally able to go. After having a splendid time at Universal, we had headed back to our hotel room to wind down and maybe get a bit of shut-eye. Fast forward to 8 p.m., and I had started to get thirsty. I asked my mom if she wanted anything to drink as I was going to the vending machine, reaching for my backpack. Now, this is when I really felt like an idiot, and I shouldn't have listened to my mom. You know you don't need your backpack. Just take the room key, your card, and go, my mother retorted, handing me the key card. Leaving my backpack behind and grabbing $1 just in case, I then nodded at her and left. After looking around for a bit, I eventually stopped on an older man, probably in his 50s to early 60s. For a more clear image of what the man looked like, imagine a taller Beverly Leslie. "Excuse me, where's the vending machines at?" I asked him. He stopped what he was doing, and he led me the way.
"Now just let me know if you need anything else,"
he said, then giving a somewhat creepy smile. At first, I just brushed it off, thinking he was trying to be nice. Well, as I walked into the corridor of the vending machine, it didn't take my card. I tried again and again for at least 3 minutes, but to no avail. All of a sudden, there was that same old man again.
"Did you get it to work?"
he asked. "No, it won't take my card," I said, and grabbed the $1. "Hopefully this'll work." I gave him a smile and turned my back to him. He then mumbled something and left. After trying about 5 times, I just gave up at this point and walked to the elevator. What do you know? There was that same elderly man again.
"If you want, I can give you some change for $1.
He offered. Knowing there was no way out of this awkward encounter, I nodded, and we did do the exchange. Something was off, however. His smile turned more sinister as he glanced at me. Thank you." I then smiled and left. As soon as he was out of sight, I bolted down to the lobby where the gift shop was. I grabbed all the drinks I wanted, paid, then ran past the hallway to the stairs. I really wish I could say that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Around 2 a.m., I'd woke up from a nightmare. I'm diagnosed with PTSD, so night terrors are fairly common for me. Anyways, I had heard someone knock on the door.
"Room service!"
Someone called out. The voice sounded really familiar, and it didn't take me long to find out who the voice belonged to. It was the creepy old man. I didn't say anything. I didn't even move. Now, how could he even know what my room number was? I looked over at my mother in fear, but she was still fast asleep. He began knocking at the door. The sound of the door haunted my ears, but the more knocks the man struck at the door, I'd remembered that our room number was on the key card. Well, about 15 minutes later, the man gave up and left. After the adrenaline rush of that 15-minute encounter, I passed out. I never saw him again after that, but that was our last night staying there. And that's why I'll never stay at the Universal Studios Hotel ever again. My name is Austin. I'm a 26-year-old male, and the story took place about a month ago, April 16th to be exact. It all happened on a trip my fiance and I were on. I had just moved down to Florida for a chance at better opportunities for myself than where I was previously living. Being I had never been to Florida, and my fiance had lived here most of her life, there were things here that she experienced that I never had. So to help ease my transition from moving to an entirely new place, she suggested we take a trip to the Universal Orlando Resort and just have some fun together. Now, we had planned this all ahead, and with the tickets being so much money for only 2 people, we had opted to go for a cheaper hotel to bring the price down a bit for the trip. Big mistake. Once we got to the hotel, a day before we were to visit the resort, we immediately could see why it was so cheap. It was a Quality Inn, but by the looks of it, it was a previously run-down hotel that Quality Inn bought and just slapped their name over. The room was nothing special, and as soon as we walked in and I sat on the bed, the frame actually broke. That was the first clue as to just how bad this place was. We didn't spend too much time in the room, as we had planned to go see a movie that night, so we quickly dropped our bags, then left the room. By the time we got back, it was around 11 p.m. I was really tired and I had a migraine, and so my fiance and I opted to just pick up food on the way back, and then ate it once we arrived. I quickly changed for bed after finishing my food, and laid down, hoping I could just fall asleep, even though my head was really throbbing. My fiance did the same shortly after, and before long, we had both drifted off to a deep sleep. Now, my fiance has this thing of always needing to face the door when she sleeps, as it makes her feel more at ease. I say this to explain just how we were laying. So the layout of the room was as follows. You walk in, and to your right there's 2 beds. There's a night table between them, and then to your left was a table and a dresser, which had the TV on top of it. If you kept going straight, you'd walk into the sink/bathroom area. Now, the way we were positioned, my fiance was the one facing the door to our room, and I was laying behind her. She was pressed against my chest, so the moment I then felt her suddenly jolt up, it woke me. She immediately tapped on my shoulder, then whispered to me. I think I heard something at the door. It sounded like someone's trying to open it. I didn't hear anything, but the sound of her voice made me believe she wasn't making it up. We sat there listening for what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 seconds in reality, before I then too heard the same noise. It was someone trying to open the door with a key card. Before I even had a chance to speak, the door suddenly opened, but only slightly, as my fiance was smart and she had put the door latch on the door as well, right before we went to bed. I could see a man peering through the crack between the door, and he looked right at us. I immediately jumped from the bed and yelled at the man, "Wrong room, buddy. People are in here." The man then mumbled something, but I wasn't able to understand him. He seemed intoxicated, and he was speaking in a language that I couldn't understand. But what he did next didn't need words to explain it. He then tried to push the door open with his hands, which was met again with the same response from me that I'd just told him. But this time I yelled it with more force, trying to scare the man away. Now, I'm not the most imposing guy, but I am pretty well built for my height and size. So I thought if anything, I could at least sound intimidating enough that it would scare him away. I was wrong. After I shouted at the man, he had stopped pushing on the door for a brief moment, before then slamming his shoulder into it, trying to break it open. My fiance let out a scream and yelled for me to stop the man from coming in our room. From what I could see of the man through the crack of the door, he was a pretty hefty guy. He had to be at least 6'1" and weighed over 250 pounds, so there was no way I was going to be able to stop him by strength alone. I grabbed the car keys off the table that my fiance had thrown down earlier after we got back earlier from the movie, and I held them in my hand with the keys between my fingers. I made the choice that if this man came into our room, I was going to swing until I couldn't anymore. I ran him to the door, flinging my body up against it, throwing the man back just enough to shut the door again. He immediately ran back to the door and threw his weight into it while screaming words that I couldn't understand. Next to the door was a window, and I'd finally caught the best glimpse of the man that I'd seen yet, and it confirmed my predictions of his size. I then saw a woman who I can only assume was his wife, along with 2 kids by her side. I couldn't believe this guy was acting this way right in front of his family like that. I then snapped back to reality on what was going on. My fiance is now screaming that she's calling the cops in the front desk. Suddenly the man stopped, and I could then see him ushering the woman and kids away into an SUV that they all hopped into. It was a matter of moments, and then they were gone. I didn't know where they went, but I told my fiance to call the front desk anyways, just to let them know what happened. Nobody answered, so I'd made the choice to go to the front desk myself, and then speak to whoever was working the night shift that night, all the while not knowing where the man had gone to. I told my fiance to lock the door, and I'd be back. Once I walked into the lobby, there was a line already forming, so I had to wait for what felt like forever. After about 20 minutes, I was the second in line to the desk when a lady approached the counter and then spoke. My eyes then darted to her once she started to speak, as the words she said not only sent a chill down my spine, but made every sense in my body become fully aware of my surroundings. We just used this key card to get into a room, but there was already people in it. It was the wife of the man who just almost bust down my door. And once I looked behind me and back out through the doors that open up to the lobby, I could see that same man standing there beside the SUV that I'd seen him and his family drive off in. I didn't want to move, and I didn't want to draw attention from him to myself, not knowing what he'd do if he noticed me. But I very slowly turned my head back towards the desk and kept it that way. Eventually the lady left with a new key card, and I then approached the desk. I explained what had happened, and the lady behind the desk told me it was her fault, and that she had given those people the card that went to my room by mistake. I was so angry that this woman just seemed to act as if what had just happened to myself and my fiance wasn't anything to be concerned over. I told her to write down a note, and that I'd be back in the morning to speak to a manager about leaving early, as well as getting a refund, before then storming back out into my room, more pissed off than I wanted to admit. Now, my fiance didn't want to stay there for the night, but it was already so late that we decided we'd just stay the night and get it over with. Once morning hit, we packed our bags and we had made our way to the front desk, fully expecting the manager to be filled in on what had happened. But once we got there, we found out this wasn't the case. The manager knew nothing of what had happened, and had even said that they asked the person working the night shift that night if anything had happened that they should be aware of, and she told them no. I was again way more pissed off than I wanted to admit, but the manager quickly gave us a refund and checked us out early, all while apologizing over and over for what had happened. At that point, I just wanted to get my fiance and myself the hell out of that place. So I just said thank you, signed the needed papers, and we left. The rest of the trip was really great, and we had an amazing time at the resort. We ended up spending the extra money to get a better hotel for that night, and it was well worth the money. I really want to thank my fiance for having the awareness to put the latch on the door for an extra layer of security to our room that night, because without it, that man could have simply walked right in, and who knows what he would have done. Even with his family there, he acted as he did by just not being able to get in, so I don't think they would have stopped in any way from doing worse had he got in. Always be aware of your surroundings, and if you ever feel unsafe, don't compromise. Make sure you always feel safe anywhere you're staying, and always make sure to have that extra layer of security if it's there. It very well can be what saves you. Alright, so I'm gonna keep this simple a bit. My name is Junior, and I'm a 24-year-old male. This all took place when I was 22. Plus, during this time, I was semi-homeless and dealing with a lot of drug problems, as well as a lot of mental depression. I was hanging with my friend who I was sorta hotel hopping with at the time. We'll call her Elle. Well, we'd got a room at a Motel 6 in Carlsbad Beach. We ended up at one though that immediately reminded me of Pomona or Inglewood, mainly because of the constant homeless people hanging around, plus random smoking dope and shooting up their arms in public. Yes, in public in broad daylight. We were sleeping in our room and we had double beds. She had one and I had one. I was only sleeping for a few hours. When I then woke up in the middle of the night at around 3:30 a.m., I then saw a tall, skinny white dude with long, dirty blonde hair, and he smelled like straight up piss, and he had the occasional torn and ripped up camp clothes. He was leaning over my friend while she was asleep, and even going through her bags. I sat up slowly, but mentally prepared myself first, just in case I'm gonna have to possibly beat this guy up or kill him. I sat up, making no effort to hide my presence. He then turns around and sees me. We're now making eye contact, but aren't saying words. We just stared at each other for what felt like 30 seconds, before he then just slowly walked out of the room. I was so damn scared in my mind, but physically I knew if something was going down, I was gonna have to protect me and Elle. She never woke up or anything after that, but the next day she woke up and she had started freaking out, only because when she looked through all her bags, and I do mean all of her underwear was gone. Yeah, what a fucking creepy ass weirdo. Well, she gets really pissed off, and I ended up telling her what happened while she was asleep. Once I told her what happened, she turned white as a ghost. We go out for breakfast that day to try and lighten the mood, plus to make light of the situation, but right when we're walking to Swamis, I had noticed that same exact man just staring at us while leaving the Motel 6 grounds, but he didn't follow us. Moral of the story: always put the safety latch on your room's door whenever it comes to staying in hotels and motels. You never know who's watching you, or who may be able to pick the lock, even if it's one of those doors that require a key card. Stay safe, y'all. And also, to that really creepy guy that was possibly, but most likely going to do something really bad to my friend, let's hope we don't meet again, because I now have a Glock. This happened around 2 years ago. It was the second week into summer, and my soon-to-be wife Fiona and I decided to drive down to the Outer Banks for a week. We tried to find an Airbnb, but the prices were just way out of our range, so we settled for a Holiday Inn instead. Our drive was a little under 8 hours, with the exception of a few stops along the way. Once we arrived, we unpacked and we took a walk down near the beach and ate at the restaurant in the hotel. Right at around 10 o'clock, we decided to settle in for the night and watch a movie before we then fell asleep. About an hour in, Fiona was out, and so I just went to turn the TV off. I stood up to flick the light switch on because I had lost the remote, but as I did, I realized the closet door adjacent to the bathroom door was halfway open, which I thought was strange since we never needed to use it. I thought nothing of it though, and once I found the remote, I just shut the closet, and I then crashed. I remember at about 4 a.m. waking up and feeling really hot, and so I had to get up for a drink. I then walked to the bathroom to fill up my cup. I had then heard the slightest creak as I was filling my cup up, and heard a few light footsteps ascending outside the bathroom. I then quickly looked to find the closet door wide open. This really freaked me out, so I decided to check around the room to see if I could find anything suspicious. I had to tell Fiona the next morning, and she was really freaking out. Well, we ended up just carrying on with our beach plans for the rest of the day, and forgot about it. Well, later that night, we came back to our rooms to find a few things missing from our luggage. And as you can imagine, a few of my wife's articles of clothing were gone. I was really pissed off, and I went to the front desk to get a room change. We got one down the hall and went to sleep right away after we made the transition. I woke up this time to multiple clicking sounds. They clicked a few times, then paused repeatedly. I sat and listened frozen when I then saw at the corner of the room, when my eyes then cleared up, of a large man with a camera taking pictures of me and Fiona. I started to scream, and he had started to walk towards me with his really large hands trying to cover my face. But I was already out of bed, trying to grab my fishing blade. I jabbed at his right shoulder and I sent him screaming towards the front of the room. Fiona wasn't any help, as she was just screaming at me to get him. I tackled him to the ground and had Fiona flick the light on. The man was a sick-looking homeless man who smelled horrible, clearly with a mental disorder. He didn't put up much of a fight, but once we had the police pull up and cuff up the man, we had found his camera. It was loaded with pictures of Fiona from the hotel lobby to pictures of her at dinner in both of our rooms. And yes, we did find his pockets full of our cash and luggage. After about 2 weeks, we got a call from the hotel manager telling us he had found the surveillance of the guy walking right into our room, all while we were distracted, taking our luggage into the rooms. This just goes to show that you need to be very careful when you're in hotels. Make sure that your doors are always locked, and be sure to check under the beds and closets just to be sure. The story took place in the summer of 2021. It was me and my coworker Elijah. We usually work together as the closers for the station. For context, I worked there roughly for 5 years, and after this experience, I walked out, and so did Elijah. It was about 9:15 p.m., and usually around that time, it's almost dead. So we usually spent the better half of our time cleaning and restocking cigarettes. My area wasn't exactly safe. Seeing just how many girls around my age had been getting kidnapped and sold into sex trafficking, Elijah didn't feel safe with me going out cleaning the pads and gas pumps, so he went out himself. He's slightly taller than me and a lot bigger, so I wasn't going to protest. I'd restocked the cigarettes and finished closing. I had music playing, since I had this thing about silence. At one point, I started to get this really odd feeling, almost like someone was staring at me. I turned and I looked to see this taller and very thin man staring at me, mainly my ass. I turned around completely and I asked him, "Can I help you?" Right away, I noticed that something wasn't right with this guy. He was very jumpy and sketchy. Elijah picked up on this guy and he started to watch this man very closely. To this day, I'll never get his deep-ass voice out of my head. The conversation went exactly like this.
"Yeah, I want a pack of cigarettes. Probably the ones on the bottom."
"Alright, which ones?"
"Whichever. You pick. I'm sure it'll be a good choice."
So I grabbed a random pack and rang him up. He started to fuck around a bit and grab different drinks and snacks. Okay, whatever. I don't really care as long as this creep was on his way. But I noticed as he finished paying, he wasn't leaving. So I'd asked him, "Anything else?"
"Yeah, what time do you get off?"
I didn't answer.
"What time do you close then?"
10:45. Then he caught me off guard.
"Are you alone? Got any plans after you're off? You look like a college student. Need some extra cash? I can help you."
I stared at him in disbelief as he continued.
"Damn, you got such a nice body. I'm sure someone like you could get some easy cash."
I felt like puking. Elijah heard it all and he told the dude to beat it before he'd bash his head in. The guy backed up, still staring at me with this devilish smile. Elijah came into the little kiosk and he told me to phone my boyfriend and to have him pick me up. There was no way he was having a girl close with this creepy ass guy around. While I called my boyfriend and explained everything, Elijah was on the phone with our manager and the supervisor in the store, explaining everything. My boyfriend pulled up not even 2 minutes later. I told him I had to run in and make a report for management. He wasn't happy, but I did. My boyfriend walked me to the store and watched as the guy followed us in. I had to come back to get my things and I had to let Elijah use the restroom, so I was completely alone at this point. To the side of the kiosk, I watched as the guy paced before going around back, banging on the door, screaming, and trying to get inside. I started crying and having a full-on panic attack. My boyfriend just watched as it all happened, not really able to do much. Eventually, Elijah came back and scared the guy off. I just sat on the floor crying and freaking out after that. I was really ready to say fuck it to this job. A few days later, I came back and told my manager that I was just over the shit pay and horrid customers, when we both then heard this blood-curdling scream. A woman was losing her mind as she pumped gas. My manager went out, and there he was, that same creepy fucking guy. I won't go into too much detail about the rest of that moment. The cops came, and I then found out the guy has been stalking this girl trying to kidnap her, and he had even broken into her apartment to try and kill her when it didn't work. This guy was a psychopath. Once my manager came back and was explaining everything to me, I watched as the woman cried into the cop's arms as a coworker chased the psycho down the road before he came back empty-handed. I've never in my life felt so scared. I ended up walking out not too long after the cops left, and I haven't looked back. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if he did break in or wait until I was completely alone. Would he have tried to kill me? Who knows, I guess. All I know is I'm really happy I quit. I have a much better job now, and I live about 2 hours away from that place. And to the fucking creep, whoever you are, fuck you. And I really hope the cops find you one day. Please, everyone, be safe. You never know someone's true intentions. This happened a few months ago. For context, I'm an 18-year-old female who's legally blind and very paranoid. On this particular day, me and my roommate were going on a semi-shopping spree. We ended up walking through a field of sorts from an outdoor mall to Buc-ee's. We walked inside and we went to one of the food lines. We both ordered a burrito and we went to another part of the store to get our drinks. It was at this time that I noticed an older man standing a little close to where me and my roommate were. We get our drinks and we walked around for a bit, waiting for them to call our order. I told my roommate that my feet were hurting from all the walking around that we've been doing, so I wanted to sit down. Buc-ee's doesn't have anywhere to sit, so I told my roommate that I was going to sit outside on the ground right against the wall of the store, which was to the left of the doors, and then wait for her to bring the food. I started making my way to the entrance, and I noticed the same man from earlier now following me. I quickened my pace slightly to see if he would too. Sure enough, he did. I tested this a little more by walking around the store. Everywhere I went, he was right behind me. I eventually walked out of the store and I noticed that there were a lot of people around. Now, I do want to mention that I keep pepper spray in my pocket at all times, so I had my hand in my pocket holding the spray. I turned around and I noticed that he was standing by the doors. It seemed like he was looking at me, given the circumstances, but I'm not quite sure due to my vision issues. I sat down and waited until my roommate came with the food. When she came out, the man had finally left. We ate our food and then headed back down towards the mall. We took a different route this time so that we wouldn't have to go through the field again. We made it safely back to the mall, and we actually had a great rest of our mini shopping spree. I know that nothing terribly scary actually happened, but I think it was really close to happening. I think the only reason it didn't happen is because I caught on to what the man was trying to do. To all those out there, be careful. Always make sure that you have something to protect yourself. Pepper spray, a pocket knife, or even a stun gun if it's legal. This happened to my friend Jack, Shay, and I. We were all about 15 and we're still pretty scared from this experience, even though it's been about 6 years now since it all happened. Now, let's get into the story. We were all at the park sitting on a bench looking on our phones when Jack had pointed out these two shady looking men, but we didn't really pay much attention to them. And after about 5 minutes, I look up and see them getting closer and now staring at us. I told Jack and Shay, and they said that we should go somewhere else. So we walked off, and I looked behind us, and they were following us. I told them that we should run and get out of there. So we did, and we went to a gas station to get something to eat. Jack and I were paying for our things when we then heard our friend Shay start to scream. So Jack and I and the man at the counter ran over to check it out, and the same two men that we saw at the park were walking over to Shay. They had followed us all the way to the gas station. The man who had worked there stopped them, and he told them to get the hell out or he'll call the cops. They then left the gas station, glaring at us. And the man who worked there asked Shay if he was alright, and he actually let us stay there for about 10 minutes or so just to calm down a bit before leaving. When we went out, we didn't see them, so we started walking back to my house. Bear in mind, it's 11 o'clock at night at this point, so no one was walking down the streets. But when we finally reached my street, Jack looked behind us, and they were there. The men had waited for us. We all ran to my house as fast as we could. Once we reached my house, we ran inside and slammed the door shut and locked it. We were all just panting like madmen. I know this is going to annoy some people, but because we were teenagers, we didn't call the police. Well, about a month later, my dad and I were at that same gas station filling the car up, and I saw one of the men, but because I was in the car, he didn't see me. I told Jack and Shay, and they were pretty shaken up to even hear about them again. But to this day, I haven't seen them again since that last encounter, which I'm really thankful for. To those two men who spent their night terrorizing me and my friends, fuck you, and I hope you both rot in hell. My name is Mackenzie. I'm 20 years old, and this happened just last week. It's still fresh in my mind, sadly, but it was on a Friday night. I decided to go for a walk because I just like walking or taking a jog at night. Not anymore though, of course. But anyway, I was walking, and I was also getting thirsty, so I decided to go to a gas station that was nearby. So I walked inside, and there wasn't really anything too fishy about it. It looked like an ordinary gas station. So I went in there and got an RC, and I went to the place to check out, and the hair on my neck then stands up. I looked behind me, and I saw this creepy looking man. He looked like he was in his mid-40s. He had a big beard, wearing a Chicago Cubs baseball cap, and when I turned around, he smiled at me with a wide smile like he knew me or something. Me trying to be nice, I gave him a smile back. I mainly just smiled because I didn't want to be rude. I then turned back around to pay for my RC, and right when I was about to leave, I then felt a pinch on my butt. I looked back, and he still had that wide-ass smile. I looked at him disgustingly, calling him a creep, then walked out of the gas station. The man didn't even buy anything at the gas station. He just walked out of the store and started following me. I then heard him say under his breath,
I wonder what color her panties are.
And at that point I started running in a full sprint. I then heard running footsteps coming right after me. And I wish I could say I was faster than him, but I wasn't, and he ended up grabbing me. I was trying to scream, but he then grabbed a roll of duct tape out of his hoodie pocket and then wrapped it around my mouth. The man then picked me up and he carried me into the woods. I was trying to scream, but the duct tape muffled my scream. I was absolutely scared to death for my life. And the man then said to me,
You can't scream, you can't run, and you can't punch me. So now I can see what color panties you're wearing.
I really thought I was going to die. I thought it was the end for me. Until right in the nick of time, God sent someone to save me. There was a hunter in the woods with a shotgun, and he saw the man carrying me, and he stopped the man, threatening him to drop me. And with no hesitation, the man dropped me and then walked off. And right when he was about to exit the woods, he then yelled out,
Well, fuck. I guess I won't get to see the color of your panties.
The hunter got the duct tape off my mouth, and I thanked him and hugged him for saving me. He still had his shotgun in hand just in case the man came back, but thankfully he didn't. The hunter then drove me back home to my house, and I thanked him once more before he dropped me off, then drove off. I promised myself that next time I won't walk or jog alone at night again. Thank God for that hunter that night, because had he not been there to save my life that night, I without a doubt would have probably been killed. This took place when I, a 22-year-old female, was in West Virginia. It was around October or November, so it was getting fairly cold. I had gotten off work and I went to go buy some cigarettes at the nearby Speedway gas station, which was a 5-minute walk, and it was like 30 to 40 degrees at night. I made the trek in the cold, and once I walked in, I noticed a line starting to form. I got in line and there was someone between me and this lady. She looked to be 30 to 40, seemed to be a smoker with how her skin had aged, and the relative husky voice. She was carrying a 6-pack of beer for sure, and maybe some smaller items I hadn't seen. While I waited for the person in front of me, she called out to me. She talked about how it was really cold outside, and that she'd be willing to give me a ride. I had said that I was fine, but then she asked me where I was going, and I mentally put my guard up. It was my turn, so I had asked the cashier for my usual brand of cigs while showing her my ID. I used my card for the fastest transaction and lied to the woman behind me, telling her that I was going to the apartments across the street. The change in my tone seemed to show maybe more than I expected. While I waited for my card to process, the woman behind me then said, "I'm a mom with 3 kids. I won't kidnap you," and I prepared to make my dash to the door. I don't think I said anything else except a thank you to the cashier, putting my ID and bank card back into my wallet. I calmly picked up my cigarettes and receipt before casually walking to the side of the store out of sight, and then taking off running towards my job. I didn't stop once until I was near my job, and I also looked around just to make sure I wasn't being followed. I walked the rest of the way, and I ended up telling my boyfriend what had happened. He was still on the clock. He asked if she had followed me, and I said no. Then he went on saying that if she showed her face, he'd do something. I had been there for about 4 months, and luckily, I didn't end up seeing her again. I stopped walking the distance, and I just started going to the Walgreens next door instead. Anyone can do something nice, but mentioning that you're a parent isn't going to make me trust you any sooner. Please be careful out there. My name is Alana, and I was 17 years old at the time of this story. But I get told very often that I look like I'm around 14 to 15 years old. So I look younger than I actually am, due to my baby face and short height. This will be important later. To start off, my family and I really love road tripping, and just driving in general. We live out in Arizona, so there's quite a few places to drive out to. On this occasion, it was around the start of quarantine 2020, and my parents wanted to get us all out of the house. This was also around the time that we had found my current cat. Again, I promise this will be important later on in the story. So as I said before, we were driving out on a small road trip. We didn't really have an actual destination in mind, just driving and seeing what we could find. I don't remember the exact location, but it was a pretty quiet area with lots of forest. As mentioned before, we had just found and adopted our cat, and she was still a baby. So we needed to make frequent stops to let her use the bathroom, walk around, feed her, etc. We were about 2 hours into our drive and we had to make a stop because she had started crying, which meant that she was hungry and needed to use the bathroom. We started searching for the nearest gas station so that we could fill up the tank and then feed her at the same time. My mom had found one located in one of those small towns that you come across while road tripping through Arizona, and we all got off to use the bathrooms ourselves, as well as get some snacks. I didn't need to use the bathroom, and I wasn't really hungry either, so I got out to feed our cat and watch her while she had walked around and did her thing. I ended up taking her to this bench table that was set underneath a shaded area that was also attached to the side of the gas station building. My entire family went inside the gas station, leaving me all alone with the cat, which I was totally cool with, and so was my parents. I mean, they weren't even going to be gone that long, and knowing my dad, he'd probably be real quick in and out of the place. A few minutes went by, and I had already fed the cat, and I was watching her walk around. Another thing is that I couldn't really see the entrance of the gas station's doors because the bench table was pretty far back, so I wouldn't be able to see if any of my family walked out until they practically reached the gas pumps. Anyway, as I'm watching my cat, an older white man then approaches me. He had seemed to be around his early 50s, and he was about average height. He was wearing a plaid button-up, washed-out jeans, and brown hiking boots. And he also had glasses and was very clearly balding.
"Hi, young lady. Is this your cat?"
He asks, pointing to my cat that's walking around. I honestly didn't see him come from anywhere, and he startled me a bit. I nodded my head and gave an awkward smile. I didn't know why he started talking to me either. He then walked closer to the table and was now right in front of it and in front of me.
"Well, what's their name?"
He had asked while smiling at me. But the smile made me uneasy. It wasn't a genuine one. It kind of seemed a bit off. I responded quickly and short, not wanting to continue the conversation. He just stayed there watching my cat, then turned back to me and just stared. I got up to grab my cat and to go find my mom, but right in that moment, she decided to walk into the bushes, and this would mean that I would have to bend down to go and look for her.
"Are you out here by yourself?"
He asked, but as he did, he had started looking around. This is when it clicked in my head that this man was interested in far more than just my cat and her name. I started to panic and I just wanted to grab my cat and run away. But he was in my way and she was far into the bushes now. He started getting closer to me and was about to grab my arm when I then saw my younger sisters walk out with my dad. I don't really know why I didn't scream, but thankfully, my sisters had looked over and saw the man. They immediately tug at my dad's arm and point to me. My dad can see the panicked look on my face, and I felt my eyes stinging with tears. He practically ran over and nearly barreled into the man. For context, my dad is a built Hispanic man, so needless to say, he's pretty intimidating. "Is there a problem here?" he asked, giving the strange man the meanest look possible. The man was startled, and he turned to see my dad now standing there, looking extremely pissed off. I took this moment to grab my cat and run to my sisters. The man watched me as I left, and my dad stood there until both me and my sisters got into the truck safely. My mom and other sibling had just walked out of the store and found them. It was then only my dad left, leaving the man all alone. As everyone else got into the truck, I watched as the man got into his own pickup truck and drive out of the parking lot. As I watched his truck, I noticed something that still haunts me to this day. The back of his truck had a metal covering, and at the end of it was a lock, almost as if to hide someone in there and keep them in there. I still remember the sick feeling I got seeing this and just how scared I was. I would never wish that kind of feeling upon anyone. So to anyone listening to this, please stay safe and always bring someone with you in this situation. Don't make the same stupid mistakes I did. I'm a female, and this happened when I was 13. I was going through a really tough time with being separated from family. Eventually, the bottled up feelings got to be enough, and I had a meltdown, and I told my therapist that I'd contemplated suicide. My therapist then told my foster parent, who called my mom. Long story short, I was put on a 50-50 hold at a nearby hospital. After that, I was sent to a mental hospital. In this hospital, there was a section for kids and adults. It was pretty late now when they had brought me, and I spent the entire time on a bed in the hallway. After I was stripped and searched for cuts, I was shown a room. The room had 2 beds and was white with just a cubby. In the corner of the room was an empty bed, and next to the door in another corner was a girl. She looked like she was sleeping, and the nurse informed her that I was going to be rooming with her. The room was dark, so I had to tread to my side of the room without turning on the light and waking her up again. But once the nurse left, me and the other girl started talking. I told her why I was there, and she talked to me for a little bit. I thought it was all going good until she told me out of nowhere to go get the nurse, and thinking that she needed help, I went and got a nurse. She came and she stood outside of the room, and she had asked the girl what was wrong. What the girl told the nurse really freaked me out. She told the nurse in a calm voice, "You should move her to a different room. I don't want to kill her." The nurse looked a bit shocked, and she had told another nurse to move me. She was then told not to go near me. I truly thought that she was going to try and hurt me, even if I was in another room. I'm no longer in that dark place of my life now, but that was the single most scariest moment of my life. In 2005, I had begun to suffer from periodic septic fevers brought on by a bacterial infection called cellulitis. These bouts would often result in prolonged hospital stays, where I was hooked up to IV antibiotics. In 2009, during one such stay, that as luck would have it, it occurred on my birthday. I was lying in bed watching late night TV and would occasionally glance to the door and wave at the nurses that were passing by. As I had scanned through the channels hoping for something interesting, I turned to again look at the door, and I saw a nurse standing in the doorway looking at me. "Hey there," I said. The nurse smiled a kind smile, then brought a finger up to her lips, and then responded back with a "shh," and then continued on her way. I sat there dumbfounded by what had just happened, and then it dawned on me that she wasn't wearing the same modern blue scrubs of a nurse, but rather the old-style nurse outfit, the white gown with the bonnet and red cross. The next morning, I had wondered if I had just dreamed the entire thing, and resolved that I had. A few days later, I was released, and as I was wheeled to the lobby, we passed by a mural of the hospital history, and there was a photograph of a line of nurses wearing that same uniform. To this day, I like to believe that the nurse was watching over me, performing the same duty that she served in life. I'm 16 years old, and I was around 12 years old when this had happened. I was rushed to the hospital in a small town in the Netherlands. Doctors rushed me to get scans, and they didn't wait for the results. They told me that my appendix had exploded, and I know, not everyone survives that. I stayed there for hours, and finally around 8 p.m., I was handed into surgery. Everything went well, but that's besides the point. I literally would have almost died if I didn't get called in for the surgery. I later woke up, and the first 2 days went fine. Around the third day of my recovery, I woke up and I felt something strange going on. It was around 4 a.m. and I had felt a needle going into my arm. A person then said it was for blood testing. So I checked the clock that was in front of me, and it said it was around 4:10 a.m. It was strange because who would test blood this late? I've had it done 4 times during the day already, so I was really confused. I fell asleep after the person left the room, but the thought was still in the back of my mind of how confusing everything was. I woke up again, 5 a.m. this time. I had heard a tapping on the window, really hard tapping to be exact, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't just a tree hitting the window. I might sound crazy, but I'm pretty damn sure that I saw someone stand outside the window looking at me. It was also pouring outside, so I was even more confused about that. I stood up and I unhooked the machine that was holding me back to walk freely. I walked closer to the window. It was a woman, but she looked strange. It looked like the rain had completely washed her face off. I honestly thought I was dreaming, so I hit myself multiple times just to see if I was, and I wasn't. She was still there. I felt my heart drop as her mouth opened really wide, and I heard a terrible but muffled scream through the window. I then blacked out because of the panic and stress I had. I didn't faint, I just simply can't remember what happened after the scream. I had told the nurses what happened hours before, and of course they didn't believe me. I asked one of the older doctors who had worked there for years, and he confirmed to me that someone had definitely died in the room that I was staying in. He didn't want to tell me any details, which was understandable because I was a little kid. I decided to let it be for now, since I've been interested in ghosts and all of those things, so I thought I'd just leave the woman alone if I do see her outside my window again. 4 more days went by, and I haven't seen her since that day. Nurses then came into my room and helped me get ready and washed up for my release from the hospital. My mom picked me up with balloons and had a really pretty bouquet of flowers. I couldn't walk really well yet, so my mama got me a wheelchair to bring me to the car. I've always found this hospital a bit unsettling because of all the paintings that were hanging around the halls. I passed a certain painting and my heart dropped. It was that same woman outside my window. I never told my mom, nor any of my friends or family. I recently went back to that hospital to get my hearing checked, and that same painting was nowhere to be found. I always walked the same route, but I haven't seen it since. I was born with heart problems, so I've been in and out of the hospital my whole life. At the age of 12, I started to have more and more complications and spending more lengthy stays at the hospital. It started with overnights, then went to whole weekends, then to week-long stays. During these stays, I became very close with the nurses and doctors, and in a way, they became my second family. My mom and dad were staying with me as well, and also became close with them as well. One night on a long stay, we had all fallen asleep. Of course, sleep is a relative term in a hospital. We never really slept well in the hospital. I was tossing and turning when I heard what sounded like children laughing and playing in the playroom, which was just across the hall from my room. I thought to myself, what time is it? Why are there kids playing? It's like 3 a.m. The laughter faded and I fell back to sleep. In the morning, the nurse had asked me how I slept. I said it was okay, I just wish the kids wouldn't play at 3 a.m. My mom then looked at me and said, "You heard that too, huh?" "Yeah, I did," I said. We both then looked at the nurse, who had gotten really quiet by now. Nobody was in the playroom last night. Plus, quiet time starts at midnight and the playroom is locked. The nurse said. My mom and I just looked at each other, then at the nurse. We know what we heard. Then, the nurse gave us a little tidbit of information that still creeps me the hell out to this day. We hear that a lot from this room. Was it around 3 a.m? Yeah, that's when they usually start to play. She went on to say, "I'm surprised you haven't heard even more since we are a children's hospital. And as you can imagine, not every patient stays healthy enough to leave here." This is a paranormal story that happened to me a little over 4 years ago, November of 2017 to be exact. I'm 18 now, but at the time I was 14. My family had just bought a new house. My family includes me, my younger sister, younger brother, younger stepbrother, and my mom and stepdad. We had before this been living in a 2-bedroom apartment, so my mom and stepdad decided that we needed a little more space. They had found an old house that was kind of cheap in a way. As I said, the house was old. It was built in 1908. And the house was cheap because there was a lot of renovations that needed to be done before we could move in. For example, there was no shower here before, so we had to build that. I myself is really interested in the story of the house because it is old. My mom told me that the house used to be a hospital, mainly for soldiers. This house was also an office building before we bought it. The house has a lot of history, and it was really fun to get to discover that. So that was a little background information so that this story makes a little more sense. In November of 2017, I had an experience that I still can't explain. It had been a busy day, We hadn't moved in yet because there were still some renovations that needed to get done. But we would spend weekends here and do renovations and just hang out as a family. During the evening, my younger brother had an accident and he and my mom went to the hospital at around 4 p.m. This is important for later in the story. They left me, my younger sister, my younger stepbrother, and my stepdad at the house. We did some cleaning and we went out for a walk before we came back and had some food, and then just relaxed. Even though we hadn't moved in yet, I had already picked out the room that was going to be mine. The only thing I had there was a bed, a chair, and a blow-up mattress that was leaning against the window because the windows are huge, and I didn't have any curtains yet. It was around 11 p.m., and I was sitting in my room watching a show on my mom's iPad when I heard some doors being opened from the other side of the house. I didn't think much of it, and I thought it was just my stepdad who was doing something. I decided to text my mom, who was still at the hospital with my brother, asking if they had come home already. A few minutes pass by, and she answers, then saying, "No, we're still here waiting. Please don't text or call me because my battery's really low." I just answer back saying okay. I continue watching my show. 10 minutes later, I then hear a clear knock at my door, and me assuming it's my stepdad. I tell him to come in. I wait a few seconds, but nobody opens the door. I say come in again, this time a little bit louder, thinking he didn't hear me. I wait another few seconds, but still nobody opens the door. I get up from my bed to go open the door, only to find that nobody's there. But the weird thing is, I didn't hear anyone walk away from the door either. Beside my room is my brother's room, where I knew my younger sister and younger stepbrother were sleeping at. I went to the door and opened it quietly. When I looked inside the room, I see my sister, my stepbrother, and my stepdad all sleeping. I get a sinking feeling deep in my stomach. My stepdad wakes up from the light pouring in the room and then asks if everything's okay. I ask him if he knocked on my door, and he says no. He's been asleep for several hours. I get another sinking feeling in my stomach when I realize that it wasn't him who was opening the doors on the other side of the house right before they knock on my door, if he had really been asleep for hours. I don't want to worry him, and he's not really a big believer of the paranormal, so I just say okay and I leave the room. I go back to my room and close the door, not knowing what to think. I cannot in any way explain what happened. I calm down a little bit, and I go back to sit on my bed and watch my show. 15 minutes go by, and I'm calming down more and more, getting into my show again, when I then hear something from my window. I pause my show, and I listen. Not more than a few seconds later, I get a loud knock on my window. It sounded like it was coming from outside of the house. I had the mattress covering the window still, and I didn't dare to take it off. I was completely filled with fear, and I couldn't move. When I got myself together, after a few minutes, I left my room to go check if my sister, stepbrother, and stepdad were still sleeping. And yes, they were. I went to the front door and looked outside, looking for my mom's car, thinking that it could have been her or my brother trying to scare me. But I didn't see her car in the yard. I was absolutely shaking at this point, and I didn't know what to think. I went to drink a glass of water, and then I went to sit on the couch that we had in our main lobby. I sat there for like an hour just contemplating what the hell had happened, until my mom and brother finally came home. I still to this day can't explain what I heard or what the hell happened that night, but it was the first paranormal encounter since buying this house. There's a haunted hospital near my house. I'll give some background of the place. Back in the 1930s when it was built, it was a community college. It operated as a community college until the late 1970s. It was eventually shut down, and nobody knows why. The building just sat there until the mid-1980s when it became a hospital. My mom decided to apply there because she had just recently got her nursing degree. Anyways, since the building was really old, they decided to build a new building. They moved to the new location in September of 2001. While my mom was there, she experienced a bunch of stuff. There was also a little girl who died when she was 9 years old. While my mom was walking on the 3rd floor alone, she saw a little girl walking in the hall. She then asked her what she needed. The girl didn't even acknowledge her and just dissipated into thin air. My mom then got into the elevator as quickly as she could and told some of her coworkers. They ended up just laughing at her. There was also another time that she had to go down to the morgue all alone. She really didn't want to go down alone, but they made her. She got done with what she had to do in about 10 minutes. She ended up having to quit because she was just getting too creeped out at that job. Sometimes when we drive by that hospital, I'll look at the broken windows on the 3rd floor. Sometimes I'll see someone just standing at the window. I'll just look at my phone or look the other way. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that that place is haunted. There's even some paranormal groups who came to the hospital, including Southern Paranormal and even Ghost Adventures. I'm an 18-year-old girl for anonymity's sake. I'm not going to disclose my name or where I'm from, but I'm going to describe myself and my ex-boyfriend a bit, and he's a 23-year-old 6-foot indigenous man. We met on the dating app Tinder around the summer of 2021, and we didn't really talk much until September. We both expressed a bit of interest in each other, and he seemed pretty normal at the time. No red flags and such. We went on a date sometime in September, and he lived in another town, so he drove to me. We talked for a bit, and at random times, he would just start crying and telling me about how great his ex-girlfriend was, and also how he mistreated her. Red flag number 1. I really tried to comfort him, but he was inconsolable. We eventually went to an empty parking lot, and he started crying again, punching a steering wheel, loud crying, etc. Red flag number 2. At another time when he was crying, I asked if he was okay, and he shifted really quickly and then told me, "I'm fine. Us psychopaths can change our emotions quickly." Red flag number 3. I thought nothing of it though, and I just took it as a joke. Sometime in October, we started dating once again, but we both lived in separate towns, so it was long distance. Throughout the relationship, almost daily he would call me crying to me about his ex-girlfriend and how much he missed her, and asking me what he should do to get her to talk to him again. I had comforted him each time, and I told him that he wasn't a terrible person, and that she probably still cares about him. During these moments, sometimes he would punch things, which led to him bleeding, screaming, and throwing stuff. Once again, I ignored the red flags, thinking he would change. I had really tried many times to get him some help, but he was reluctant. He would always threaten to kill himself in many different ways, and I would talk him out of it each time. I didn't know his address, but I would contact the suicide hotline for advice. Sometime later that month, we went on a second date, and we decided to go to his house, which was about 3 hours away. While I was in the shower, he had called me multiple times, and I called him back when I got out. "Sorry, I was in the shower. Is everything okay?"
I don't care. You pick up your fucking phone when we're making plans, especially this one.
I was taken aback, and it made me really upset, but I felt kind of bad for not picking up, and I decided to just hang out with him. His house was really messy to say the least. He had old lasagna in his bathroom, dog and cat shit all over the place, and he also had blood on his pillow from when he punched the glass. I was horrified. Our relationship only went downhill from there. At one point, he missed his ex-girlfriend so much, he decided to drive in front of her house to see if she was still there. He called me in tears about this, and I told him that she just might not have been home and that she was probably at work or school. Anytime that I would stand up for myself or try and speak out, he would always yell at me. And when I tried de-escalating the situation, he would get more and more angry. And if I hung up, he would call me back multiple times. If I did one small thing that bothered him, he would scrutinize me for it. He would also constantly compare me to his ex-girlfriend, then deny it anytime I mentioned it. He would say things like,
"I really wish I was talking to her. She could talk about really deep things."
Randomly during the conversation, any chance he had, he would constantly remind me that she was his soulmate and that she was the one he wanted to be with in the end. I broke up with him shortly after for so many reasons, and I really regretted it at the time, and I begged him to take me back. In hindsight, I'm very glad that I did. We continued to be friends, and he would go on and on about the same things, and I started sticking up for myself more, and he would send me audio messages on Snapchat yelling at me. Anytime I tried to console him or tried to help him, he would still yell at me. I tried cutting him off multiple times, but he would just draw me back in, saying things like,
"You're the only thing that's keeping me going. You really need to work on your timing."
So I stayed. What I thought would be the final straw happened during an argument we had. I was talking about how I feel about the way he treats me, and he would say back,
"I don't think I treat you as badly as you think."
At some point I started crying, and in response, he actually said that I was manipulating him by crying, and that I can't use my lady tears to get to him. Another time I said, "You're letting your anger do the talking, and I'm letting my sadness do the talking, and we really shouldn't do that." And in response, he actually said back,
"You know what? Fuck you. I love you, but fuck you."
And he never apologized. Other times he would randomly stop talking on the phone and then hang up and get angry because I said something that upset him. Yet, he would never even tell me what it was. And very recently, he started shifting the narrative that his ex-girlfriend was abusive. Ironic that he would say this after she told him there was no chance of them ever getting back together. I then cut him off shortly after when he told me he wasn't in the mood for any of my bullshit, and I blocked him. There's honestly so much more to the story, but this is just the gist of it. If you're wondering why I didn't leave him sooner, he would always apologize and say that he bought me something just to keep me there. I was also very, very afraid of him, and I still am, especially since he was involved in gangs at one point in time, and he's done some really shady stuff that he never told me about. Anyways, to end this story, to my ex-boyfriend, I really hope you get the help that you greatly need. You have the chance to change your life around. It's not too late. But please, stay far, far the hell away from me. Hi everyone. So this story might not be as scary as most, but it was a very creepy experience for me. This happened in mid-2020. I'm a female, and I was 22 years old at the time. I met up with a 30-something-year-old guy that I'd matched with on Bumble. I'll call him B. The day went well, and he ended up coming back to my place. Something that I highly regret. Now, it didn't really take long for the red flags to show. I agreed to be friends with benefits with him, as he hadn't been intimate with anyone for about 2 years supposedly. But he didn't quite get the concept. I should also mention that all the previous friends with benefits relationships I've had would always involve very little texting, but B would be constantly texting and trying to call me, even while drunk and crying. He had a young daughter at the time, and he was saying that he wouldn't introduce her to any woman unless things started getting serious, which I admired and respected. But a few days after our first meetup, he asked if I would drive with him to Sydney to drop his daughter off to her mom. Now, I live in Canberra, Australia, so it's around a 3 to 4 hour drive, and I was very uncomfortable with that, as I had really only known him for a few days, and I wasn't really committed to meeting the daughter. He kept saying things like,
"I'll have a whole week without her, so I can stay with you, and I can make breakfast every morning."
Considering that I also had a housemate who was very uncomfortable around him right from the start, I also hated the idea. I told him a week was a bit too much, which he was disappointed about, but understood. Now it gets to the more creepy part. He kept sending me messages like,
"How about you teach me how to be friends with benefits?"
and asking me for all sorts of advice on dating. The next day he calls me distressed because his daughter was acting up, but when I asked him why, he explained that he showed her a photo from my Bumble account and that she wanted to meet the girl with the really pretty blue hair. But when he told her that she couldn't, she started having a tantrum and crying. He also gave me warnings about how his ex knew about me, and was asking him questions like what I look like, where I live, what was my address, etc. I got really bad anxiety over that, but then he said,
"Oh, don't worry. I didn't tell her anything but your name. I don't want her to try and find you and beat you with a hammer.
Yeah, so after that, I decided to cut him off, which made him upset. And he would try to call me constantly because I wasn't answering the next day. After he dropped his daughter off to daycare, he had then messaged me asking, "Are you mad at me? Can we please talk? I saw you walking to the shops. I'll meet you there so we can talk." Unfortunately for me, he was already there by the time I got inside. He cornered me, and he wouldn't let me walk away until I started a full-blown panic attack, and people were staring at that point. He then proceeded to tell me that he was in love with me. Major red flag, as it had only been like a week since we met, and all that shit happened in such a short time. I told him I'm done, and he let me leave. A few days later, he messages me again and again until I block him. Thankfully, he never tried to come to my house after that. A few months later, I get a message request from his ex, asking me all sorts of inappropriate sexual questions about him, and also calling him names, which at first was kind of funny, but then turned very creepy. I then unblocked B to ask if it was his ex, and why the hell she was messaging me all of a sudden. He confirmed it was in fact her, and he asked what kind of stuff she was saying. My friend and I still think B was messaging me as his ex, because some of the messages just weren't right. I'm sorry if my story is a bit all over the place. It's kind of hard to explain it, but to everyone out there, please be careful with who you meet up with from dating apps. Hi, my name is Sasha. I'm 22 years old, and this scary event happened to me about a week ago. So after I got done with my toxic ex-boyfriend Isaac, I had tried to get into a new relationship on Tinder, and I came across this guy that was really good looking, and he looked like my type. So I texted him. The man replied back, returning my compliments. He said that he was really glad that he came across me, and he texted me his name. His name was Colin. I texted him back, asking if he wanted to swing by my house and meet up. He texted me back saying sure, and he asked for my address. And I know it's going to sound really stupid, but I was really caught up in the moment, so I did in fact give him my address. He texted me back saying he was on his way. After Colin sent that, I had started getting ready, because, I wanted to look good for this guy. About an hour later, I got a text from Colin, and the text said that he was here. I texted him back saying good, and to just come to my door and I'll let you in. He then said okay, and I went downstairs to open the door. I saw Colin, but my heart then dropped when I saw right behind Colin was my ex-boyfriend Isaac. It was a setup. The whole time, Colin was Isaac's friend, and I didn't even know that. As you can imagine, I was beyond pissed. I then said to Colin and Isaac to get the hell off my property immediately. Right as I was about to shut the door on their faces, Colin had blocked the door from closing with his foot, and he barged through the door, with Isaac following right behind him. I yelled at them saying fuck them, then tried to run out of my house. But Isaac grabbed me, then saying, "Where do you think you're going?" "Get the hell off of me, you son of a bitch," I said. And after I said that, Isaac said to Colin, "Hey, why don't you tie her up and tape her little mouth shut?" I was trying to get away, but Isaac had a really strong grip on me. I then saw Colin coming up towards me with the tape, and he bound me. And right when I was about to say fuck you to him, Colin taped my mouth shut, with Isaac laughing and then saying, "Yeah, I really miss that little potty mouth of yours." And after Colin bound and gagged me, things took a major turn for the worst. Isaac laid me on the ground and pulled my pants down, with him then saying, "Ooh, what sexy panties you have. I always loved it when you wore that pair of panties. They were my favorite." Then all of a sudden, I heard his pants zipper then unzipping. I started crying, and I thought I was going to die, until I then heard police sirens. Isaac and Colin fled the scene and opened my back door, jumping over my fence. The police barged through my front door and got the tape off my arms, legs, and mouth. I told the police that the men ran through the back door and jumped my fence. My neighbor came up to me and she told me that she heard all the commotion going on in my house, and that's when she called the police. She then wrapped her arms all around me, hugging me, and telling me that she hopes I'm okay. I thanked her for calling the police and looking out for me. Not too long after that, the police caught up with Isaac and Colin and then arrested them. A lot happened after that I don't really want to go into, and I ended up totally moving away from my house because I was really afraid they would come back. So yeah, wherever Isaac and Colin are now, I really hope they're suffering, and if they're not dead already, I really hope it happens soon. This happened on September of last year. Me and my boyfriend of 2 years had just broken up, so I joined Tinder to keep my mind off of things. Well, I decided to go on a date with this guy. This was my first Tinder date, but we had been texting and he seemed really nice. He picked me up and he took me bowling. I have really bad social anxiety, so I don't really enjoy it that much, but it's still nice. After that, he invited me over to his place. I agreed because it sounded a lot better to me than being in a public place. His place was definitely not in a good area, and it kind of creeped me out, but I just ignored it because I don't live in the best neighborhood either. We went inside and we laid on his bed. We started talking and we watched a scary movie. He had then started talking about how he couldn't feel certain emotions that other people feel, like empathy or guilt. I didn't really know what to say or do, so I just stayed quiet. He then slowly ran his finger through the top of my chest to the bottom of my stomach, and then said, "Do you ever think about what the human body looks like on the inside?" I was so scared. I didn't know what to do, so I just laughed. He went to go use the bathroom, and I texted my friend telling him to call me and say it was an emergency. He came back, and my friend then called me shortly after. I said that I had to go, and I asked him to take me home. He said yes, but he had started making excuses like, I can't find my keys, and my car is really low on gas. It kinda took a while of me telling him that I really have to go before he eventually took me home. Even in the car though, he was taking forever just to pick a song, or even to just start the car. He drove me home and he asked if I had a good time. I said yes, and he replied back with, "You know, I can always tell when people lie to me." I kinda just smiled and said, "But I'm not," and got out. He watched me walk up my stairs, then left. I never heard back from him again after that, but I really hope no one else ever has to go through what I had to. It was really scary as hell. This is my first time really writing out what truly happened to me in 2020, and I know I'll probably get a lot of backlash for it, but I'll try to keep it short. I had just gotten out of a 4-year relationship, and I was looking for something new, and I guess different. The first thing I did was download Tinder and start swiping, as any 23-year-old living on her own would do. One day I matched with a guy, let's call him Casey. Now, Casey was the complete opposite of what my previous ex was. He had tattoos all over his body, was muscular, impulsive, etc., which is what first really attracted me to him, and I thought he was the coolest and hottest person I ever met. It was about a month into hanging out with him when I really wanted to be in a relationship with him, because of all the things he did for me and all the sweet words he would shower me with. So by then, he had really wrapped me around his finger. However, he had told me that he had previously been in prison for 9 years for theft, drugs, fighting, etc. Any red flags this man threw at me, I caught them and threw them right out the window. My 23-year-old mind didn't even care if he killed someone, because I was so determined to be with him for reasons that I honestly can't even explain. My mindset was, oh, I can save him and I can help him get his life back on track. However, the complete opposite happened, and my own life became completely derailed. I was aware of his drug addiction, and I was really trying to help him come off of it, but I had no idea what was in store for me. All of a sudden, I remember being invited to his friend's house, which was actually a trap house, and I was sitting on a couch watching him literally smoke meth. This was the first time that I ever really witnessed someone do, I guess, a hardcore drug. After that night, out of nowhere, he said, "Stop fucking judging me. I can see it in your fucking eyes. and I looked at him like he was crazy, and I didn't say a word. Then he proceeds to say, "You don't know what addiction's like. You shouldn't judge me and act like you're so much better than me." And I told him I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about because I didn't say a single thing to him. He would say things like this to me daily and tell me things like, "I'm going through shit too, and it isn't always just about you." Things that would make me feel even more bad about the position he was in. However, all that came to a stop when one day I had allowed him to drive my car. I had no idea that he was high because I just picked him up right from a job that I helped him get. Next thing I know, we're flying down the highway, doing a 70 and a 45. Then all of a sudden, we hit a car that was about to turn out in front of us, and then we hit a cement bridge pole. I just remember the air being knocked out of me, and there was so much smoke. I then looked down, and half the fucking engine was literally on my lap. I looked at Casey, and he was tripping balls, so I just climbed out of the car. The paramedics and cops arrived pretty quickly, and I was being examined by them. All of a sudden, I heard one of the bystanders then say, "Where did the driver go?" And I was like, "What the fuck do you mean, where did he go?" Everyone then stopped to look around, and Casey was gone. He literally fled the scene. He ripped my car in half and just left me there. Fortunately for me, I didn't break any bones or have any serious injuries, other than a concussion and my entire body looking like a purple smoothie. A couple of weeks later, I learned from the police that Casey actually had many warrants and he didn't even have a driver's license. I can honestly say that that was the worst day of my life. I've never felt so stupid. I guess what others can get from this is that you should always listen to red flags and really pay attention to the signs of narcissistic behavior. Casey, if you happen to hear this, and you'll know who you are, you really better hope that we never meet again. It was a Saturday night a little after midnight, and me and my boyfriend were in our apartment right on the couch near our front door, watching TV. All of a sudden, we heard loud noises. Someone was running up and down the stairs, and the door leading to the side of the complex opening and slamming. We instantly muted the TV so that we could hear, starting to get a little freaked out. We had heard some more running around the stairs, and then suddenly the doorknob started to violently shake. When it was clear to the person that the door was locked, we heard the hallway door open and then slam again. My boyfriend got up and stood by the door, looking out the peephole. We heard more running, and then the doorknob started violently shaking yet again. My boyfriend and I were so scared, and we both held our breaths and didn't make a sound. When we heard whoever it was move away from the door, my boyfriend said that he saw a white male with a black hoodie and a black hat through the peephole. I urged him to call the police, and he dialed 911 and told them everything. We both sat on the couch waiting for the police, still absolutely scared out of our minds, and just wondering what could have happened if he actually broke through the door. Luckily, the break-in attempt didn't go any further than just shaking and turning the knob. We also realized the deadbolt wasn't even locked. Soon after, a policeman came to our door, and after telling him everything that happened, the cop said he looked around but didn't see anyone, but that he would go over the area again. After this incident, we put up ADT stickers and a fake security camera, and we also replaced the deadbolt with something newer and stronger. Well, exactly 2 weeks later, the same exact time, the doorbell to our apartment rang. My boyfriend had gone to bed early, and I had stayed up to finish up a show that I was watching on the couch. When I heard the doorbell, my entire body just froze, and I knew I should have gotten up to quickly look out the peephole, but I was way too scared to move. What was strange was I didn't hear any noises before or after, but I knew I wasn't crazy because my boyfriend had heard the ring too. There was no doubt in my mind that this was the same person from the first night. Now, I probably sound like a crazy person to most of you, but look, no one just rings the doorbell and walks away from it unless they're trying to fuck with you. And the exact same day and time was just way too coincidental. Although the ADT stickers seemed to help, the fact that this man wasn't too far away was terrifying. A home invasion situation has always been a great fear of mine, as well as a reoccurring nightmare since I was a little kid. Our apartment complex is huge, with multiple buildings spanning over a great distance, so there's no main door with security clearance or even security guards patrolling the area. What is also very unnerving is this man could actually live in the complex and could sometime come back again. Resting easy has sometimes become hard to do here. Always keep your doors locked. This happened on a rainy Saturday night. My mom and I used to live about 10 minutes away from my grandparents and uncle and her parents and brother. We kind of had a habit of visiting them on the weekends and staying late, especially when the drive was an easy one. However, on this night, the rain just kept coming down. So much so that my mom got scared of driving back home at one point. She doesn't do well in weather like this, and she tends to get paranoid. Little did we know how that paranoia could prove to be valid at times. So instead of continuing the drive back, we had stopped at a craft store that was located between our destinations. It was still open, so there were people and cars in the parking lot, but we didn't pay them any attention. We just waited in the car for the rain to let up a little, to where my mom could see the road better. I think we stayed in the parking lot for about 20 minutes, until my mom decided the rain wasn't as bad as before, and so she finally took off. We had finally reached our apartment's parking lot with no issue from the rain, but unfortunately, I can't say the same about the people. When we entered the premises, I had noticed that a large red truck seemed to be following us. However, I thought that maybe it was someone else entering their home. Our apartment complex is relatively big, with a lot of units located side by side, so it wasn't out of the ordinary for some of the cars to take the same route. However, the trouble began when my mom was in the process of parking. The truck had parked right in front of her car, making it impossible to leave. Now, I try to think logically about stuff like this, and I just thought that maybe the person was picking someone up or just waiting for someone else to leave their parking spot. But that wasn't the intention. When my mom opened the door to see what was going on, her heart stopped. It was a man, and while I couldn't make out the words he was saying, I could hear his voice. It was a deep voice that had the hint of a southern accent. Cliché, I know, but it's true. However, when my mom and him were done talking, keep in mind he's still in his truck, and she's just standing out with one leg out of the car. She then carefully and slowly made her way back inside. The first thing she did was lock all the doors, and I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she had used her phone to call my grandma. As soon as she picked up, my mom had started to cry as she told her what was going on. "Mom, a man followed us home. He's got his truck parked in front of my car, and he said he's been following us for a while now, and that he'd really like to get to know me." My blood turned cold, and chills ran down my spine when I heard that. I just couldn't believe what the hell I was hearing. I was stunned into silence as tears filled my eyes. The first thing that ran through my mind was, what are we going to do? How are we going to get out of the car? What if he tries to follow us to our apartment? Could we even get that far? Again, what were we going to do? I heard my grandma on the other line, just as frantic as my mom, but clearly trying to keep a leveled head. She told my mom to keep all the doors locked, don't talk to him anymore, and then my grandpa and her were on their way. I know y'all might just ask, why didn't my mom just call the cops? Well, because they wouldn't have gotten there on time, at least not compared to my grandparents, which, looking back on it now, probably wasn't the best idea. After all, we didn't know if this guy had any weapons, or if there was anyone else in his truck, but what's done is done. My grandmother was determined to get to us, and probably give the creep a piece of her mind too. Again, probably not the best idea either. She kept talking to my mom as she got ready, repeating her instructions over and over. All the while, my mom and I just stared at the truck, never getting a good look at the guy's face, but somehow just knowing that he was just watching us as well. It was a frozen standoff, with no one making any sudden movements. But it was during this time that I had really started to ponder my mom's words. The guy said he had been following us for a while, but I didn't see anyone doing so when we left my grandparents' house. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that this creep probably noticed us in the parking lot of the store and just decided to take his chances by following us home. How much of a sick, twisted individual do you really have to be to think of something like this? My mom and I both are really petite individuals, not a hint of muscle to be seen. Even if we wanted to run, we wouldn't get that far in the rain. Plus, where we parked at was literally the opposite of our apartment. We would have had to walk past the guy's truck, get across the street, and then walk up a flight of stairs just to make it home safely. I'm not even sure honking the car's horn would have done any good, since our neighbors don't pay attention to stuff like this and normally just keep to themselves. So all in all, we were stuck. Our best bet was to just wait for our relatives and hope the guy doesn't try anything. And by some miracle, that's what happened. I don't know what went through this creep's mind before he finally got the hint that we weren't getting out and we would stay all day in the car if we had to. Plus, maybe he just caught sight of my mom's phone and just decided that it wasn't worth the hassle. And with that, he backed up his truck, then took off out of the complex. Not even a minute later, my grandparents and uncle had arrived. They didn't see any red truck, so I could only assume that the creep took off in the opposite direction, but he seemed to be gone. My grandmother had to calm down my mom, but we were okay. We made it to our apartment. All the while, my relatives kept an eye out for anyone suspicious. Once we were inside, we thought about what we should do. My mom was really worried that this creep might come back, or that maybe he had been following us even before then. Whatever the case, she didn't want to call the police. Mainly because we didn't really get a good look at the man or see his license plate numbers. I mean, what could they really do based on that information? Plus, red trucks aren't exactly a rarity where I live. There's at least 2 of them that live near us, so we don't even know if any of those individuals are the right person. Thankfully, nothing else ever came out of this scary experience, other than the fact that we always keep an eye out for people taking the same route home as us. Be safe out there. Back in the early 2000s, I lived in Queens, New York with my brother and sister-in-law and their 2 kids. At the time, I was living there because my parents had recently moved to another state, and I decided to stay in New York. I was in college at the time, and I had an early class on Saturdays. Usually they would all be gone on Saturday mornings as well, shopping or running some errands. So often when I got back home from school, no one was there, and I was able to have about half an hour or so to myself. I got home at around 1 p.m. and went into our apartment building and to the 3rd floor where our apartment was. It was a pretty safe building, and we never really had any problems with anyone there. I went inside the apartment and just let the door shut on its own, since it was a slam shut lock. I usually would put the added lock on too, but I knew that they'd be home soon, so I didn't. I rummaged through the fridge and then plopped down on the couch, but then got back up to look for something to drink. While I was in the kitchen, I had heard the doorbell, and I assumed it was just the kids. Often they would get to the door before their parents, and then they'd ring the doorbell because they knew I was probably home. So I went to open the door, and something just told me to look through the peephole, just to make sure it was them. And to my surprise, it wasn't. It was 2 men. One with glasses and kind of burly, and I can't really remember what the other man looked like. I said out loud, "Who is it?" No answer. I said it again, and the same response. I noticed the man with the glasses reach for the knob and trying to turn it, but luckily, I'm still looking through the peephole. So I jumped right into survival mode and locked the regular lock as well as the deadbolt. Thank goodness they decided to leave, but it was one of the scariest moments I think that I've ever lived through. I don't know what would have happened if I had just opened the door without looking through the peephole first. I may not be alive today to tell this story. When my sister-in-law and my niece and nephew got home, I asked if they had seen anyone, since they had arrived home maybe 10 or 15 minutes after that happened, but they said no. I later on told everyone what happened, and everyone just thought I was crazy. When I was about 10 years old, my mom and my dad had dropped me and my younger brother off at my aunt's new apartment. We of course had so much fun because she was super young and she really loved us kids. So after a long day of playing with her, she puts us to bed in her living room on a pull-out sofa. I remember now that her attitude seemed off the last few hours before we went to bed. It had to have been around 10 at night because it was really dark and I had almost fallen completely asleep. When she then got a knock on her door, she opened it and I heard hushed panic whispers of her saying, "No, you need to leave right now. I have my niece and nephew here. Please just leave." And that's when her scary ex-boyfriend rushed in the door. Mind you, he'd always scared the crap out of me. He was also super tall, around 6'2", and he had a shaved mohawk, and he just always seemed off to me. So after he rushed in the door and almost knocked down my aunt, he grabbed her by the hair and then drug her into the bathroom. And that's when I heard the sounds of him beating the shit out of her. She was pleading with him, all while still trying to stay quiet, since she thought me and my brother were dead asleep. I could hear things breaking as she was being thrown into all the walls and furniture. And I had gotten up and I went to shut the bedroom door, not knowing what to do. I contemplated knocking and letting him know that I was awake, thinking that would make him stop hurting my aunt. Right as I almost built up the courage to do so, I heard him coming to the door to open it. I then ran as fast as I could back into the bed with my brother and pulled the covers over my head. He must have heard me because he came right over to the bed, pulled the covers off me and my brother, then said,
"Why are you awake? You need to go back to sleep right now."
I said that I just needed water, and then he went to the kitchen and got me some. He then goes back into the room where my aunt was. He found out that she had called the police, and I heard him scream at her, then throw the phone into the wall. At this point, my younger brother had woken up, and I'm now trying to get him up so that we could run to the neighboring apartment and get some help. As we got up from bed, the ex-boyfriend comes out dragging my aunt by her hair as she's now on the ground, and he's pulling her out of the apartment door while she's screaming. She lived about 2 floors up, and he dug her down from the outside concrete steps, as both me and my brother watched in absolute horror and guilt for not helping her. We were so young, so there was absolutely nothing we really could have done. Finally, the police arrived, and they checked out my aunt. But since she had us with her, she didn't go to the hospital, but her psycho ex-boyfriend got hauled away to jail. My aunt just held us as we were all crying, and she apologized to us profusely, even though it wasn't her fault that this guy was really sick in the head. Years go by and she had gotten married to a really great guy and had a baby, and tried to put her past behind her, when through the grapevine of their old acquaintances, my family found out the ex had moved on with his life also. He had knocked up a girl and they had their baby. Well, while he was watching the baby while the mother was at work, he apparently lost his temper and he decided to throw the newborn baby into its crib. Well, he ended up killing the baby and then went to prison for years because of it. It's such a sad story for that poor baby, and I'm sure that the mom is still destroyed from it. I'm just so thankful that he didn't kill my aunt that night. Definitely the worst thing I've ever experienced. This just happened recently. So for some background, I'm a 21-year-old medium-built tall female. In May of 2021, my best friend unfortunately committed suicide. That's when I met Alexis, which was supposedly his girlfriend, but none of us ever heard of her. She seemed super sweet, and she was very torn apart about Ethan. Ethan is the friend that committed suicide, by the way. I'm using that name for privacy reasons. Ethan was such an amazing person, and he was loved by so many. Alexis and I seemed to get along really well with each other, and we really bonded over our love for Ethan. It kinda just struck me as weird though that Ethan never introduced her to me, or any of his other friends or family. The only people who really knew of her was the family he lived with. That kinda seems like a red flag to me. I was still trying to process his death, so I didn't really think too much of it at the time. Some months pass and Alexis and I are locked at the hip, always hanging out and doing stuff together. I was trying to find a new place to live because my lease was up, and I was on a month-to-month basis. Alexis was living with her grandma at the time, and she really wanted to move out. So we decided to get a place together. We moved in at the end of August of 2021. We got a 2-bedroom apartment, and it was really nice. We were both really super excited about it. A couple of weeks went by and everything was fine, until Alexis started using Tinder, and she met her new boyfriend Nate on there. I thought she was kind of rushing things a little, considering Ethan had just died only a couple months ago. But I did just want her to be happy. I met Nate and he seemed really nice, and he seemed to really adore Alexis. But then a couple days later, he ended up getting kicked out of the place he was at and ended up moving in with us. It was only supposed to be a first couple of weeks max, but it ended up being 2 full months. I know, kind of a red flag. At first everything was good, but then things got really irritating and totally out of hand. It started out that Nate would never clean up after himself, never did any chores, and never paid any of the bills. I mean, he was basically just mooching off of us. He was also extremely rude and really disrespectful. I tried to talk to Alexis about this, and she would always just defend him, saying that he's trying or he really doesn't mean it. They would always constantly fight and argue about something. Side note, Nate has no job, no car, no license, pretty much nothing. He was basically a bum. It really bothered me, but no matter how many times I tried to share my concerns with Alexis, they would always just get pushed off to the side. She was constantly making excuses for him. Then one night in November of 2021, right before Thanksgiving, at about 1:30 a.m., I had heard a loud pounding in my bedroom door. And at first, I thought that I was dreaming because I was in a deep sleep at the time. Then, I had heard yelling and screaming. I was fully awake now. I heard more, and I threw off the covers and then ran out there as I was really pissed. I asked, "What the fuck's going on out here?" Alexis said to me, "He needs to get the fuck out." Basically, they were fighting again because Nate had accused Alexis of cheating on him. Mind you, he would never let her go anywhere. She couldn't even have a job and he would always go through her phone. Major red flag. I told Nate to get the fuck out of my house and he continued to pack his shit. There was a lot more fighting and screaming and he ended up threatening to kill us. He also pushed us as well. Then, he actually claimed that he was possessed by Ethan to move in here and then tell us all this nonsense and bullshit. At this point, I was beyond pissed off. I screamed at him for bringing my best friend into this situation he had caused. He was legit insane. Finally, he slammed the door, then left. He then continued to scream in the stairwell of our apartment, and I called 911. While I was on the phone with them, Nate was actually trying to kick in our apartment door. When they sent the police, they didn't even do anything. After that happened, we didn't hear from Nate for a couple of weeks. I found out that him and Alexis actually got back together. This went on for about a couple of months, no matter how many times he abused her or cheated on her. I was really scared for Alexis, but she was so into him, it was crazy. It was like she was drawn to him or something. In the beginning of January 2022, me and my boyfriend had finally made it official. I was over at his place constantly because I just didn't feel safe at my own home because Alexis was always bringing Nate there. Fast forward to the beginning of February 2022. I worked third shift and I had worked the previous night, so I didn't wake up until 2 p.m. Friday afternoon at my boyfriend's. I woke up from texts from Alexis saying that my cat's eye looked infected and she asked what the fuck I did to him. I had no idea where this was coming from because the cats were totally fine the last time I was there, which was Thursday morning. She had sent me a picture of my cat's infected eye and told me that whatever I did wasn't okay. I was so confused as to why she thought I was abusing not only my 2 cats, but hers as well. This literally came out of nowhere. Then, my best friend came over to my boyfriend's to take me to work, since she was borrowing my car, and asked if I saw her Facebook post. I wasn't able to see it, and neither could my boyfriend, but everyone else could. She had made some kind of post praying for the cats, and she couldn't say what was going on. I told my mom, and she ended up texting her, since Alexis wasn't answering me. She then told my mom how she actually called the cops on me for abusing the cats. I was so shocked and hurt, and I didn't understand what the hell was happening. I've been around my animals my whole life. I even had a pony for almost 10 years until she passed away of old age. I couldn't understand where this was coming from. My best friend and I went over there to talk to Alexis to see what was going on. She claimed that things just seemed fishy and made no sense at all. Finally, after talking to her for over an hour, she seemed to believe that I wasn't abusing them. Side note, I did end up getting the cat's eyes checked out at the vet, and they both have an upper respiratory infection, which is something that's been going around with all of the animals. Then shortly after I went into my room, I was absolutely shocked to open my door and see that my whole room had been destroyed. Alexis then came in behind me and shut my door. She explained that Nate came into my room and then destroyed it because he thought I was abusing the cats. I was honestly just so hurt and devastated. She claimed she tried to stop him, but he pushed her. She made him half-ass clean some of it up, but my room was still a mess. My bed and dresser were moved. Everything was knocked off my dresser, and a jewelry box too. He also broke my lamp. He punched a hole into my jewelry box and my wall. He also stole over $1,000 worth of jewelry from me. I broke down, and so did Alexis. Both my best friend and I tried to convince her to leave, because obviously it wasn't safe here, but she was so convinced that she loved him. She also said that he was the one putting stuff inside her head about me supposedly abusing the cats. I eventually made a police report about the vandalism done to my room. After that, Nate kept calling and harassing Alexis, and she left to go to her car to talk to him. I called my boyfriend's sister and I told her what happened because I didn't know what to do. She told me to pack my shit because I was moving in with them because she didn't want me in harm's way anymore. Mind you, I've known them for at least 3 to 4 years, so my best friend and I packed up as much as we could, then left. Nate continued to harass me and even moved into the apartment after I moved out. I never responded to him though and sent everything to the police. That's still an ongoing investigation. I signed off on my lease and I've been living with my boyfriend ever since. Alexis and I are no longer friends anymore, and honestly, I just hope they both get the help that they need. She definitely changed after she met Nate and was never the same person again. I'm really glad I moved out and was able to get out of that scary situation. I definitely didn't feel safe staying there. I would just like to add, if you're ever in an abusive relationship, please seek help. As someone who's not only experienced it themselves, but has seen it firsthand, you have people who love and support you, and you can leave. Also, if you ever feel like you'd be better off dead, please call someone. I really wish my best friend had called me. Unfortunately this time, I didn't get the phone call, and that pain you leave behind, well, I wouldn't even wish it on my worst enemy. Stay safe out there, everyone, and thank you for listening. So to give you a quick gist of things, my name is Dakota, and the story takes place in the summer of 2017. I was with 2 of my friends who I'll call Brian and Nate. We were riding our bikes around our neighborhood like we did every day that summer, and there's this place right at the end of the road about 1 mile behind our house. There was some woods and there was some private property, but the guy that owned it, Tom, would always let us go there. Brian and Nate both called it the field, so we went there to fool around and throw rocks in the creek, and just generally do random shit that kids do. It was kind of like our own little hangout spot. One time we were walking around in an area of the woods that we hadn't been to yet. We were all walking down the path leading to the open field. Then, all of a sudden, I had heard a woman's voice say out loud, "Get out!" And it creeped me the fuck out. Brian straight up shoved right past me, full on sprinting back up the path, and I looked out from behind the brush to see what he was so freaked out about. And then I saw it. There was a woman full on charging over with a fucking knife. As soon as I saw that, my 10-year-old self tells Nate to run, and I myself start booking it up the path. I was already crying hysterically. We all got on our bikes and rode all the way back down to my house. When we got there, we decided not to tell my grandparents because we didn't want to get lectured and have the cops called. But let me just tell you, that woman's voice and the way that she was coming at us with that knife, it really was a horrifying experience. We still went to that field all summer long after that. We were 10 after all, and we really wanted to have fun during our summer. I can fortunately say that nothing else ever happened after that experience, and thank God for that. This happened when my son was just 10 years old. My son had been playing baseball on a local team. My husband was one of the team's coaches, so I would sit in the stands and just cheer my son on. I had really liked the games, but I just wasn't really feeling it on this particular day. This one game was in the middle of June. It was extremely hot out, and it was really muggy, with dark overhead clouds threatening a storm. The game seemed to be dragging, with sitting in the humid hot air and all. I had been drinking a lot of water, even before the game had started. I also hit the concession stand a couple of times for a welcoming ice-cold pop. So I went to use the restroom. I was washing my hands and I'd heard a loud crack of thunder from right outside. Then 2 seconds later, the downpour of steady rain had started. I stayed in the bathroom to wait until it stopped pouring. The storm passed quickly and the rain had stopped. I walked out of the bathroom and I was shocked to see a totally empty park. Apparently they called the game and everyone had left. I couldn't call my husband to let him know that I was left at the park because my cell phone was left at home. So I had started walking to my house. It would be a bit of a hike, but it was doable. I didn't even notice the man standing and watching me just outside the park's surrounding open gate. He was leaning on the fence, just waiting for me to pass him while walking out of that gate. He was wearing a t-shirt with shorts and had a baseball cap on backwards. He looked just like an average sane person, except for the crazy insane grin that he had going. I know this might sound dramatic, but it looked insanely evil. He was looking at me like I was an ice cream cone on a hot summer day. My heart started racing and my legs felt like jello. I was scared shitless. I knew deep down that this man was up to no good. I slowed down my pace while trying to figure out what the hell to do. I had to go through the gate to get out of the park. The park was on a long road with very few houses on it. The closest house was about half a mile away from the park. The man knew that I was stalling. His grin then turned into a scowl. He had started getting fidgety, and he was now looking right down the road. The skies once again darkened. Thunder had started to boom in the distance. I had really worried that no one would see him, or now me with the storm coming in. I knew that I was caught like a rat in a cage with no way out. I could faintly see the man was now staring down the road. Was he looking at an oncoming car? I turned my neck and I looked in his same direction, but I couldn't see that far down the road as he could. It was starting to rain now, and it was almost dark. I could now only see the outline of the man. He walked to the outer corner of the fence and then hid behind some of the surrounding bushes. All of a sudden, I saw headlights from a car coming. I started to run through the gate while waving my arms overhead, frantically trying to get the attention of whoever was in that car. The car slowed as it turned into the park's gate. I was so relieved to see that it was my husband. I was in a total panic attack by the time my husband reached me in the parking lot. I climbed in the car and I told him in between sobs all about the man. He didn't say a word. He backed up our car, facing the bushes, and turned on his brights. But of course, the man was long gone by now. My husband felt so bad about the whole thing. He thought that I drove to the game in my car as usual. My husband and son always drove separately, as they arrived early to the games. He didn't know that my sister had actually dropped me off at the game this day. So when he saw that my car was at home but I wasn't, he came back to the ballpark to look for me. And all I can say is thank God that he did. Seriously, thank God. The story takes place when I was in elementary school. I'd lived in a super small rural town where not really much crime ever happened. I mean, you'd have the occasional person arrested for stealing or something super minor, but that was really it. And overall, my town was really quiet. I'd spend most of my summer days playing outside with my neighbor, who had also been my best friend. We'd play in her front yard, mine, and we'd even walk around the neighborhood throwing sticks at yards, or just something mindless like that. One day my friend and I were sitting on my front yard, pulling fistful of grass up, talking about who knows what, when a super old beat up car drives past my house. I remember my friend saying something like, "That's the ugliest car I've ever seen," or something along those lines. We made jokes out of it until that same car drove past again a couple minutes later, and this time got a lot slower. We thought it was creepy, but we definitely didn't feel any kind of rising sense of danger due to our town being so quiet all the time. It wasn't until the car drove past a third time. I remember my friend and I standing up while watching the car, The windows weren't too tinted where you could see anything, but they were tinted enough to make out the driver's face. After a few seconds, the car stops for the slightest second directly in front of my house. A flash, similar to a camera flashing, sparked from inside the car. And that was all it took for my friend and I to then bolt inside and lock the door. How my house is set up, and this will be important for future reference, is a pretty small yet open layout. The front door was located in my living room, with large bay windows that poured in sunlight. If you kept walking straight, you'd make it to my kitchen. But if you turned left from the living room, you'd make it straight to the hall where all the bedrooms and bathrooms were. Anyway, flash forward to about a week after the incident. I was sitting in class with a group of my friends and they were talking about seeing a beat-up car creep around their neighborhood, and I felt my heart sink into my stomach. I mentioned something like, "Holy crap, you guys saw that car too?" or something. And they'd mentioned that they thought the person driving had taken a photo of them or something. I practically felt the weight of the world get taken off my shoulders. Because after I had told my mom about the incident, she had spent days telling me I was being dramatic and that I was just imagining things. I eventually ended up forgetting all about that situation, and I spent the next 2 or 3 weeks playing and messing around with my best friend. You know, the usual things kids do. Her parents ended up going out of town for a few days to deal with some family issues, and with her parents and my parents being close, they gestured to watch her kids until they got back. It was a weekend, and my best friend, her older brother, my older brother, as well as I, decided to play hide and seek in the dark. I made it clear to everyone that hiding in my closet, or any of the bedroom closets for that matter, was off limits. I'm not really sure why thinking back on it, but I think it's because my closet was super messy, and I just didn't want anyone getting hurt trying to hide in the pile of junk. It was eventually my turn to seek everyone out. I ended up finding my friend first, then we both worked together to find the boys. We had searched the kitchen, the bathroom, and laundry room as best as we could in the dark, mainly using our hands as our eyes. We'd eventually made it into my room, where my friend and I picked up at the top section of my bunk bed. Nobody was there. We searched under my comforters and inside my closet, just in case they decided to break the rules. Again, nobody was there. I don't know what caused it, but my friend and I both just stopped in our tracks and turned around. We saw the silhouette of somebody's head and shoulders, and without a second's hesitation, I grabbed her hand and we both went screaming into the living room. Both of our brothers stumbled into the living room with their phones' flashlights on, and they looked like a deer in the headlights, completely confused but knew something was wrong with how scared our screams were. I yelled at my brother repeatedly that we saw somebody's shadow through the blinds of my window. My best friend standing next to me just nodded her head wordlessly. She'd always been the type of girl to have something to say for everything, but for once in her life, she was actually too stunned to speak. My brother, who was in high school at the time, had took her brother with him to go check outside. When they came back in, they both looked equally as petrified. Their eyes were wide, and their lips were parted in disbelief. My brother had found a pair of footprints starting from the street, and sure enough, they went all the way up to my bedroom window. My brother woke up my dad and told him all about the situation, hoping that he'd take my brother a little more serious than he did me. He stayed awake and he sat in the living room with the four of us for a few hours until we all felt comfortable enough to fall asleep. It was about a month later when I had heard that a 50-something-year-old man had apparently got arrested for watching young girls through their windows as they got dressed. I'm not sure who that was attempting to look through my window, but it's been about 9 years and I've never seen that same car since. I live in a 2-story house now, but I still always make sure to keep my blinds and curtains shut once the sun starts to set. And to that creepy strange person who tried peeping on my friends and I honestly really hope that you're locked up and you spend the rest of your life in that cell. For context, I'm a female in my early 20s, and this happened to me when I was 12 or 13. It was summertime, and it was hot as hell outside. My mom and I usually went to this local lake to go swimming in. My mom didn't really swim with me, but we always had fun there. So on this day, my mom had asked me if I wanted to go to the lake. I agreed and I got my swimming things. My mom packed some towels, sunscreen, and snacks, as well as some water for me whenever I got out. We went there, and I put on waterproof sunscreen on and went out in the water. My mom was just in her truck reading a book. My mom wasn't too worried since I didn't go out that far. Plus, the lake didn't really get that deep until the midway in. Later on, a station wagon pulled up right next to my mom's truck. I didn't really pay it any mind. I just kept swimming around the area I was in. The guy that got out of the station wagon came up to the shore and watched me. At this point, I felt creeped out. The guy gestured for me to come closer, and I did, just a little, but I stayed in the water. He asked if I was alone and where my parents were. Right at this moment, I knew what was happening. Stranger danger. I nodded and said, my mom. And he smirked at me and asked, "Well, I don't see her around here. Where is she?" I then pointed at the driver's seat, and his eyes went over towards the driver's seat and saw my mom. She was looking up from her book now, confused on what was happening. The guy then freaked out and ran towards the station wagon, and then sped off before my mom came out and asked who I was talking to. I told her what happened, and she seemed really freaked out about it. She then praised me for being so composed and calm, and for also not going towards the man. I'm absolutely certain that the man would have kidnapped me and done unspeakable things. I definitely dodged a bullet that day. I want to start this off by saying that this is a true story, and I wouldn't make something like this up. I also haven't told this story to anyone because it still really scares me today. I have epilepsy, and sometimes if I get too stressed out or do too much of something, I'll have a seizure, but they don't usually last that long. The first one happened when I was 3, the second when I was 7, and the third when I was about 10, and the fourth is when this happened. I was going into 7th grade, and it was summertime. My friends and I always liked to sneak out and meet up with each other, even though some of us lived a few hours away from one another. This particular night was really hot, and we wanted to hang out in the woods and smoke. Once we all met up by the fence of my backyard, we walked into the woods. It was me, my friend T, my friend E, J, and my brothers M and A. The woods behind my house are usually full of homeless people, but one side isn't, so we went to the side where nobody would see us. We got deeper into the woods and we couldn't really hear anything besides nature, so we started to talk and smoke. Everything was fine for about 15 minutes, until we then heard leaves being walked on near us. We immediately tried to hide everything and act like we weren't doing anything, because weed is illegal in my state, and homeless people are aggressive, and if they don't get what they want, they'll usually go snitch. We heard someone further away from us then say,
"I bet it's those fucking kids."
And we started to panic. T told us we needed to hide, so whoever was out there wouldn't do anything, or then find us because they sounded really angry and they didn't seem to be alone. We decided the best idea was for us to try and hide in the tall trees near us. We had to climb up the trees and stay as silent as we could. My brother started to laugh because he was really nervous, and he then quietly whispered for him to shut up. The walking kept coming closer and closer to us, and we didn't know what to do besides get in the trees faster. Once we were in the trees, I had started to panic, and T and J, who were with me in the same tree, were trying to calm me down. We saw a light flash around the trees, and behind the light was a man with a really huge gun, and also a woman with a gun behind him. The three of us in the tree covered our mouths and noses to try and make our breathing quieter, but I don't think it was working. The man started to scream,
"Come out! We're the cops!"
And I was thinking that the man was lying, and I was just about to say that to T and J, but as I opened my mouth, they then put their hands over my mouth. The man shined his flashlight by the tree that all my other friends were supposed to be in, and I started to panic a lot more. I'd started to have a seizure, and my friends tried to help me the best way they could without making too much noise. The man had shined his flashlight towards the woman, and we saw that he was wearing a badge and a vest that said my county's name with sheriff on it, and Jay then whispered, "Fuck, it's the fucking cops." My seizure only got worse from there, and my friends didn't know what to do. I tried to grab onto a branch, but it ended up breaking and falling down to another part of the tree, and I almost fell out of the tree and made a scared noise. The cop then shined his light over the area of the noise, and I swear he saw my arm. He ended up coming closer to the tree, but not right up to it, and he looked one more time, but without his light. The cop then said,
"Alright, let's just go home. It's probably just some kids hiding from their parents."
and they started walking the other way. We ended up staying in the woods until about 6 a.m., and I was really exhausted from having a seizure, and I had to take my medicine when I got home. I never told my mom because I didn't want to get in trouble, even though she needs to know when I have a seizure, because we usually have to go to the doctor after it happens, but I thought she would get mad at me or something. It's been years and I just graduated high school, but I was reminded of this story because a few months ago, my brother had died and the cops came to our house to notify us. And when I came out to ask what happened, the cop who was speaking kind of looked at me like I was familiar to him. There was also one morning when I was driving to the gym and the gate to the woods was open and the cops were searching for someone, and my mom had told me, "Never go in those woods. The homeless people are always up to no good, and the sheriff lives close and is always in there." As a preface, I'm an 18, almost 19-year-old female. This happened a couple of months ago back in March. I don't have a license and I don't have a car. I have roommates who can drive me places, but since we're college students, we're run on different schedules, and I don't really like inconveniencing people. I live in Florida, so there's plenty of places I can go to that are close by, so I'd rather just walk if I have to go to Target or the dollar store. I'll also just walk whenever I get very upset and need to calm down. With that being said, on this particular day, it was a Saturday. My then boyfriend had kind of made me mad because he didn't text me the entire day. It's also a very long story for why I was so mad, and I'd rather not explain that. So anyway, I chose to leave my apartment complex with my wallet, backpack, keys, along with my phone and headphones. I don't know where I was headed, but I needed to clear my head. When I usually leave, I would head right out of my apartment complex, as that leads to the main road with Target and all the other shops around it. However, I didn't want to spend a lot of money at the store, which I always do when I go, so I went to the left. I had called one of my friends, jokingly saying that I was calling so if I got kidnapped, there was a witness. Thinking back on that, I think that's what jinxed me later on. Anyway, the walk that I took was pretty creepy to say the least, and I just didn't want to walk back to my apartment. So I already knew I was going to call a Lyft, but I just wanted to keep walking. Ultimately, I ended up at another main road on the other side. My logic was that if I kept making lefts, I would eventually make a complete circle, which ultimately got me lost. So I'd finally just chose to go back to the Wawa that I had passed and call a Lyft. So I walk back and I go into the Wawa, purchasing some food to eat as I waited on my Lyft. I was trying to save some money, and on that day, the Lyft's wait and save option was significantly cheaper than a standard ride, so I chose that. I know that this is probably starting to sound like a Lyft horror story, but trust me, it's not. I had my friend still on the phone as I sat outside at one of the tables eating my hoagie. I was seated at a table right outside of the Wawa's doors with my back facing the parking lot, so that I basically had a view of the Wawa doors. As I was sitting in on my phone talking to my friend and playing a game on my phone, I had felt someone's hand on my shoulder. I had jumped and I looked at the man. He was about 5'7", Hispanic, and he looked at me in about his mid to late 30s. He looked like he was right in the middle of saying something, but when I turned and looked at him, he just walked into the store rather fast. I kind of just chalked it up to him thinking I was someone that he thought he knew, but when he saw my face, he realized his mistake and just went inside. I kind of just laughed it off with my friend when he then walks back out of the door. He looks at me and says,
"I forgot my wallet."
I didn't say anything back. I didn't think anything was weird. Maybe just because I was facing the Wawa, he also felt a little weird about the encounter and said that when he walked back out of the door without any bags. I just shrugged it off and I went back to playing my game. About 5 seconds later, I feel another hand on my shoulder, along with a voice that then said,
"Are you ready?"
I turned and looked, and it was the same man. Right after he says that, he then smiles through his mask and walks back in the store. Now I'm getting a very bad gut feeling. I decided I was going to check the Lyft app, because maybe that was my Lyft driver, and maybe he had just recognized me from my picture. It would have still been weird either way though. As I opened the app, it was still saying that they were looking for drivers. This made my heart sink even further. He comes back out the door and says yet again,
"Are you ready?"
And I just look at him. He then walks behind me. I can hear his footsteps going further away. At this point, I had switched my seat so that I was now facing the parking lot. As I did, I had then noticed this guy get into a white van. I know, probably sounds cliche. However, it was worse because it was a pure white Penske-looking van with no words on the side, and it had tinted windows. I was totally freaked out. I watched as the man gets in, and instead of leaving, he then pulls up to the Wawa's corner. I could see through the Wawa's window. I sat for about 10 minutes sneaking glimpses through the window to see if the man would leave, but he didn't. I was really hoping that a Lyft driver would get there soon, but I didn't have any luck. At this point, I had texted my male roommate and I asked if he was home. Thankfully he was, and he wasn't busy. I kinda gave him a rundown of the entire situation, and I told him where I was, which by car ride would be about 7 minutes, excluding the stupid street lights. He told me to cancel the Lyft and he would come get me. At this point I wasn't that scared anymore, just really creeped out. Finally, after about 5 more minutes, I see the man start to pull out of the parking spot. I didn't want him to know that I was staring at him, so I had let my hair fall in front of my face and kinda looked up through my hair as he then started to drive around the bend, right near the tables at the Wawa. The man was now yelling something, staring directly at me, and then motioning for me to get into the van. I had started hyperventilating, and I chose to get up and just walk into the Wawa. I had tried hiding behind some of the people in the aisles, keeping my eyes on the van. I see the man pull up directly in front of the store and start looking through the glass windows, trying to find me. Luckily, some of the people in the store noticed how terrified I was, and they actually helped hide me from the windows. I told the Wawa employees all about the man, and they also helped hide me. I was now rapidly texting my roommate, asking him if he was almost there or not. He said he was about 2 minutes away. I look back out the windows, and I now see that the man has pulled up to the gas pumps. He was actually pretending to fill up with gas, and I know it was fake because he was holding the pump to his headlight as he strained his eyes, staring into the Wawa. I was beyond scared. 2 minutes go by, and I no longer see the man or his vehicle. My roommate showed up, and I ran to his car. I started explaining what had happened in detail, and as we pulled out of the parking lot, I had spotted the man at another gas pump, staring into the Wawa. The whole ride home, I kept checking out the side view mirror just to make sure that we weren't being followed. Luckily we weren't, because we eventually made it home safe, and I never saw that man again. A few days later, I had gotten my defense keychain that came with a taser along with pepper spray. I always keep it with me at all times now. I do still go walking to places to this day, but never will I walk on that same side of town again. I know this may sound like one of those tamer stories compared to other people's stories, but I was honestly terrified that day. I had just moved out of my mother's house in September of 2020, and I was in a completely different state. I now know how to defend myself, but that seriously scared the hell out of me. For starters, I'm a 30-year-old female, and I can be very proud of the fact that I can be fearless and keep calm in dangerous or scary situations. I do not let bad things that happen control my everyday life and properly deal with them. But this one experience has continued to linger in the back of my mind, and I guess you could call it my one weakness. I mean, everyone has something they're afraid of, right? I was 7 years old, and it was late summertime. During the summer after Sunday church, my parents, sister, and I, along with a few friends from our church, would go to the burger joint close by that was right on the edge of the downtown shopping area. Events like annual fairs, farmer markets, or special performances were always held there. That day, there was a surprise street performance and a few vendors that were promoting the circus that had come to town. It was the perfect day in every kid's dream. Face painters, a few carnival games with awesome prizes, giveaways, loud upbeat music, and a big ring roped off where clowns were putting on their stooge show, juggling, and small magic tricks. I really loved clowns. I had a piggy bank of a clown. I loved to learn their little skit routines, practice making balloons, etc. I often played around with the idea of being a clown when I grew up. I was having an absolute blast, and so were my family and friends, and everyone else in the community who came to participate. The weather was perfect, nice and sunny, but a breeze blowing through. It's important to note that at this time, my town was still rather small, fairly crime-free, and the people had this very trusting, everyone's your friend type of attitude, even if you had never seen the person there before. It was a time when parents would just let their kids run free without worry, so long as they were back before the streetlights came on. Towards the end of the day, many of the kids were growing tired of watching the street performance, and had totally exhausted all their parents' spending money on games. So I think as a way to discourage the destructive behavior of bored kids hyped up on sugar, clowns that weren't performing came out to entertain us all, while the parents were still watching the show. This one clown in particular was a really big man, and very happy looking. I remember thinking that if he put on a red suit and a beard, he would make the perfect Santa. His laugh seemed to boom over the crowd as he sat down in a chair and began to make balloon animals, doing his best to keep all the greedy kids calm and orderly. I wanted a balloon animal very much, but despite my overly friendly, loud, and chatty personality, I was also very timid and shy towards anyone who acted aggressively. So when 3 older boys pushed me to the very back of the growing group of kids, away from my sister and friends, and wouldn't let me pass, I just quietly stood there, trying not to cry. I was also feeling rather hurt because my sister had watched what happened and didn't even try to help me, afraid that she too would lose her place close to the clown, giving out the balloon animals. I decided that there was really no point trying to get back to the clown for a balloon animal. He would probably be out of balloons before it was my turn anyways. I turned around and I began to survey the area for what else there was to do there. That's when I saw him. I remember him so clearly. To my adult mind, I can see all the red flags now, but as a 7-year-old kid who was way too friendly and naive, I didn't. It was a clown standing under the shade of a tree, slightly separated from everything else. He had big red shoes, blue overalls with white stripes, a white long-sleeve shirt with big red polka dots, a red wig, and the typical sad-face clown makeup. I didn't notice then, but thinking back now, his clothing all looked worn, as if it was very old and not well kept, and probably hadn't even been washed, as opposed to all the other clowns whose clothing was very clean and brand new looking. I kinda just watched him for a moment. I never really liked it when clowns had sad faces, thinking that the person was sad and would try to cheer them up with jokes. The clown noticed me staring at him and slowly waved at me, and I waved back. He had slowly gestured for me to come over to him, so I did. It never even occurred to me not to trust him. My mom had sort of raised us to see clowns as sort of like police officers and firemen. If you were ever lost at a fair, find a clown to help you. If a clown tells you to do something, do it, because they're probably trying to protect you from something. I never heard of any creepy clown stories before this, and had no reason not to trust this stranger wholeheartedly. When I got to the disheveled looking clown, he had asked me why I looked so sad. I explained the situation and how I couldn't get a balloon animal. He leaned down to my level as best as he could. He was pretty tall, and he told me that he had candy and prizes back at the circus wagon, and wanted to know if I wanted to help him bring it out for all the other kids. And as a thank you, I could pick out whatever I wanted first, and that he'd even give me a special prize for being a good little helper. I was so excited. Not because of the promise of goodies, but because I was and still am an extremely helpful person by nature. Nothing makes me more happier than to help others out and to be a part of something that really brings out others' happiness. I was just about to say yes when I got this really strange feeling. It was really odd and I couldn't put my finger on just what it was. Something just felt really wrong. I was really confused, but somehow I just thought that I would get in trouble for some reason. so I asked the clown if my sister and friends could come with, saying it would be easier if more people carried more stuff. He didn't look happy at this, and as he told me they were not allowed at the circus wagon, there was a note of anger in his overly friendly voice. I was so trusting, and I kinda just accepted that there must be a good reason they couldn't come, and that only I could. But I still felt off. I tried again, this time telling him okay, but that I had to go tell my parents where I was going. I didn't need to, as I said, just be back to them before sundown. But I was beginning to get scared, and I didn't know why. I just wanted the reassurance of my parents to kind of ease my nerves. Then, the clown had said something that truly pushed those small feelings of anxiety into first utter confusion, then full-on panic. He said,
"Your parents are at the circus wagon already, though. They're waiting for you."
First the confusion, as I looked back over to the performance ring. My parents were still standing right where I left them. My sister was back with them too, holding her little balloon animal and clinging to my mom. "But my parents are right there," I said, turning back to face the clown. Then the panic. His makeup may have made him look sad, but his eyes had something dark in them. He looked angry and intense. I felt all the fear wash over my body. I didn't know why I was scared of him, but I was. The clown grabbed my shoulder and squeezed rather hard.
"Come with me,"
he demanded. I didn't. I just ran straight to my parents. I'm honestly not sure how I even got away. They say even in a child that adrenaline can give you superhuman strength, but there's no way my little 7-year-old self could have broken out of that man's grip without dislocating my shoulder, which isn't uncommon due to a family medical condition that causes dislocated joints to happen very easily and often. I think that he may have been afraid that if I screamed, he would have been caught, and so he let me go. Unfortunately, despite how shaken I felt, I didn't tell my parents. They were so distracted by the show that they didn't even notice something was wrong with me. By the time I had calmed down, I was pretty convinced that I would be in big trouble for disobeying an adult and rudely running away from them. I didn't fully understand the weight behind what had happened that day. It wasn't until years later that I realized it. He was not a clown working for the circus. He was a child predator who had a clown outfit and took an opportunity that arose. If I had actually done what he asked, who knows what would have happened to me. Ever since that day, I had stopped liking clowns. As time went by and I started to understand, the dislike for clowns grew more into a fear. I became completely terrified. In the past few years, I've really worked on my fear. I no longer panic at the sight of a clown, and I punch them if they get too close. I always give a warning though that I can't control myself, and I'll attack if they get too close. But some people seem to think it's funny. That is, until they have a bloody nose. Despite my hard work, they never stop making me feel uncomfortable, and I highly doubt that I'll ever actually like clowns again. I never saw that clown again. I can only hope that he's somehow been locked up and far away from any other little kids. This happened when I was in middle school. I can't really remember how old I was, maybe 13 to 14 years old. I'm now 25, but I used to walk to and from school every day. I would usually switch up the routes I'd take home depending on the weather and just how much energy I had after school. This day was a pretty nice day, but still kind of hot, so I decided to go to the easier route down a busy main street, which I hated. This day was just like any other day, until I got to some point on the road where there was a group of men hanging out in a parking lot. Keep in mind, the city was really known for drugs, kidnappings, killings, etc. It was pretty bad. Anyways, I'd got to a point on my way home where I had to walk past this group of men in a parking lot. And out of the group of men, one guy tried to talk to me in an inappropriate way that no grown man should ever talk to a teenager. So I just kept walking and I never answered him or looked back. But not even 20 seconds later after he had tried to talk to me, I had felt someone yank me down by my ponytail and then sock me in my face, as if he was trying to make me go unconscious. He then starts to drag me down in an alleyway, in broad daylight mind you, in front of all the other men. and I screamed out really loud for help. And luckily, there was a business owner of a small car lot who had heard me, and he then ran over to help me, and he told the man to leave me alone. I honestly don't know what would have happened to me if he had completely got me in that alleyway. Maybe he was going to beat me, kidnap me, or even worse. As soon as I calmed down, the man who had saved me had brought me to his office. And I'm not even kidding. He actually tried to hit on me too while I was in his office. It made me so upset to the point that I just ran out of his office and ran all the way home. Once I got home, my mother had asked me what took so long, and I told her the story, so we called the police. The police tried looking for the man who had originally assaulted me in the alleyway, but unfortunately, he was never caught. I was 16 years old at the time of this story. For a little context, I was 5'3" and 190 pounds. My sister and my mom had gotten into a really big fight, and my sister ended up storming out of the house and then running down the street. She's about 3 years younger than I am, so she was 13 at the time. I'm gonna call her Belle for the sake of the story. So Belle stormed out of the house, and I chased after her. I followed her all the way to my aunt's house. And for some context, my aunt lived maybe about 3 blocks away. My sister stormed my aunt's house, and when I found her there, she had stormed out yet again. She ran all the way home, and as I had started to head there as well to try and catch up with her, I had noticed a car that was right next to me, moving very slowly. It caught me off guard a bit. A man then got out of his car with the door open, and he offered me a ride. I said no, but he offered me again. And I told him no once more, and that I just lived right up the road, so it wasn't necessary, but I thanked him for the offer, and that's when things got scary. The man then slammed his hands on the roof of his car and said out loud,
"Get in the fucking car, bitch!"
I knew right then and there that this man had really dark intentions, and that I needed to run and get the fuck out of there ASAP. I ran, and I managed to lose the guy until I finally made it home. As soon as I got home, I was in tears, and I was shaking. It was honestly the most scariest thing of my entire life. My story might not be the scariest, but it was definitely scary to me, being only 16 at the time, and never having anything like this happen to me before. Be safe out there. This happened to me and my sister about a week ago. For context, I'm a female. I was with my sister shopping at the mall, and we went straight to the ice cream shop because we really love ice cream. We had ordered 2 vanilla ice creams, and we had sat at a table to eat. We were talking about where we should go next while hearing music on our headphones. About 10 minutes had passed, and I saw a man sitting at another table that was right beside us looking at us. When I saw him looking, he turned away. I then looked at his table, expecting to see food on it, but he didn't have a single thing on his table. I then saw the man grabbed his phone and he called someone, but he was talking in another language. I think it was French. I'm Mexican, but I know how to speak French as well, and this is what he had said to the other person on the phone.
"Yeah, I've got my eyes on the girls. I think they're about to leave, but I'm gonna follow them. Don't worry, they're not gonna get away."
He then hung up. I looked around, and I had realized that we were the only girls in the area. I gasped, and my sister looked up at me, confused on what was wrong and why I'd looked so scared. I told her that we needed to leave now. She asked me why, and she was wondering what was wrong. I pulled her off to the side and walked her out of the shop, and I then told her, "Look, don't ask any questions. Just hurry up. We need to go." I then looked behind me, and the man was following us. I got even more scared at this point, and I saw a crowd of people. I then pulled my sister, and we both then ran to the middle of the crowd. I saw the man still looking for us for like 5 minutes. When he finally gave up and left, I then ran to the exit, which led to the parking lot. My sister was right behind me, and when we got to the car, I told her everything that happened and what he had said. As you can imagine, she freaked out too. We then left, and we went home. Thankfully, nothing else had happened after that, and I never saw the man again. Back before I or any of my friends had a car, we would gather at my house and my mom would drive us to the mall to the next town over. We would go quite often because there isn't a whole lot to do in our small little town. At the time of this story, we were all around 15 to 16 years old and we were on a break from school. My mom dropped me and my 2 friends off at the back entrance of the mall and we were told that she'd be back in about 3 to 4 hours. Literally minutes after entering the door, a tall, lanky man in really dirty clothes had started following us. He looked kinda homeless and he didn't really seem to be that threatening. We were kinda used to seeing homeless people in my town anyways, so we didn't really see him as a threat. Yet, that is. He tapped my friend Laura on her shoulder and had started asking her questions about her, as well as us. We just said hi and that we're sorry, but we didn't really have time for this and we're meeting up with someone. The man got angry and then said,
"I don't believe you."
And he started advancing on us faster. The thing to know about the 3 of us is that Laura was a black belt, but she didn't really run that fast. My other friend Ariana was in field hockey, but she didn't really enjoy running either. But I was a cross-country and track runner, so I knew I could outrun him if need be. I whispered to them that Laura should run first, and then Ariana would go next, and I would follow. We knew that H&M connected to the other side of the mall, so we would run through there, and then run into the store right across from it to hide. Laura ran, then Ariana, and then me, just like we planned. The man had started screaming at us for being selfish, and he told us to wait for him. We booked it through the stores, dodging a lot of people and displays. We got into the other store and we had hid behind the table in the front. The man had actually followed us through the H&M and was looking for us. He seemed like he was really pissed off that he had somehow lost us, asking if anybody had seen his new friends, 3 teenage girls. The thing that really creeps me out about this 7 years later was that he described the 3 of us so accurately that when we were eating in the food court, later on a man and his wife had actually asked us if we knew a tall, dirty-looking man, and they said that he was still outside looking for us. The last time we saw him, he was running through a Target 2 stores down from us 2 hours before we started eating. We called my mom early, and when we were getting onto the freeway to go back home, we saw the man lurking around the same entrance we came through when we got to the mall earlier that day. I know this might not seem as scary as some of the other stories you typically hear, but for 3 short teenage girls with nothing to defend themselves with, that is a situation you never want to get mixed up with. This and a few other reasons is why I always carry a pocket knife wherever I go. This happened 3 years ago. I met my friend at a safe shopping center in the city that I live in. At least, I thought so. We used to do this often, and I would often go there alone as well. It was close to my dormitory, which also made me feel safe. The day after we hung out, my friend had went home towards the evening, but I stayed for dinner. Let me tell you about the mall. The stores are on the indoor area, but the food courts are on the outdoor area, but it's all connected to the mall. I had wandered around a bit trying to decide what I was going to eat, but I couldn't really decide. I had memorized all the dishes of all the different restaurants. A restaurant had opened on the 2nd floor, but it was really expensive and not really a casual place. I had never been though, so I'd kind of wondered about it. I thought at worst I'd be drinking soup. As I was walking towards the elevator, I realized that there were 2 thin, tall guys with black leather jackets right behind me. I was going forward and I don't remember exactly, but I was going to climb the stairs. Then suddenly, my 6th sense had told me to go back, and so I did. They stayed there while I was getting on the elevator. I thought that I was just maybe being delusional and thinking it all up, but I was wrong. I finally got on the elevator. An ordinary guy with glasses and a brown leather jacket had entered behind me. Then he mumbled something. Right when I was about to leave the elevator, the guy grabbed my arm. I don't know how I did it, but I kicked him in the groin with my shoe and then started walking hastily without looking back. I don't know where I was walking. There was no other place on that floor. I'm walking around looking for the entrance. I then came back and I saw that the entrance was right up ahead. I made a U-turn and suddenly I saw those same two people in black leather jackets start walking towards me. I was horrified. They seemed to be kidding around, but at the same time being serious. One of them then said with a laugh,
"Come on, don't make it difficult for us."
That was the moment when my blood ran cold. I immediately threw myself into the restaurant, walked, and then sat on the glass part looking out. I tried to make a plan in my head, but I was literally shocked at what was happening. I also have asthma, ADHD, and anxiety, and all of this happening made me uneasy. The possibilities went through my head. I wanted to hide. I wanted to call my father and cry. I then started to encourage myself. Look, you're studying law. You have to learn how to fight this stuff. Right then and there, I decided to call the police. When the waiter in the restaurant came to me, I told him everything. He calmed me down, then went to his other coworkers to call security. While I was trying to call my family on the phone, someone slowly hit the window. I didn't understand what it was at first. It was dark outside. I thought it was security, and when I then saw his face, I almost had a fucking heart attack. His eyes were terrifying, and they looked like they were bloodshot, like he was on drugs. He had a dirty looking grin on his face. The only thing between us was the glass in the restaurant. His face was stained, and his expression was sinister. Just then, all the other waiters then came, and he ran away. A little while later, security finally came, and they accompanied me to a taxi. They said that they would examine the security footage and investigate the case. They also said they would call the police if needed. I was planning on calling the police myself, but after everything that had happened, I just couldn't think clearly. Nothing else ended up happening after this. Alright, so my name is Mew, and for some background information, I was 12 years old at the time of this story, and I'm a female. I also am very short, but I look older than I am because I matured a lot faster than others. My now ex-friend, who I'll call Charlotte for privacy reasons, was with me at the mall. At said mall, there happened to be a tilt studio that was near the food court, so we went and ate, and after some shopping, we went to the tilt for some fun. We hung out a bit, and we had played some games, mainly the claw machines because my friend really loves squishies, and I love stuffed animals. After about 10 minutes, we were at a ticket claw machine, and right behind us was an older man who looked to be about in his 60s or 70s. He had talked to us, and he was kind of looking at me a lot. I look like a bottle blonde, and I get a lot of unwanted attention. Not trying to brag though, it's just what I've been told. Anyways, he had stared and talked to me about a lot of random different things. We then left for another game, and I learned that I had lost my phone in the mall. We searched and searched, but we couldn't find it. We asked the front desk, and surprisingly, a good Samaritan had actually left my phone there. We continued through the mall after my mom yelled at me for a bit. We noticed that same man again near us, kind of just watching us. He approached me, and he was talking to me again. He was standing a bit too close to us. Then Charlotte said to me, "Mew, I think that guy's following us." I hadn't really noticed, but I'd started paying attention to him, and Charlotte was right. Everywhere we went in the mall, he followed us. After a while of this, we'd went up to the front to go buy stuff. We got all of our stuff, and my mom came over too. Before we tried to leave, the man came up to me yet again, and then said to me,
"A pretty girl like you shouldn't leave without a ball."
We then noticed a claw machine with balls, and then said to him, "Oh, we're out of money. We can't play." He then said he would get one for me since I was so pretty. He had also made some comments on my body, face, and hair. He even asked if I had a boyfriend, and sadly, out of stupidity, I said that I didn't. His eyes looked hungry, and he started to smile. His smile grew even bigger, and revealed his teeth. Well, the ones that were left at least. They were really yellow, and looked stained and unbrushed. He got even closer after that. Now, I'm very shy, and I have social anxiety, and this meant that I was unable to stand up for myself. Thankfully, Charlotte did though, and she told the guy to step off. The man then frowned and walked away after that. After we had left, he tried to follow us out. but it was too late, as we had already got away. We went to go eat at the food court, and we joked about him. Later that night, Charlotte and I had a sleepover, and we got to talking about it. She told me, "Hey Mew, you know that creepy guy took some pictures of you, right?" Right at that moment, my heart then sank. I had no idea. I kinda just laughed it off, but the next day it really hit me. This creepy ass weirdo has pictures of us, and is probably doing God knows what with them. Just the thought of that alone creeps me the fuck out. The story happened around October to November in 2016. I was with a friend and we were best friends at the time. We became best friends around October 2014 while at school, after she had moved down to the same area as me and joined the same school, and we had stayed best friends up until about 2018 to 2019. We were 16 years old when this happened. It was just a couple of months before we turned 17. We were in town and we were meant to be going to college that day, but we decided not to go and wandered around town instead. Disclaimer number 1. My friend was a lot more naive and innocent than I was, and really hadn't had things as tough. I was like the more defensive, more aware, more logical and realistic one out of the two of us, if that makes any sense. She was also more sensitive too. So we're at the bus station, just minding our own business, doing our own thing, having a smoke, looking at our phones, chatting, that kind of thing, when this random guy comes along, stands beside us, and starts chatting to us. He mentions somewhere along the way that he's 25, almost 26, so 9, almost 10 years older than us. All we had with us was our handbags, rucksacks, with normal everyday things, and a carrier bag with some of the things we bought, like snacks, drinks, that kind of stuff. Which he then said something like,
"So what do you got there?"
He then carried on saying something like,
"Aw, nice. Snacks and stuff, huh?"
He asks if we have a bit of change for the bus. I think he only asked for like 10 pounds or something like that. I decided to give him some change out of decency, and to see if he'd go away. We didn't really want to interact with him, but we were just trying to be pleasant. I thought he seemed a bit weird, odd, and really dodgy from the start. He kind of keeps hanging around. He didn't really have anything with him at all. He then pulls out some small blue tablets from his jeans pocket and said that they were Valium, also known as diazepam, and he then offered them to us, but I didn't believe it. Me and my friend both just looked at each other like, what the fuck? And of course we said no. I wasn't gonna let that happen. This was in a public area during daytime, and there was other people around too, so it was a really risky thing for him to do. But I thought to myself that it was good for us, in case we needed some help or witnesses. He asked for our names. My name is Shannon, and my friend's name is only a short name and starts with an R. For this story, we'll call her Roxy. We made up that we were called Shauna and Roxy in this situation, as we didn't want to tell them our real names. Disclaimer number 2. My dad got heavily into drugs and alcohol a bit before I was born, and he was in and out of jail. This went on for years, and he ended up dying of an overdose the day before my 10th birthday. My mom always told me about it, and she told me the truth, and I was pretty much brought up in the real world, so to speak. So in other words, I'm very aware about that kind of stuff, and the kind of things that can happen in the real world. Once this happened, me and my friend decided to walk back into town up to the high street. He followed us along the way back into the main part of town, which was only a couple minutes walk from the bus station, if that. We thought we'd be safer, better, and even more public, and there would also be security cameras in the shops too, as well as more people, just in case anything happened. We only got partway up the high street, and we decided to walk in Tesco Express. He still followed us. He had bumped into someone along the way who he called his uncle, and he tagged along too, which was all very weird. We were in Tesco Express, and he had tried asking us for money again for alcohol. I gave him a little bit more change to try and get him to shut up or leave us alone or something. He tried pressuring and convincing us to buy him alcohol, even though we were underage. We said no multiple times. A member of the staff behind the counter watched us while this happened, but didn't do anything. She was serving someone at the time, but she was aware. Me and my friend walked out. As we were walking away, he picked up a beer bottle from the fridge section and he put it under his jacket. He then put his arm around his so-called uncle and walked out with it. How the alarms didn't go off, I have no idea. Sadly though, there wasn't a security guard on duty or around at the time to witness this. As me and my friend got outside just before he came out, we stopped to try and figure things out. They obviously came back to us again. We were really trying so hard to be pleasant, cool, calm, and casual. We kept walking up the high street, and they continued to follow us and try to talk to us. As we got to the mall, he came in beside us, and there happened to be a stall inside with quirky little ornaments and things for sale. He quickly picked one up as we went by and was going to steal it. He then turned back as if he was going to take it back or something. We were trying so hard this whole time to hardly interact with him as little as possible. As he turned back, me and my friend didn't look back. We just started speed walking and we went as quickly as we could to the toilets. Luckily, there was a fair few shops and quite a few people about in town this day. It was really nice weather, so people were out and about. This was a good thing, so we could blend in, get through, etc. We had got to the bathroom and we stayed in there for a couple minutes. I think my friend had started messaging another friend or her boyfriend at the time, or something like that. After a couple of minutes of standing, waiting, and chatting in the toilets, we then decided to go back out to the mall. We round the corner a bit, and I have a cigarette while my friend is still messaging someone. She was almost pretty much crying and getting really emotional. I was trying my best to stay calm. Also, right at the back of the mall, there's a bus stop and like 1 or 2 cameras. So more people in security just in case, which is good. We then walked back through the mall right through the front outside, up a lane, looped around, then back on the high street. But before we got to the end of the lane to the high street, we saw the guy again going to walk by, so we stopped halfway up this lane, hoping he'd carry on and not see us. Unfortunately, however, he turned his head, looked up the lane, and saw us, which, as you can imagine, really concerned us. We dreaded it. I was hoping he'd just carry on and forget about it and just leave us alone, but he didn't. He said hey to us, and he came up to us again. He asked us what we were doing and where we were going, and he kept trying to make conversation. So we ended up walking back on the high street with him still there. He was very persistent, but somehow we had managed to divert, blend in with other people, lose him, and then get away. We got lucky. We went to a KFC, sat down, and then got some food. We were worried we were going to see him again. While we were in there, we had looked him up on Facebook, as we found out his name during the situation, and we made sure to block all of his accounts. He had 2 Facebook accounts at the time. We didn't see him again for the rest of the time that we were in town. We had actually bumped into another friend of ours along the way, but later on while we were still in town, close to about 5 to 5:30 p.m.-ish, while we were still with our other friend that we bumped into and telling him the situation, as we were walking down towards the bottom of the high street, towards the bus station again, we saw a man sitting on the floor. He looked kind of rough and dodgy, not much with him, and we realized that it was the same man that the guy claimed to be his uncle from earlier on. Luckily for us, however, he didn't notice, look, or recognize us, so we just carried on. We saw him a couple times afterwards in town over time, and I've seen him a few more times over the years in town. I was once in KFC all by myself around 2017 to 2018, and he came through and asked for some change again. I said no this time. Luckily, he never recognized us, remembered us, or what happened, and he never approached us again, or anything like that. In a way, I'm glad that it happened to us, and while I was there, rather than someone else, because someone else could have been led further down a dark path and said yes to the drugs and alcohol, or taken advantage of by him. I'm very, very glad that I'm aware, realistic, and logical. It could have been so different, and so much worse. He definitely didn't have good intentions, but I dread to think who else or how many others has he done this to, or hell, even worse. But I really hope I'm wrong about that. I want to start out by saying that I'm a 25-year-old male, average but broad build, and I'm somewhat taller at 6'1", so not what you'd usually consider an easy target or victim. I'm an avid outdoorsman. I love being in the middle of the woods, either with friends or alone. There's a certain peace I find when I'm sitting alone by a stream with nothing but nature all around me. I specifically love hiking, and I usually start hiking in the spring. My favorite spot to hike locally is in a small town in southwest Ohio. This is normally a very peaceful, quiet, and relaxing place. Usually you'll run into a couple of other hikers or families swimming in the creek nearby, or just a few animals along your trail. This day, however, well, it turned out to be entirely different. It started off like every other hiking trip. I grabbed my pocket knife and water bottle and headed toward my spot. Once I arrived, I picked my favorite trail and started down the loop. It was a windy day in mid-spring, and I had been hiking for about half an hour when I then heard what sounded like a woman screaming for help in the distance. I paused momentarily at the bottom of a small incline, listening closely when I heard the scream yet again. At this time, I ran up the incline to see if there was someone injured nearby who maybe needed help. But when I reached the top of the small hill, my stomach wrenched and I got the feeling that I should just go on about my business. So following my instincts, I did just that. After that, I stopped a ways up ahead and listened again. I hadn't heard the noise in a while, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't hear it again. The wind blew once more, and the noise came back as the trees swayed back and forth. I decided that the noise was from the trees, and just kept on my trail. As I tried to shake the eerie sick feeling in my stomach, I rounded a bend in the trail, and as I got to the clearing around the brush, I saw a man on his hands and knees on the ground with his face in the dirt. The man had a dog with him, and he was wearing a backpack. I figured that he had dropped something and was looking for it, so I just kept heading his way down the trail. As I drew closer, the man looked up at me and stood up from the ground. He was a larger guy, probably about 6'4" if I had to guess. Pretty stocky build. His face looked like that of a drug user. He blocked my path. I stopped about 10 feet from him, standing facing him, maintaining eye contact and distance. He had asked me if I ever smelled these flowers, as he pointed to them on the ground. I then said, "No, I haven't," as friendly as I could at the time. He then looked at me and said,
"Every spring, I have to get down on my hands and knees and smell these flowers. They're just nothing like you'll ever smell."
I kinda just gave a, that's cool. He paused for a few seconds, and I could tell he was sizing me up. After his pause, he said,
"Yeah, you should smell them sometime."
And he paused again, halfway motioning for me to get down and smell these flowers. "Fuck that," I said. "Yeah, maybe I will some other time." And he then gave me a look of subtle frustration, giving another long pause. I broke the silence by telling him that he has a really pretty dog.
"Yeah, she's a really good girl,"
he said. At which point then I decided I had enough of this interaction, and I said, "Alright, well, I'm gonna keep on my way then." The man paused again and he just told me to take care, and then turned to keep going down the opposite direction of me. I started walking again, and after about 5 seconds, I peered over my shoulder just to make sure that he wasn't following me. But he was gone. He had completely vanished from the trail in just a couple of seconds. You'd think I would be kind of relieved to be away from him, but not knowing where he was really put me on high alert. I decided to try and enjoy the rest of my hike and went down this trail that I had always seen but never explored. The trail then went about a quarter mile through a field with trees on each side of the trail. Then at a sign with a map, split off into 3 mini trails that all led to backpacker campsites. As I went down the trail, I stopped for a second to use the bathroom and then check over my shoulder again. Nothing. I made it to the sign at the split and my stomach wrenched again, telling me not to go down that trail anymore, to turn back. So I did. I turned back and I started back down the trail to the main loop. I pulled my knife from my pocket and had it ready in my hand. I was about halfway back to the main loop when I then saw the man yet again in the distance. He had doubled back and was now walking straight towards me again. I've went over this in my head 100 times, and it just didn't logically make sense for him to turn around because it was only about a quarter of the way through his end of the loop. I was about 3/4 of my way through the loop since we were heading opposite directions. He walked toward me, a lump forming in my throat and my stomach still turning. As he passed me, he had a look of annoyance on his face. He then saw my hand with my knife in it and just said once more,
"Take care,"
and just kept walking past me with his dog. Luckily, that was my last encounter with him and the noises I heard. I'm pretty positive there was no woman at all. I don't really know if he was truly a person or some kind of creature imitating a person, but I don't really care. I think those screams were actually a lure that luckily I didn't fall for. As for the rest of my trip, I hurried quickly out of those woods that day. I do still hike there, and I do still go on that trail, but I now won't do it without my pistol on my hip. I think he planned to trick me into smelling the flowers so he could avoid a fight and then hit me while I was down. God only knows what he would have done. I think because I was armed and I followed my instincts is why I came out of those woods that day. Maybe it doesn't sound so bad in this retelling of my story, but I know what I felt that day. No matter what your gender or size is, you can be a victim if you let yourself be. Always follow your instincts, always be aware of your surroundings, and always be prepared to protect yourself, especially if you're alone in the woods. I was helping my boyfriend move from Wisconsin to Colorado. I had driven out to Wisconsin and picked up some of his stuff, while he carried the rest of it in his own car. So we were driving separately. Somewhere in the middle of Nebraska, towards the end of the day, we found out that his car was having some issues that would need to be repaired before we could make the rest of the trip to Colorado. We decided to stay at the motel for the night and find somewhere to repair the car at in the morning. We took the car into the shop and it was actually able to be repaired before the end of the day. The shop called my boyfriend to let him know he could come pick it up, so I drove him out there. When we got to the shop, I realized that I left my phone at the motel. I wasn't too worried as even though I wasn't too familiar with the area, I figured I could follow my boyfriend as he drove back to the motel for the night. As I saw my boyfriend exit the shop in his car, other cars shortly followed behind him, so I lost track of him. I decided to try and find the way back to the motel on my own, to the best of my memory. It was pretty much just straight down the main road until you saw the sign for the motel on the left side. I kept driving down the main road until I realized I had never even seen the motel sign. I was lost and I really started to panic as I had no phone and I had no idea how to get back to the motel. I began to notice a white SUV that was following my car for about 5 minutes. He eventually pulled into the lane to the left of me. Sitting at a stoplight, I saw the man in the white SUV motion to roll down my window. Being confused and not really knowing how to react, I rolled it down.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
He said. Nothing," I replied, not really sure why he was asking this.
"Well, why don't you pull over and come talk to me for a second?"
After hearing this, I quickly shook my head and then rolled up the window. The last thing that I wanted was to be stranded in this town with some weird stranger following me. The light turned green and that's when I saw my boyfriend's car then pull up right behind mine. I then pulled off into the closest parking lot, to which my boyfriend followed. Luckily, the SUV was nowhere in sight. He said he was trying to catch up and find my car once he didn't see me at the motel. I let him drive me back that night so we could return for my car in the morning. Thank goodness my boyfriend had found me at the right time, as I'm not really sure what would have happened that night if he hadn't have found me, and if that man in the SUV had followed me any further. This happened when I was about 11 years old while I was on a trip to another country during the summer. My mom and dad had separated when I was younger, so I came to visit my dad during the summer. It was very late and he wanted to take me and my cousin, who I'll call in for privacy reasons, out to a nearby town. Now, since my dad's car had an opening in the back, I asked Ann if she wanted to ride in the back with me. Since she was 2 years older than me, making her 13, which is still pretty young, she said sure. It was a bumpy road, so we kept moving around in the back, and it was really cold. Keep in mind that it was really dark outside, and the only thing lighting up the way were my dad's headlights. At some point, I'm guessing the convo died, and I turned around to see a tall man with a suit standing behind a tree facing the car. The thing is that the man had no face. Like, I'm being legit. I saw no face but a white circle for the head. I was so scared but turned back around, and I just shrugged it off as being the trees or just my mind playing tricks on me. A few minutes later, I remember the man and I turn around again out of curiosity, just to hear a blood-curdling scream coming from my cousin as soon as I turned around. The second I turned around, my vision was covered with something white. When I heard the scream, I threw myself onto the car and so did my cousin, causing the car to shake a little. She then stares at me and she asks, "Did you see that?" I looked at her terrified and nodded. She started describing the figure that I saw earlier, and then I connected the dots. I realized that when I saw all white, it was most likely the figure's face up close to mine. The first time, I didn't really believe what I saw was real until my cousin told me she saw the same thing. We laid down there until we got to the town and then ran to tell my dad. He obviously tried to calm us down and just convince us it was nothing, but I was still really terrified. I'm 15 years old now, and I recently reached out to Ann to ask her exactly what she saw that night. And she explained it perfectly in the same exact way that I saw the man. Really tall with a suit and a tie, and no face. During the Christmas break of 2021, my family and I planned a trip to Florida. There was 9 people and 2 dogs, including my parents and grandparents from my mom and dad's side, as well as my aunt and uncle and my 2 cousins. We left from my house in Delaware at around 6 in the morning on Christmas Eve. Since my cousins have a Tesla, we had to stop quite a few times to supercharge their car. One particular time we were in a small town in South Carolina, and it was around 8 p.m. Of course, since it was winter, the sun was already down and we were charging in a darker area of the town. The charger was in front of a closed Dairy Queen and some of the streetlights wouldn't work. Regardless of this, my family and I decided to get out of our cars and stretch a little bit. I walked to my cousin's Tesla and I began talking to them, planning out where we would stop next for food and how far we were from our first destination of Savannah, Georgia. The dogs were in front of the cars playing fetch. My dad and uncle were playing with them while everyone else was in their respective cars. Everything was going fine until we all heard a really loud screeching noise coming from the woods right behind us. I originally thought it came from my earbuds as I was listening to music, but when I looked at my cousins, I just knew that it wasn't from my earbuds. The dog stopped playing and immediately ran to the fence that separated the parking lot and the woods and then started barking like crazy. Usually my cousin's dog is the calmer one between the two, but he was going absolutely insane, just barking and growling. My dad and uncle kept calling them, offering treats to distract them from the screeching, but they were just way too focused on whatever was in the woods. They couldn't leave the cars as both were charging and filling up gas, so one of my cousins and I decided to go grab them. I was in the middle of hooking up the leash when all of a sudden my dog pulled away from me, jumping on the fence and barking. I pulled her away from the fence, quickly pulling her towards me and hooking her to the leash. She wouldn't stop barking and growling, and her fur was sticking up, meaning that something was definitely in the forest. My cousin wanted to go explore, but my aunt stopped him, saying that whatever was out there was probably really dangerous. I decided to flash my flashlight in the woods so we could see if anything was in there without being close enough to get hurt. What my cousin and I saw next scared the absolute hell out of us. It was a tall figure standing behind one of the trees. It looked like a person, but the closer I edged towards it to get a better view, the more distorted it became. My father had already told me that it would take another 5 minutes to finish charging, and I was already hoping that those 5 minutes were over. I pretended like I didn't see anything, flashed the light around a couple more times, and calmly headed towards the cars again. My cousin then looked at me with really fearful eyes, and I knew that I wasn't making anything up. He was the type of person who didn't believe in the supernatural, and he was a very skeptical man. So seeing his scared face really scared me. My other cousin peeked out of the car, asking me in a scared voice if I saw anything. I didn't want to scare her, and I calmly replied that I didn't see anything, and it was probably just an animal, and she then calmed down. The dogs were still barking really loudly, and I managed to calm them down with treats and toys. And I went to my uncle and dad, who were now talking about our next stop. I quietly pulled them away from the car so that my younger cousin wouldn't hear, and I then told them about what my other cousin and I saw. Both of them immediately believed me and told us to go in the car and lock all the doors, and that they would come inside shortly. My cousin went to his car, and I went to mine, telling my grandmas and mom about what happened. A few minutes later, I saw my dad walking towards the car, looking a little stressed. He got in and, without a word, pulled out of the parking lot. I saw my uncle doing the same, and we slowly and quietly then left the parking lot. We had to drive in the woods for a while, and I could tell my dad was a little nervous. I looked down at my phone, and I then saw my cousin messaging me, asking if my father was acting weird. I told him that my father hadn't said a single word since we got in the car, and that he looked a little nervous. He quickly replied that his dad was acting the same exact way, and that every time someone asked him what happened, he wouldn't say a word. I was a little freaked out about this, but I told him to ignore it. He agreed, and he asked if their behavior had something to do with what him and I saw in the woods. Before I could reply, my dad then slammed on the gas, looking to his left. My mom yelped, asking him why he did that. Then finally, he spoke. But the words that came out of his mouth then sent chills down my spine. Something is following us. None of us could say a word, and I quickly wrote to my cousin about what my dad had then said. He said that once my dad sped up, his dad did too, then cursing and looking to his left. I slowly turned to the left as well, and a scream left my mouth. Beside our car in the woods, I could see something running. It looked like a humanoid, but it was running on all fours. My dad then looked at me, seeing why I was screaming. He then sped up even more, reaching the nearest exit that he could find. Pretty much immediately after he took it, the thing stopped running next to us. I looked down at my phone, and I saw a spam of messages from my cousin, telling me about what had just happened. My eyes widened as I looked back, and indeed, one of my cousin's tires were now flat. I told my dad, and he told me there was another gas station down the road, and we would fix the flat tire. We reached the station, and I went inside the 24/7 store with it to go to the bathroom. I decided to buy some snacks for my cousins, and I guess I was still in shock from what happened. The cashier asked me if I was okay, and for some reason, I decided to tell her everything that happened. As I told her what happened, my cousin came in next to me, and he told her what happened to his car. As we told her, I saw the color drain out of her face, and then she uttered something I'll never forget. We don't have a station anywhere near that town. If you spend enough nights camping, weird things will happen. A couple of years ago, two buddies and I did a month-plus long road trip around the U.S. We would camp in the U.S. Forest Service, or Bureau of Land Management areas, and we were driving my pickup truck so we could get back in some fairly deep wilderness on forest roads. After about 15 nights on the road, we ended up in some BLM land near Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park in Colorado. It was our last night in Colorado, and we were really exhausted from doing a 14er earlier that morning. We found the coordinates of a campsite online, and we had arrived to the edge of the pavement at about 6 p.m. Up ahead of us was a dusty 2-track lane that had snaked through scraggly trees and brush and made its way to the top of a hill that had views of snow-capped peaks. We hadn't passed a car in a long time. Our truck makes it to the side easily, but none of us got out yet. We sit aside and we look around. There's a fire pit, lots of trees, but also an abandoned couch and some other signs of human waste. Not great vibes, but it's getting late and we aren't really keen on the idea of driving more. We all hop out and start walking around, cautiously approaching some garbage bags wrapped in duct tape. This seems like a place we would find a body, I say to my friends. They agree. We notice a trail that seems to go in a circle around the top of the hill, so we decide to check it out before we commit to staying. We find more trash and more human waste, but nothing that really makes us feel like we should leave yet. We decide to cowboy camp, which is sleeping on a tarp beneath the stars, and we have a nice fire going. We finish off a case of beer, but even with the inebriation, we still feel uneasy. Every couple of minutes, one of us will shine a light into the woods, thinking we heard something. Even though this is our 20th consecutive night sleeping outside, it doesn't feel right, but it is late, so we start getting ready for bed. We're all carrying bear spray and headlamps. So I step into the woods to pee, and I walk about 15 feet without turning on my light. As I'm standing there peeing, I decide I should turn on my headlamp, since the fire messed up my night vision. When I then see what the beam of light illuminates, my knees nearly buckle. My jaw is dropped. I just stand there in silence for about 10 seconds before calling out to my friends. Guys, do you see this? In the center of my beam is a bunch of bleached bones wrapped in barbed wire, hanging from a branch directly above the trail that we had walked in the daylight. Now, we would have certainly noticed them in the daylight. They must have been hung once it got dark, while we sat only 25 feet away from this. The general consensus among us was, nah, fuck that. So we snapped a couple of photos of it before throwing our stuff in the park and hopping in the truck. We drive a little ways up the road to a national park campground, and I never felt so happy to pay $25 and have neighbors nearby. Whoever put those up during the night, I definitely don't want to meet you. My hypothesis is that a rancher with a grazing lease put up the bones to scare off the scum that leave all their trash at the campsites. They're probably cow bones, but it still scared the hell out of me and my friends. I wasn't really sure about sharing this story. It still gives me shivers every time I think about what happened. This happened in the Amazonas, in the border between Brazil and Peru. The jungle is an amazing place to live. Everyone knew each other, and I had a big group of friends of different ages. The only horrible part of the Amazon is the existence of terrorist groups that try to control the region. I was 7 years old when this happened. Every kid in the village knew we had the freedom to go anywhere, just as long as it's not close to the terrorists, and we could never leave the village at night. My parents taught me since I was very little how to hide in case something like this happens, and to run if I see something will get dangerous. I remember all the adults of the village were celebrating something. I think it was an Amazonian party like Halloween. I remember my mother painting her face in a tribal way, and all of the children went together to a house to stay safe and have fun. The eldest girl was in charge. She was 17 years old, and as soon as all of our parents left, she just ignored us and left with her friends. Our closest group consisted of about 6 children. I was the youngest one, and we all listened to the most adventurous one, Leon, who was about 14. Whatever Leon said, we always followed because he was fun, always making challenges, and he knew how to take care of us. Yes, despite him being reckless, he was our friend. We loved him, and we knew he would never abandon us if something happened. After playing soccer and eating, the 6 of us had become bored. Carla, one of the 6, had the idea to dress up like our parents did, with tribal makeup and dresses. We agreed, and soon we all dressed up like the kids who lived in the village of the deepest regions of the Amazon. I remember us playing around until Leon said, and I quote, "Let's explore the Amazon and find a hidden treasure." We all cheered and agreed to leave. It was pretty easy to escape, since the girl who was supposed to take care of us had left us. Leon managed to find a lantern and a big boat enough for us 6, and we all agreed to sail. It was around midnight, but we didn't care. I want you all to imagine 6 kids dressed up on a boat, splashing water everywhere, and trying to find an imaginary treasure. No phones, no adults, just the jungle and us. It was life at its purest. Everything seemed to be perfect, and we then heard people calling.
"Who's there?"
And we saw a lighted boat approaching. Quickly, Leon dropped the lantern, and he instructed us to lay down on the boat's floor and stay very still. It was one of the scariest moments in my life. I remember very clearly how we were all with our bellies up against the floor, grabbing our hands and not even daring to breathe. But it was too late.
"Stop hiding. I see you,"
a voice said as the guy illuminated our boat. We stood up and I saw about 4 men with guns pointing at us. They all just laughed and said,
"It's a bunch of children."
Leon put himself in front and he said we were in a hurry because our parents were expecting us home. The biggest guy, who had a red bandana on, laughed and said,
"Little kids shouldn't be here alone at night. You could disappear in the jungle and no one would ever find you."
At this point, I was super scared and Carla started crying.
"You can go. You're just tribe Hua,"
which in our language means baby. They then left after that. I remember us all hugging each other, crying and sailing as fast as we could. Once we got home, we entered the house and we closed all the doors and windows. We all slept together on the floor, but before we did that, we all agreed not to tell anyone in the village. Not the elders, and certainly not our parents. Even now to this day, no one knows what happened that night. Years later, I'd finally understood why they let us go. They thought we were kids from the local tribe. We had no value to them. If they had known we were from the village I'm from, I probably wouldn't be typing this story. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time, but we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we'd stay in the woods all weekend long. We'd only come out for school. We really loved pretending we were frontiersmen. We would build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie and book by Stephen King that had just come out at the time. The idea was that we'd walk on the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers, and we had discovered bridges that no one went to. We fished, and we hid from trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun, we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. Well, after high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but we always stay in touch and always try to coordinate visits so we'd see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We'd do stuff with family in the day, and at night we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the good old days. One night me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon, we decided to take a day, walk the trails, camp one night, and walk back home. Well, the day came, and we started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in her old spot where we used to start at, which was right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy, and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe had suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, and we had made a map. So I gave a, "You know man, what the hell," and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and we sat on the edge, smoked a joint, and then moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we had brought some canned food and some other stuff. Before night started to set in, we had picked a spot to camp at. It was a really thickened forest area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk around the area a little bit just to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over a hill and we were actually camping in their yard or something. We'd walk maybe 100 or so feet into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from on top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We had kind of pondered over what to do. We both just assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, and no lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the small hill very slowly, and as we neared the building we saw, it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. There was a cross that stood on the top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand on. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads, nothing. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately, and we went back up the hill to our spot that we had picked to camp at. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We just chalked it up to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and then go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we laid in our hammocks and shot the shit, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. "Do you hear that? What the fuck is that? It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got up to the top, we had saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this shit?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered. Although we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only really saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length in between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. Now, I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher that you see in the movies. But again, it was like he was speaking in a totally different language because we couldn't understand a single word. It eventually got to where the single male voice would say something, and then a bunch of other voices would then answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I actually covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, "Dude, let's get the fuck out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and then hissed, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out of the open doorway, all holding hands in a single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and then the light from the flashlights began to move towards us in the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed all of our shit, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the same direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back, and we saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights, and we came to a road. By our map, we knew that a small town was about 15 minutes down from us, and we walked there. We got to a 24-hour gas station and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around, but we heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was absolutely the creepiest thing that had ever happened to me out in the woods. I was living in a city in Canada, born and raised there. I had to walk about a block and a half to my bus stop every morning, where on a typical day, my friends Casey and Emily would be. On occasion, we would get the guys that would miss their bus and walk to our bus stop instead, since it was closest to the school and the last bus stop of the morning. One of the guys that would show up on occasion was a guy named Ron, and sometimes his friend Tim. Ron took a liking to me, and he immediately started showing up to my stop every day. I didn't have a very long walk home from the bus stop, but I started to feel really uncomfortable. I changed it up and I started walking home from school instead. The problem with this, though, was the most direct route led straight through the woods. Seniors used to go into them and party a lot, which you could tell by the large amount of beer bottles and all the beer cans all over the forest. One day while walking through the woods, I hear twigs snapping behind me. I thought it was a deer at first, and I kept going. The snapping continued and got closer. I looked back, and the twigs stopped snapping, and no one was there. I started running instead. I eventually made it home, and I locked my front door. I kept my parents in the loop of the entirety of this ordeal, by the way, so they were quite aware of what was going on. The next day, I decided to take the bus again. Ron shows up at my stop again, and I try to ignore him. He gets on the bus and sits directly behind me. I finally just snapped, and I yelled at him. "Look, Ron, I have a fucking boyfriend. Please leave me alone." He asks what his name is, and I lie. The first name I could think of was Paul. Unfortunately, there happened to be a Paul at my bus stop. It was someone I didn't even know or had ever even talked to before. I came home and everything seemed fine. Well, the next morning, I start walking to the bus stop, and I see Ron and Tim there, now cornering Paul with a hunting knife. I started to run, but Ron caught up to me, holding me down and putting the knife against my throat. I must have had angels looking out for me, because the bus rounded the corner as soon as he did that. He let me up and started walking back to the bus stop. I ran for my house again, except this time I was successful. I immediately told my mom, and she called the police. They took a statement from Paul at school and me at my house. They searched both the lockers of Ron and Tim, and both of them were expelled. My mom insisted that I spend a year in the US with my aunt, which I did, but I still feel really uncomfortable walking anywhere by myself to this day. I was around 12 to 13 years old when this all happened, but I don't really remember the date. Every year, my parents would always send me to a summer camp lost in the mountains, where there's a lot of mountain activities, like hiking, exploring the forests, etc. Now, I live in France, and I don't know how summer camps elsewhere work, but the way it works here is age groups. There were 3 groups: the blue one, which is the younger, the yellow one, which is the medium, and the green one, which is the oldest. I was supposed to go in the yellow group because I was still too young, but for some reason, I got brought into the green group, which was composed of people that were around 16 and even 17. Pretty much everyone in that group hated me for being really young and childish. One day that I remember was one of the last days. The instructors that were keeping an eye on us brought us to the deepest spot of the forest to have a picnic. After we were done with the picnic, they had looked at us and asked if we wanted to play hide and seek. Everyone was probably too old for that, but we still did it. To which most even refused to hide. I was a kid, and of course I was pretty excited. And when they started counting, I ran as fast as I could to a place super far away where they wouldn't find me. There was a really small river, and I jumped over it. After some steps, I felt a hand catching my hairs very violently. I tried to turn myself back, but the hand just slips to my neck, and I had felt it catch really high on the other side of whoever this person's hand was. I was terrified, and I tried to fight back and to resist, but the hand that was restraining me was the one of a grown man with lots of strength. I then started screaming at the top of my lungs. I had never screamed that loud before, but seemingly, nobody even heard me. As the guy started talking while dragging me to the forest, he was completely mad and just kept repeating,
"You'll see. I'll hurt you so fucking much you'll cry and scream even more."
I remember him talking about harming me, as well as raping me. I was just 13. I was so fucking terrified. I've never lived through any kind of physical abuse. Not being hit, nothing sexual, nothing that was more than words. He dragged me further into the forest, and I just kept screaming and hitting him, until at some point, I had found a way to bite his hand with all of the strength of my jaw. He screamed from the pain, and then said,
"You're fucking crazy."
It's then when he got hurt enough that his arm retracted, and I managed to escape. I then turned back and made the sprint of my life. I think the guy must have lost interest in me or something, because he didn't run after me. I jumped back over the river and found one of my only friends there in the camp. I just kept running though, and I'm honestly not even sure if she saw the thing that happened or if she just ignored it. I went to the camp leaders, but I was way too terrified to do anything, or even tell them about it, so I didn't. I don't know if it was someone from the camp or a total stranger. I didn't even see his head, his skin, or the clothes he was wearing. Nothing. I was just way too terrified to even pay attention to that stuff. The same night this all happened, I called my parents, but they weren't able to come get me right away. I had to just go back home in a bus like everyone else. What terrified me the most was the guy could be one of the people in the same group as me. He could have just hit me in my sleep and dragged me somewhere. I mean, he's most likely not, but I guess it is a possibility. So yeah, I don't know who that guy was, and I never want to know more. It was a Sunday, early in the morning. I live in the suburbs, but my parents own a farm that I really enjoy going to because I get to see my dog. Her name is Molly. She's a mutt, but she's not a tiny dog by any means. At the time, I felt very safe around her, and I would often take her for walks in the forest that was nearby. The day had started off like any other. Me and my dad got in the car, drove around for a while, and arrived at the farm. I immediately got out of the car and hugged on Molly. My parents would always get kind of annoyed when I hugged her, since I'd smell like a dog for the rest of the day. But I then put her on a leash and I'd asked my dad if I could take her for a walk for a while. I think he always thought that we would just go down the road and back. But I always found it more interesting to take her to the forest. I always felt a certain kind of peace and relaxation there that was really unmatched by anything else. So we took a turn and headed to the forest. Usually when we got there, I'd take her leash off so she could explore on her own. Most of the time there, I'd carve my name into the trees and look for anything interesting. I was playing some baseball with some old rocks and a wooden leg, presumably from an old table. Then I heard it. Molly was barking at something. This wasn't unusual when we were in the forest. I thought it might have been a fox or some other animal, so I quickly grabbed the wooden leg like a weapon. I knew that if it was a fox, it wouldn't attack, but I had a sense of security while I was holding it. I then called out, "Molly! Molly! Get over here!" But she just kept barking. This was very strange for me, since she always came to me when I called her. I followed the sound of her barks and stumbled across a scene that I'll never forget. There was a man, probably in his late 50s, half naked, carrying a large machete in one hand and holding moonshine in the other. This was the first time I'd ever stumbled across someone in the woods, let alone someone half naked carrying a big-ass machete. He was completely ignoring Molly and hacking away at the ground for some reason. I didn't really know how to handle the situation. Even now, I have no idea how I would handle it. "Sir, are you okay?" I asked in confusion. I don't think I understood the seriousness of the situation at the time. The man turned around, revealing his face. He had some of the clearest blue eyes that I've ever seen to this day. I could see them so well because they were wide open.
Come here, boy. Why don't you take a look at what I've dug up?
I was really afraid that if I didn't listen to him, he would start chasing after me, and that was something I wanted to avoid at all costs. I got closer, but kept a good distance. I didn't really see anything except for an empty hole. He returned hitting the ground with a machete, occasionally taking sips from the bottle. I used this window of time to get my dog and started walking away really slowly, as to not notify him that I was leaving. But then I took one final glance at the man. His head was dug deep into the hole. I was intrigued, so I kept looking. I know, stupid of me. He finally got up from the ground, and I was absolutely shocked when I saw him carrying a bone in his mouth. I have no idea what animal it belonged to, if it even did belong to an animal. I'd seen enough at this point and started sprinting with my dog. As we ran, I had heard him laughing, and I then saw something flying from the corner of my eye. It was that damn machete. I then heard him yell, "Damn it!" and this made me run even faster. I know the forest very well, so I wasn't really afraid of getting lost. I ripped through all the branches and bushes until I got out of the forest, but I didn't stop sprinting till I arrived at the garage, where my father was testing out lights for our tractor. I didn't tell him a single thing about the man or what had happened in the forest, since I was afraid that he'd get angry and wouldn't allow me to walk Molly anymore. Needless to say, I never went to that forest alone again. I still can't believe I encountered a naked old man with a machete and a bone in his mouth. Crazy as hell, and hopefully I don't encounter him again. When I was around the age of 13, I had met someone who claimed to be 16 on Facebook. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call him Sam. Sam had put me into a group chat with a bunch of people who I'd later become friends with. I had a roleplay account on Facebook, so my account was known among the anime community. I'd gotten really comfortable around these people. A couple of years passed, and around this time I was 15, and he was apparently 18, and he had claimed to have a sister who he added to the group chat. The sister was in the military, and she lived just a state over. For the story's sake, we'll call her Venus. Sam introduced Venus to us, telling us all these little facts about her. But the strangest thing is they would never be online at the same time. This went on for multiple years during that time. I had eventually gotten into a relationship with Venus, and we were together for a few years. She would disappear every so often and wouldn't really talk, and she'd get really mad about certain things. For example, when I was younger, I was drinking with friends and one of my gay best friends was there, and I had touched his leg hair with my hand and called him Bigfoot, and we had all just laughed about it. But Venus got really mad at me, and we were on a video call at the time, and she hung up on me. What she said next was absolutely insane. She said what I did was cheating, and that she was going to kill her own brother Sam, which, as you can imagine, shocked the hell out of me. She later on sent photos of blood to the group chat, claiming it was Sam's blood, and that she killed her own brother. Totally freaked out, an hour had passed and my friend and I got really close to calling the cops, but we were terrified teenagers, so we didn't call right away. Sam had later on messaged us on the group chat, and he said he was fine and very much alive, but that she did attack him. At this point, she was offline pretty much all the time now, and to a lot of you, I'm sure this won't come as a surprise, but to me and everyone else in the group chat, we didn't really expect what was coming. She went offline for a while again, and we eventually just broke up. Well, a few years after that, I got into a relationship with her brother Sam. She didn't really have an online presence anymore at this point. It was like she just ceased to exist. About a year into my relationship with Sam, I had found a Facebook page that had her exact pictures on it. But it wasn't under the name she went by. It was under some random girl's name, and when I confronted Sam about it, I asked if she had an extra account, and he asked me in a panic how I found it. He freaked out, and in less than a minute, I was blocked from the account, and Sam just asked me to pretend like it didn't exist. Of course, I thought this was weird as hell, but I didn't really give it a second thought at the time. Again, really stupid teenager stuff, but something didn't sit right with me. Sam and I had started planning to meet each other in the coming months, but things started to take a really bizarre turn in the relationship. He started saying a lot of NSFW things to me that just really made me uncomfortable. I had started to even get scared of him. Well, I eventually get cold feet, and I call off meeting up with him, and I even break off the whole relationship. I don't know how to explain it, but something just didn't feel right anymore. He hasn't contacted me since, but with everything running together, and with me talking with our old friends, I think we've all put together the pieces that Sam and Venus were the same people. There was never a sister. It was only him. He made up this entire life of this other human being. He pretended like he was his sister killing him, as well as faking cancer and faking military careers just to be in a relationship with me. I never really confronted him about it because I just never really had the guts to, but my childhood was consumed by someone that led me on for years, who was apparently in their 20s and crazy enough to make up different lives. I don't even know if the person I saw in the pictures was actually him or not, and I guess now I never will. To Sam, wherever you are out there, you're really fucking sick in the head. My name is Ember, and I recently just turned 30. I live outside of a town that you can say is known for having very disgusting water, if that helps put that together. The story I'm about to tell you is pretty damn terrifying, and sadly, very true. I met my now ex 7 years ago. Let's call him William for privacy reasons. We'd actually talked on a dating website first, and ironically, we had ran into each other at a local bar months later. He walked up to me and said,
"Hey, you look so familiar. Didn't we talk online before?"
And those words turned us into talking all night long, and then us meeting up later that week for him to cook some dinner at his house for me. He seemed pretty normal. He lived alone, and he had a pretty good job working as an electrician. He was also pretty easy on the eyes, but he was 10 years older than me, which didn't really bother me, because I had always dated older than my age anyways. He always had kind of a sadness in his eyes, which not long after seeing each other, I found out it was due to his children living in another state with his grandmother. You see, his ex-wife had died from unknown causes while they were going through a divorce, but that'll come into play a little later on in the story. The fact that he didn't have custody was certainly a red flag, as I had a 3-year-old daughter, but the reasons he explained to me had made a lot of sense to me at the time. After a while of being together, his jealousy definitely started to show. He would accuse me of cheating on him anytime I wouldn't answer my phone right away, or if I wanted to do anything else with friends or family. One night he started a fight when I had to be up for work really early, just yelling at me to wake up. I had told him to leave me alone at least 10 times until I just couldn't take it anymore, and lifted the pillow out from under me and chucked it at him. He instantly threatened to call the police on me, and I had enough, so I locked myself in the room with my daughter to get some sleep. He then took the locked doorknob off the door and said I better speak with him or he's going to call the police on me. I honestly had enough at this point, because now he was doing this in front of my daughter. I called my mom to come get us because I knew he would actually let me leave if she showed up. My mom had finally got there, and when she did, the second that my daughter got on the porch, he grabbed my arm as I was walking out and pulled me back inside, then shutting the door and leaving my mother and daughter outside. He was pleading to me, please don't go anywhere, and after a while of my mother banging on the door and threatening to call the police, he finally let me go. After us getting back to my mom's, I knew I was done with that asshole. The very next day, I got my dad, sister, brother, and cousins to help me get my things out and to put it into a storage unit. Even in front of my dad, which my dad is very scary and intimidating, he just kept trying to plead with me not to leave, until my dad finally said to him, "You don't speak to her. You don't even look at her." After leaving him, he would text me every single day, begging me to talk to him. Some of them would be very nice, like,
"No matter what happens, I'll always love you, Ember."
Then it would be,
"You're such a fucking slut. You're probably with some dude right now."
Then another text would come through about how amazing I am in bed, and no one in the world could ever make him feel the way I do. Then threatening if I didn't talk to him, he was going to post all the pictures I had sent him online for everyone to see. Fast forward a few days later, and he had sent my family members lots of lies about me, telling them I was a drug addict and doing all these other crazy things. This is when I finally had enough, and I'd called the police to report harassment. The cop that showed up was actually my mother's friend's ex-husband, so I had known him personally. He called my ex on the phone, and the conversation went as followed. "Hey, is this William?"
"Yeah, who the fuck is this?"
"This is an officer, and you really need to leave Amber the fuck alone."
"This is a prank call. You're not a real officer. Suck my dick, bitch."
And then hung up on him. The officer told me to get into his cruiser and show him where he lives, which was right down the road. When we pulled up, he was getting into his car to leave. On the way there, the cop had noticed he had a warrant for some unpaid tickets. He immediately stepped out of the car and then arrested him right there on the hood of his car. I got into the front seat of the cruiser, and the whole time driving back to my house, he was saying,
"Amber, I still love you, baby. I love you so much. Why are you doing this?"
before the cop could tell him to shut up. When I finally got dropped back off at my house, the cop stepped out of the car and he told me to stay away from him, that he's the kind of man who'll kill me one day, and he has a prior PPO against him from another female. That definitely freaked me out, but the second he got out of jail, he was immediately texting me and telling me he forgives me and how much he loves me more than anything. Fast forward a couple years later, but in between these couple of years, I had gotten married, and in between them, he would still find me on any platform, and he would send me random messages, letting me know he still loves me and always will. Well, eventually my ex-husband and I went through a divorce, and let's just say I went wild and totally out of my mind at this point. So I actually entertained my ex like a complete moron, and I actually went on some dates with him and stayed the night with him pretty regularly. I was feeling pretty insecure with myself due to my divorce, but my thought process was pretty ignorant, and my family was extremely angry with me. Everything was going pretty great at first though, until again it wasn't. He would again do crazy things, like accuse me of sleeping with my own family members and lie to my friends to get them to be mad at me, like telling them that I secretly hate them, and just really outlandish things. He had actually sent flowers to my work, my mom's, my house, my sister's house, my aunt's house, and my house all in one day. Thousands of dollars worth of flowers just to get me to talk to him after I told him I couldn't take it anymore. I had agreed to go to his house and talk, which was the biggest mistake of my life. When I got there, he was sitting on his bed, and I sat down next to him. He was being super sweet at first, and he thanked me for coming over. But then his facial expressions turned sinister. He told me that he knows I've been fucking someone else, and I assured him I wasn't, and I had no interest in anyone at this point. He then stood up and started screaming at me.
"Yes, you did. I know you fucked someone, and you better admit it right now."
I kept telling him I didn't, and that I wasn't going to admit to something I didn't do. And then he said to me,
"You better admit it right fucking now, or I'll squeeze the fucking life out of you."
I was hesitant, but I just screamed, "Okay, fine. I guess I did it then." He then jumped on top of me and started squeezing my face and shaking my head.
"You're a fucking whore. How could you do this to me? You're just like Laura, my whore ex-wife."
As it turns out, Laura was his ex-wife that had passed away by unknown reasons. Her death was ruled inconclusive. I started punching his head, and he eventually jolted up off the bed and went and stood in the doorway. I tried to break through, but he told me I wasn't going anywhere. I ran to the sliding glass door that was on the other side of the bed and started banging and screaming for help. I was in a panic, just begging for someone to hear me. He then looks me in the eyes and in the creepiest voice then says,
"Here, let me help you."
And he starts banging on the sliding glass door, screaming help and laughing. I then jump onto the bed and climb under the covers, putting a pillow over my head. Don't ask me why, but in that moment, I felt it was the only way to hide in a sense, just to get away from his evil eyes looking at me. He would keep talking to me, but I wouldn't answer him.
"Amber, Amber, Amber!"
It was like I was in some kind of horror movie. I eventually looked down from the pillow and tried to jump up and leave, but he had pinned me down to the bedroom floor, and I eventually just gave in, and I told him what he wanted to hear. I told him he was right, and I hated myself for hurting him, and I was never going to do anything without him again, but that he had to let me call my friend Jessica to tell her I was alright. Otherwise, she was going to call my mom, and she'd be over here. He let me keep some distance in between us so that I could make a phone call, and I called 911. Please help, I'm being held captive by this guy I'm dating, and I shouted out the address. William then immediately ran out of his house, then jumped in his car and took off. I ran to a neighbor's yard and waited for the cops to get there. They immediately put out a warrant for his arrest. Fast forward to when he got out of jail. I was eventually talking to someone new at this point, and I was for sure done with this creep. I eventually testified, and he got off with major fines and lots of anger management classes. I was driving down the road when I had heard this hissing noise. At first, I thought it was my tire going flat by the sounds of it, but I had felt something touch my arm that was resting on the middle console, and I looked back, and it was a fucking possum. Yes, you heard me right. This sick fucking bastard trapped me and put a fucking possum in my car. He knew how afraid of rodents I am. I literally talked about it all the time. I pulled into the restaurant that was on my right and opened up all the doors to my car. I went as far away from it as I could and waited a while talking to the guy I was seeing on the phone. He had a son with him and he couldn't come to me at the time. And so I eventually got some guts and went to look in the car, and luckily I didn't see anything in the car anymore. I didn't call the police because what proof did I actually have, and how crazy would I have sounded? But I knew it was him. A few weeks later, my mom had sent me a screenshot of a picture of my ex, and sitting next to him was a girl. But the weird thing about this girl was she looked exactly like me. And when I say exactly like me, I mean head to toe. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, round-shaped face, curvy body, everything. So much so that my dad was convinced that he had photoshopped it. But no, this girl was real. He not only is stalking me, but is using some poor girl just because she looks like me. Fast forward a month later when I'm at work, and I notice my tire is completely flat. There was a screw completely lodged in it. Now, for some reason, it didn't really click that this had anything to do with him. I just thought I got unlucky and ran over one. Well, after having my stepdad patch it up, I got home and I woke up the next morning, and my new boyfriend at the time and I noticed hundreds of screws dumped all throughout my driveway, and now 2 other tires were flat as well. It was then that I knew it was him. I downloaded a phone recorder, and I was dead set on getting this creep to admit it and calling the cops. I called him privately because he didn't have my new number. He answered, and I had asked him if he wanted to come over.
Really? You actually want to see me?
I told him yes. I want him to come over and watch this video of him dumping screws in my driveway. He then sighs and says,
Please, Ember, I don't want to go to jail.
I immediately hung up and called the police the next day and filed for an immediate PPO. The judge ruled that I could have it for a year. Over the years, he would message me on fake pages, as well as message my fiance and now husband. Luckily, I haven't heard from him in over a year now, but I heard he's dating someone with the same last name as me, which is kind of weird. It really makes me wonder now whenever I think back to his late wife, and I really wonder what the hell happened to her. Did he kill her, and could that have happened to me? I guess I'll never know, but to my crazy psycho ex, I have no intentions of ever talking to you or seeing you ever again. I'm not saying my name or my ex-boyfriend's name. I'm a female in a small town in Ohio, and I had first met my boyfriend on Xbox. We messed around for a few months and then we started dating. It was a great relationship. That is, until I later got to experience what he was truly like. He was so rude and toxic to me. I tried to leave him because he would say such hateful things to me. He would always call me stupid and really ridicule and downgrade me. He made me feel so shitty about myself. I would often cry because of how he made me feel, and I actually tried leaving him, but he actually threatened suicide if I left him. I tried to help him out because he would make me feel so bad, and he would often call me toxic when he was the one manipulating me. However, I just ended up staying with him, which I know was really dumb. After some time, we finally met in person at a mall in his area, which was about 3 to 4 hours away from me. He made me spend my own money on him on stuff like food and clothes. We walked around the mall, and he actually pushed me into a wall. It hurt like hell, and people were actually watching this too. He then whispered into my ear in a deep voice, "Do as I say." Instantly, my heart dropped in my stomach, and my fight or flight response kicked in, and I pushed him away with all of my strength. He freaked out, and he had started apologizing to me, but I just kept walking away because he really freaked me out at this point. He grabbed me by the arm and kept pulling me. He was a lot stronger than me, and he had dragged me around like a rag doll. He had dragged me to the unisex bathroom where he tried to get me to go down on him, and I told him he was crazy and to leave me alone and that we're over. I pushed him again as he had then cornered me in a huge stall. I managed to run like hell to my car and instantly lock the doors and drive away. He kept calling me repeatedly and spamming me messages. When I finally stopped for gas, I blocked him immediately, but I saved the messages. The first message said,
"Please, baby, I'm sorry. Don't hate me. I just want to have some fun together."
And he also sent more after that. I really hate that I never called the police about it. So yeah, be safe out there, and try and be careful of who you date. You honestly really just never know who your significant other might just turn out to be. So watch your back. The story takes place over the course of 6 years, so it's going to be a long one. I'll be using fake names for the person mentioned in the story. For reference, I'm female. So back in 2014, in an English class I was taking at my local community college, is where I met Mark. I'm a pretty friendly person, and during college, I always made at least 2 to 3 new friends in my classes every semester. This class was no different. I had made a little group of friends, including Mark. He was a pretty chill guy. We had a lot of things in common, so we talked a lot, and we even did a few group projects together. He's a white guy, around 5'9", a little chubby, and for as long as I've known him, he's always had a handlebar mustache. He never gave off any red flags, and at the time I was in a relationship with my first serious boyfriend, and at the time we had been together for about 2 years, and I was very much in love. I always talked about him to my friends, including Mark, in our English class. I mention this because I really wanted to specify that it's not possible for me to have led him on, or gave him any reason to think that I was interested in him. Towards the end of the semester, I thought nothing of it when Mark had asked to be friends on Facebook. We added each other, and I thought that was that. So about 2 months after adding him on Facebook, we were having a normal conversation on Facebook Messenger, and we were talking about some movie he saw, when he randomly asks me,
"So, do you like me?"
What? I replied,
You know, like, are you interested in me? Romantically.
"What? No. I have a boyfriend, and you know this." After this, Mark doesn't respond to my messages, and we don't communicate for a while. 3 months after that awkward conversation, he randomly messages me again, and this is how the conversation went.
"Hey, I didn't know you were married. Why didn't you tell me?"
We're not married, but we've been together for 2 years, almost 3 years.
"Oh, well, good."
Yeah, what made you think I was married, and why would I have to tell you?
"Well, he's all over your Facebook, and he's in a lot of your pictures. And I thought you were interested in me."
Dude, what? I've told you about him so many times, and you can't claim you didn't know. I'm not interested in you, and I never have been. This really annoyed me, but didn't make me feel concerned at all. I didn't block him, and we just didn't talk for a while. Occasionally he would message me, but these conversations wouldn't last that long, because he would always ask me out, and I would just get annoyed at him. Also, he would always try and ask me the weirdest questions, and then he would try to say that I was insinuating things to him, which I never did. At the time, I hadn't exactly found my voice yet, and I never spoke up for myself. And I always really worried about making people mad or hurting their feelings. So when Mark would get like this, I felt that I had to explain myself as to not make him mad. This terrible characteristic of mine spilled into my relationship and friendships. This first serious relationship wasn't a good one. Although I loved him so much, I was blinded. This boyfriend of mine in question was awful to me. He was very mean, and he always put me down. Every time he did or said something that hurt my feelings, I would try to talk to him about it, but he would just get mad and then blame what he did or said on me. This relationship lasted 5 years, which I deeply regret letting it go on that long. Fast forward to 2017, and I hadn't talked to Mark on Facebook for about 2 years, and I went through so many life changes, so Mark was never on my mind. In February 2017, I had finally had enough of my boyfriend's emotional and verbal abuse, and I finally broke up with him. The end of this relationship was pretty messy to say the least. That was the first time I felt empowered and had a positive outlook on my life. And sadly, I had 2 tragic losses of people that I was very close with, and I then fell into a deep depression. Like a lot of people do, I had vented about the things I was going through on Facebook. A lot of my friends were supportive and always talked to me and really helped me through that rough year. Of course, I still had Mark as a Facebook friend, and when he saw that I was single again, he broke the 2 years of silence of not talking to each other to ask me out. I rejected him again immediately, and I told him I wasn't interested and nothing would ever happen between us. Then again, silence. But he did send me a request on Instagram, and I have no idea why, but I added him. But as 2017 goes by, I get close with a longtime friend of mine, and right around New Year's, we officially start dating. Mark stops his unwanted advances, and I feel a bit relieved, but also slightly concerned when I see on Facebook that the guy has a girlfriend. For some reason, I just felt bad for her. Again, time goes by without speaking to Mark. Late into 2018, I noticed on my Facebook feed that Mark is posting really long paragraphs. I would ignore them, but one night I was curious and I decided to read one. I ended up reading about 5 of these posts, and it was all about really long rants about his girlfriend breaking up with him. As I kept reading, I grew slightly unsettled. In these long rants, he was going on about how he didn't understand why his girlfriend broke up with him, how he was such a good guy and she was really stupid for leaving him. Then it got disturbing. He then started ranting that there was nothing wrong with him and there was something definitely wrong with women, that we're all fucked in the head for rejecting him, and that women must be so blind for not seeing that he was such a good and amazing guy. Now, these are some things I don't feel comfortable saying here. He used an array of colorful language and a lot of awful words that are technically politically incorrect. Nonetheless, he sounded very entitled. I swear I thought at this point that I'd finally blocked him, but apparently I didn't. So about another year goes by, and my boyfriend and I had dated for almost 2 years, when he then broke up with me in July of 2019. It was unexpected, and I was completely devastated. This time I didn't post about it on Facebook, and I just talked about it with my friends. I also, for the first time in my life, started to go to therapy for my depression, which I'm proud I did. With the help of therapy, I'd started getting myself together mentally, and I really felt like I was getting back to normal. In November of 2019, my friends had encouraged me to try talking to other guys. My friend Chris encouraged me to make a Bumble account, and I thought, what the heck, I'll give it a try, I guess. So I make a Bumble account, and after browsing the app for about 20 minutes, I just immediately lost interest. I just didn't like the function of the app, and I didn't go back on it. I only had the app for a little less than 2 days, when I then got a Facebook notification while I'm at the gym. Since I was doing some heavy lifting, I completely ignored it and forgot all about it. The next day, I get another Facebook message that is the emoji with a raised eyebrow. I look, and it's from Mark. I open the Messenger app, and I see the message that I got at the gym was also from Mark. This is what he said.
"Oh my god, you're single? I just saw your profile on Bumble. I thought you were taken. That's why I didn't ask you out or anything."
I reply back with yeah, that's not weird at all, and I've told you numerous times that I'm not interested in you. In fact, I'm not interested in dating at all right now. I'm actually deleting my Bumble account. Then I kid you not, he actually says this.
"Well, in that case, I offer myself to you as friends with benefits if you ever find yourself feeling lonely and need sex. And in case you didn't know, I'm single too."
At this point, I can't fucking believe this guy. I've been rejecting his advances for years, and I finally reached my breaking point with him, and I snapped. Again, how is that not weird? Who the hell says that? I don't know what part of I'm not interested you don't fucking get. I've been telling you no for years, and my answer will always be no. Get it through your head and accept it. Leave me alone. I didn't give him a chance to reply to that message, and I actually finally blocked him on Facebook. He never really talked to me on Instagram, but I blocked him on there too. I was just so done with his ass. Again, that was in November of 2019, and I thought that would be the end of Mark, and that I'd never hear from him again. Sadly though, I was wrong. Since blocking him on Facebook and Instagram, he became my cyber-stalker, and he started finding me literally everywhere on any form of social media. First he found my Snapchat. I knew it was him because of his Bitmoji. He had sent me a message, but I didn't bother opening it, and I immediately blocked him. Next he found my Twitter. I made my Twitter account way back in 2013, but I didn't use it for years. I have only started being active on it within the last year. Again, he messages me. I block him and delete his message without ever reading it. Right around this time is when the coronavirus happened, and I became unemployed like millions of other people. I was bored, and I decided to make a Hinge account to talk to people because I was so bored and I had really missed interacting with people. Hinge was a great experience, and I made a few new gaming friends that I play video games with on Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. I've even met an awesome guy. We exchanged phone numbers, and we plan on going a date when this quarantine is all over. I exchanged phone numbers with this guy because, of course, Mark found me on Hinge. I had my Hinge account for about a week when he found me. He sent me a creepy message.
Hey stranger, nice seeing you here. You must be looking to get back out there. I'm still available, you know.
There was more to his message, but I didn't even bother to finish reading it. The thing about Hinge is you can't block someone unless you match with them. You like someone's picture, or you answer to one of the questions that Hinge asks you to boost up your profile. When you like something, you can choose to send them a message along with your like. That person can then choose to match or pass with you. I just wanted to block him there. There was no chance in hell I was going to match with them. I had already exchanged info with all the other people I met there, so I deleted my account. That was a month ago. Since then, Mark has found my Pinterest and my regular Reddit account. I also have a throwaway account. But of course, I've blocked him on all those sites, but I'm getting so sick and tired of him popping up on just about every site and app that I'm on. I'm so happy and grateful that I keep my phone number off of social media, and that he hasn't gotten it yet. I'm a little creeped out, but not scared. He hasn't threatened me, and he hasn't reached out to any of my friends or family on social media. I know this because I've asked. I'm just really annoyed at this point, so I guess I'll end my story with this. Mark, I've been rejecting you for 6 years now. The answer always has been and always will be no. I will never date you. Get over it. Now please, just leave me alone. When I was around 8 or so, my parents had gotten divorced and were always at work. Keep in mind, both of my parents had recently moved into some really bad areas. Being an only child and struggling to make friends, I resorted to online games. There was a particular game called Pixie Hollow, and it was centered around a Tinkerbell-themed world. It was mostly for making friends around the different worlds, basically different servers, and dressing up your avatar. I was completely obsessed with playing that game and spent so many hours of my childhood playing it. My avatar had my first name on it, but other than that, I always made sure to never give any information about myself away. I was playing the game one day, going around different worlds, and this one player named Melanie, who clearly had just made it, just kept following me through whichever world I was in. I typed in the speech bubble, "Why are you following me?" The player then responded with, "Is your first name?" and then wrote my first name. And I responded back with, "Yes," figuring no harm would come of it. The character then asked, "Is this your last name?" and typed in my last name. I was beginning to remember everything my mother had told me about cyberstalking, so I responded back with no. I thought this was the end of it, but it was far from over. They followed me around more, and then, when it was just the two of us alone in one world, they asked, "Is this address where you live?" and they actually wrote out my correct address. I totally freaked out, and I slammed my computer screen shut. I went to bed that night having lots of nightmares of being kidnapped. I eventually pushed that incident to the back of my mind, and I began playing the game happily again. The same player kept following me, attempting to ask me multiple invasive and really creepy questions. When school had started back up, I forgot all about the game, and the last time I checked, the game was shut down for similar issues to mine. I really hope Melanie didn't manage to find any children. I've had a few run-ins with people stalking me, but nothing compares to this one. It happened in 2016. I lived in a rural area, and I just wanted to get to know some of the people living there too. I really like decorating and fixing up houses, and I had noticed someone renovating their house in a very impressive way. I was in my 20s. The person doing this was over 50 years old. I had only chatted with him once, just to get some advice on how to do things. It quickly escalated into him wanting me to show him pictures of myself without any clothes very quickly. He was married. His wife lived with him, and I knew that. He had sent me a picture, not of his house, but of himself in the shower. The first photo of him in the shower, with the creepy adage, "I really wish you were here." He was totally naked. I blocked him on Facebook, and I was alone a lot at home. So I noticed when coming home from work, someone sitting in a car by the only road you could take to get to my place, and a car stopping by my place and just looking way too many times. He was stalking me back then, and when I moved to another place in another area, I realized he followed me there too. I finally got that confirmation because he eerily knew exactly what pseudonym that I used on Instagram, Twitter, and every social media site that there is. I remembered his handle, so I knew it was him. I have no idea how he managed to find me under those different names, and frankly, I don't want to know. The last time he cyber-stalked me, it made me turn off all of my social media. That was last year in 2021. A married man sent me unwanted nude pictures and cyber-stalked me for 5 years. Be careful of who you invite into your life, because how he could find me when I was using totally different usernames that didn't resemble any of the other name I had used is totally beyond my comprehension. I thought I was more tech savvy than that, but I guess he really knew how to stalk people somehow. It can happen to anyone, so be careful. The story may be different than what you're used to. I became the stalker. While I was the one being stalked first, I turned the tables out of spite, and I made the problem so much worse. An important note is that I'm a survivor of childhood abuse, and I have severe autism, which explains why I took the route that I did. I understand now that I'm older, and I've gotten help, but none of that justified what I did, even if it was done to me first. My abuser made sure that I was never able to set down roots. She'd move us around so much that the longest we'd ever stay in one place was a year, and that only happened twice. Almost all of the schools I went to were very rural. Only one actually had computers, and those were only used to learn how to type and didn't have internet access. I didn't know about the existence of the internet until I was 12 years old. I was heavily monitored, and I wasn't able to freely explore the internet until I was 14, which was old enough according to my grandparents, and even then, I mainly stuck to a quiz site, Facebook, and an obscure website called Quotev, which back then was used for quizzes and fanfic writing. It was on Quotev that I was groomed by a nearly grown-ass man. I say nearly grown because he was 17 when we first met, and I was 12. And it really affected how I interacted with everyone from then on, especially males, who I only treated with hostility. The whole stalker situation started in late 2016 or early 2017, when I was 16 and very heavily into the show about pastel horses. I used to browse this art website called DeviantArt, where I would look for pony adoptables to trade for. I had found an artist, let's call him Prince, as he was a royal pain who had done emo pony adoptables. I was the kind of autistic person who got very easily upset over things that were wrong to me. In this case, it was that this person not only used a base, which is a pre-drawn template for you to trace off of, but that they also colored the pony really weird and made her look like a Mary Sue. They colored outside the lines, and it looked as if it was done in MS Paint, and so I left a critique on their piece. I don't remember what I said word for word, but I do remember that I tried to keep it as constructive as possible and without insults, though I admit I didn't want to sugarcoat either. The artist Prince understandably got very upset with me, and after some arguing, I decided to leave him alone. It was a little bit later that day that I had received a notification. My name had been mentioned in a journal where you post long social media posts, as well as fan fiction on there. And worse, I had seen it was Prince's journal. I clicked on the notification, and what I read made me so upset that I actually burst into tears. Prince had made a journal ranting about me tearing down his pony Adoptable, on how cringe culture is dead and don't do this to people. And worse, he actually accused me of design theft. What was the design theft, you asked? It was 2 pieces of my badly drawn artwork that only had one thing in common with 2 of his art pieces. The first piece was my pony with a blue sparkle mane, and the second was a pony with a neon oozing gash on her neck. Prince's ponies also had those same elements, though his shades of blue were different, and his pony's neck ooze was a different color than mine, and it was glittery. Now, these 2 design elements were extremely common and even popular back then for pony characters, and here Prince was claiming that I committed design theft of these totally unique traits that only he's capable of drawing. I defended myself, even pointing out that I posted my blue sparkle mane pony before his, but he still wouldn't let up. At the advice of a neutral person in the comments section, I blocked Prince and I tried to move on. Unfortunately for me, Prince was really popular in the pony community, and so for a month or so, I was dealing with very nasty threats, people telling me to kill myself, and even getting my account mass reported until I was temporarily suspended because of how many people had reported my account in a couple of days. When I was finally unsuspended, my account name had been tagged in multiple journals. Prince and his friends were celebrating, and I quote,
"I really hope she kills herself over this. LOL."
When I went to the main part of Prince's account, I found the bio section. Prince was 18 years old, and he was a male. I had assumed Prince was a female up until that point, but his gender along with his age, and the fact that he wanted me to kill myself, sent me over the edge. What I did was not a smart move. I started copying his pony designs and putting them on my account, and for sale. I waited until I knew he had seen them, then took them down. Since he had such generic designs for them, it didn't take much to edit them just enough so they looked different enough to be a mere coincidence, in case I grabbed any, with the intent to do another call-out journal. This only made the harassment worse, until he blocked me, and then I quit, and a mutual follower of us had kept me informed on what he was saying about me, which was a lot. There was a time where Prince even started to reverse image search his own artwork, because I had also used them as quiz cover art on Quotive, which was one of the things he ranted about. One more thing about Prince. I wasn't the first person he had beef with over something as trivial as constructive criticism. He had at least 4 other different journals with the exact problem. And surprise, surprise, the ones who did pony art were also accused of design theft. So for about a year, I left him alone. I got involved with more social media, and I posted those links to my DeviantArt bio, which was a very bad decision. I started getting harassed on my social medias. My Instagram was being flooded with fatphobic comments about my body. I was mid-size and suffering from an eating disorder, which was public knowledge. All the accounts were fake though, all hastily made just for commenting. I figured it was just a case of some 4chan trolls looking for bait, but it didn't let up. On my Tumblr account, I was receiving anonymous messages to all of my side blocks, as well as my main account. I realized then that this must have been a stalker from DeviantArt, because nowhere else had I linked all 6 of my blogs together. It got to a point where someone even opened a hate blog for me, where they had taken screenshots of my posts and art, and said very nasty things, and photoshopped my selfies. My favorite being when they photoshopped my head onto pictures of cows. I actually wasn't so mad about those, because they were actually kind of adorable looking. Despite all the harassment I was getting, it made me feel something unexpected. I loved being stalked. Someone had been so obsessed with me in order to track me down and open up a blog about hating me. It made me feel like a celebrity. For once in my life, someone was actually paying attention to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I didn't love everything about it. I hated the threats and suicide baiting, obviously. but I started to post more selfies. I put as much effort as I could into my appearance. I basically gave them free glamour shots to mock. By then, I knew that it had to either be Prince or one of his friends, and I didn't care. At least, not until that mutual follower of ours messaged me on DeviantArt, because something very serious went down. I also had several messages from other people who really wanted to know my side of the story, either new fans of his or people who were getting suspicious on his behavior. Two major things happened. The first is that he got a rather terrifyingly creepy message from someone on Quotev, who basically said hi and they told him they were me, pasting my DeviantArt URL in the message. Keep in mind my Quotev was linked on my bio so everyone could visit it. They may have copied my username, but my URL, which is like a Twitter URL, cannot be copied at all, and you can only change your URL once every 6 months on Quotev. The second incident was that someone had been impersonating Prince on Ponytown, which is an online open RPG where you can customize a pony and name it, and also walk around and interact with other players. The Prince impersonator was harassing people and allegedly using slurs, though there was no evidence provided for that claim. If Prince truly genuinely thought it was me, I didn't blame him, because I had already assumed it was him and his friends who was harassing me on social media. By all logical reasoning, it was pretty fair to assume,
oh fuck, they found out, and now they're getting revenge on me.
He was excessively cruel in his call-out journal, and he called me a disgusting stalker, which I found really ironic given that he and his friends were doing that to me. I believed someone was targeting us both, kicking the dust up for laughs. I decided to try and be the bigger person in the situation and prove it wasn't me. The first thing I did, because I knew it would take the longest, was track down the Ponytown impersonator and screen record it. It took me several days of scouring the Ponytown server until I found the impersonator. I talked with him, well, yelled at him mainly, and he gave me typical troll responses, like kill yourself, and other nastier insults involving sexual assault. After the encounter, I then asked my friend if I could use her spare DeviantArt account, and I sent the video link to Prince on his profile comment section, so not only would he see, but so would everyone else. I also mentioned to him on Quotev to prove that that person wasn't me, and I figured we could smooth this over, right? Well, after a day, I checked back, and I'd been blocked on Quotev and on DeviantArt. My friend checked out the profile comment section, and found out that he had actually hidden my comment, since you can't delete profile comments, only hide them. It then struck me that Prince had faked both incidents. I realized that whenever he was being harassed, he was getting support and attention from people, and he pulled this periodically. What kind of person goes ahead and saying that you're the one stalking him? Any sensible person would have at least edited their posts going, okay, so someone else did this, not the person I thought it was. But no, not Prince. Also along with the fact that he didn't hide his social media links if he was being harassed. Then again, I didn't hide mine either. But that was because I really did enjoy some of the attention, whereas he apparently didn't like it. Another thing he did was make hate art of me of my persona. It looked just like my persona, and he rammed a bloody pole through my persona. To say I was livid is an understatement. Prince wanted me to be the bad guy so badly, right? Well, fine. Now I was the bad guy. I started stalking his social media, his Instagram, his old Twitter account, his Facebook, even his YouTube. I also found him on TikTok, though that had been completely on accident, since he did some fandom TikToks I was interested in. There was just one downside to stalking him. It was the fact that we were similar, but his life was so much better than mine. We were even both transgender. I had struggled with my gender identity for a really long time, and I accepted that I was trans-masked some months before I came back to the mess that was him accusing me of being a stalker. The thing that really hurt me about the fact that we were both trans-masked was that even though Prince wasn't on testosterone yet, he could pass for cisgender. He had a masculine face, a strong jaw, almost no lips, flat-chested enough to wear a binder, was allowed to cut his hair and dress how he wanted, and was so thin that his hips didn't even look feminine. He looked just like a cis boy without even trying. I, on the other hand, look as biologically female as they come, and I wasn't even allowed to cut my hair the way I wanted. I could not pass as male no matter how hard I tried. He also had a supportive family and a loving partner. He was well liked at his college, while I had just been pulled out of high school because I was being bullied for being in special ed. He had a driver's license, while in my driver's class at school, I got denied, a slot they reserved for my special education and extra tutoring. That, among many other personal things in his life, was everything that I could only wish for. He had everything that I didn't. He was living a great life compared to me. I couldn't even be myself around family. I'm not going to pretend his life was perfect and free of problems. I know that's impossible. But the fact is, he was clearly a lot happier than I was, and a lot healthier. He never had to worry about losing his internet or going to charity shops for clothes. While he had college, I had a below minimum wage job that I had to quit because of something really traumatizing that happened to me while I was on shift. I also seen that he did other art beside his base artwork. He was a very good artist, better than me at least, which made sense given that he was older, but it still made me feel like garbage. It was kind of like looking into a "what if your life had been better" mirror. I loathed it, I loathed him, and I loathed myself. The stalking that was only done to be spiteful became a genuine obsession, kind of like how people, despite hating the Kardashians, still kept up with them. I wanted to be Prince so badly. I'd started pretending that I was him. I made an original character after him that I'd use as a self-insert. I would stalk his TikTok and take a note of his room, what he had in it, what it looked like, and did my best to make my room look exactly like his, which was almost impossible given our financial state. I did manage to get a blanket that looked just like his, in addition to some pins he had from the Hot Topic pin bin. Since I couldn't dye or cut my hair, I settled for doing my makeup similar to his, just more low-key so I wouldn't get yelled at. I started copying his walking, found out what other fandoms he was into, and I even stole posts from his Tumblr and Twitter account and passed them off as my own. I even actually started impersonating him on Ponytown, except I never harassed anyone. I just made innocent small talk, which turned out to be the biggest mistake, seeing as someone apparently informed Prince that someone was pretending to be him on the server, because now, someone actually was impersonating him this time, instead of it being a homebrewed slander campaign. Prince actually flipped his lid. He was scared enough to start a jumping ship. He deleted a lot of his art from DeviantArt, completely wiped out his Instagram, and then made a new one that he had privated. He also abandoned his Twitter after wiping his art from there, and allegedly made a new one. He also quit his YouTube and went into hiding. All of this happened around 2019 to 2020. Looking back, I did some extremely shitty things. On one hand, he wanted a stalker, so I gave it to him. And the stalking that was happening to me just let up completely, which definitely proved to me that it was him and his friends doing it. And from what I had seen, people had already grown suspicious of him lying about the stalking he received from me the first time around. I've wanted to apologize to him, since there was one social media of his that he left untouched, because it was a site only a few people knew about, and I assumed that since he wasn't active on there, that I wouldn't bother going after it. It's almost like Tumblr, but not quite. I sent him an anonymous asking how he prefers his apologies, and I got my answer. Speak his love language. Do it through actions. That's when I realized that I could never actually apologize him directly if I really wanted to be genuine. Anyone can say sorry to you and not mean it. I don't care if he accepts my apology. I know he won't, because that's just how Prince is. But I left him alone though. I feel genuinely bad for him, because I'd stressed him out so badly he felt the need to ditch his online life. And who the hell knows how he'd react if he found out the true extent of my stalking. Even if he did stalk me first, I never should have done this to him.